Meet Kang Giama. He seems like your average guy, but in reality, he was reborn into the world of his all-time favorite game. And now he's about to face the entrance exam for the legendary Nobles Academy. Everyone here is rolling in cash while he's completely broke. On the very first day when he went to register his sword, the professor's jaw nearly hit the floor. He was sure this had to be a senior pulling some kind of elaborate prank. But our main character didn't back down an inch. These were his swords. He was poor, and his family couldn't dream of affording the tuition. That's when the professor spotted a green badge on his uniform. It marked him as a student who passed through a special admission test. The professor's eyes filled with tears, moved by the boy's incredible grit. The other students born with silver spoons were not impressed in the slightest. The moment they heard a commoner got in through special admission, they complained that the whole place started to stink. But despite the venomous atmosphere, Giama was completely unfazed. In his past life, he never got the chance to live peacefully. This time, he's determined to make that dream a reality. He's young and handsome, and he even awakened a rare ability, but it comes with a seriously bizarre catch. He can only wield swords under 30 centimeters long. For a swordsman, it's a crippling handicap. When he first tested his awakening, the power was so immense, he felt lightning explode from the blade and shatter through his body. The pain of activating it is almost unbearable. If it's going to be like this every single time, he's never using it again. But maybe it's just a first-time thing, like with girls. But upon testing his ability again, the agony was exactly the same. Nearby, a crowd was gathering for the ceremony that would decide the student ranks. All the young talents of the generation were there, and seated above them all was one of the 7 legendary heroes. Klinga Sigfig, the hero who liberated Funabelong. He is a disciple of Yuim, the Academy's heroic founder. Every student present knew his name and worshipped him. But the legendary hero himself looked utterly bored by it all. Not even the arrival of another of the 7 heroes could cheer him up. This woman, whose figure was more legendary than her title as the sage of the 7 heroes, casually greeted the old man. The girl's name is Media, and Siegfried immediately mocked her for being 70 years old, yet dressing like a teenager. Media didn't take offense in the slightest. In fact, she took it as a compliment. She even offered to make Siegfried look 10 years younger with her blessing. But the old man refused, insisting the elderly must accept their nature. Media, however, possesses a youthful essence, which is the secret to her ageless appearance. Despite the old man's insults, she accepted the invitation to watch the Academy's opening day. She used to despise these events, but made an exception this time. Her real reason for being there? She was curious to see Siegfried's granddaughter. Below them, the assembled students were a sea of brightly colored hair. Giama was the only one with black hair, and the mockery about him not being a noble started all over again. But everyone instantly forgot about him when a certain girl appeared. Her brilliant blue hair and magnetic aura made every boy in the vicinity turn bright red. Siegfried's granddaughter, the Sword Emperor. Her name is Abel von Nibelling, and she's the main heroine of this game. The exam was about to kick off. One of the ancient heroes had created a special place in the Academy called the Subspace. Within this dimension, everyone can be injured and eliminated. But when they return to reality, their bodies are completely unharmed. That's why any method of combat is allowed, even the most lethal ones. Siegfried and Media call it an Academy tradition. The students who survive the longest in that deadly arena will earn the highest rank. The 2 old heroes were interested in the special admission student, but the others were now focused on the girl with unbelievably special attributes. Giama could have been just another guy in the herd chasing after Abel, but he knows the hidden truth about this girl and her miraculous blessing. So while everyone follows their instincts and chases her, he walks in the exact opposite direction. He's even reading a book on how to live a peaceful life in this world. He also remembers that to fight here, he'll have to use that damned ability. Well, I better just give up, he thought. When it was announced that everyone would be sent to the subspace, they all roared with hype, except for Giama. But the moment it happened, his expression turned deadly serious. After only 7 minutes, several students were already sent flying back. The phantom agony of how they were eliminated there left everyone shaken to their core. Media watched it all unfold and commented that Abel took first place, though that's a given considering her bloodline. The woman was truly excited to see Siegfried's granddaughter perform. But the man didn't see it that way. She failed to break the Academy record, which has been held by Siegfried himself for ages. Just as the old hero was about to leave, an overwhelming pressure struck him like a physical blow. Everyone felt it. The students felt a primal fear while looking up at the sky. Media asked Siegfried if he felt it and if he knew what it was. Not even the great hero had a clue what was happening, but their attention was glued to the sky. The sky itself was cracking apart. It was an unbelievable sight. Then 2 people fell from the rift, smashing into the ground with a devastating impact. The silence in the arena was deafening. Media ordered the medical team to rush to the students. Then, we cut back to a few minutes earlier. It was meant to be a free-for-all, but in reality, a pair of brothers were staging a one-sided slaughter. Because of them, the outcome of this match was sealed from the very beginning. This wasn't a battle royale. It was a brutal execution, and Giama knew exactly who the executioners were. The demonic twins, Mao Jun and Shun Mao, two predators with an innate gift for violence. For the last 30 minutes, they had been deliberately toying with the weaker students, savoring the sheer cruelty of tearing others apart. To them, Giama was so insignificant he didn't even register on their radar. When their playthings finally broke, the brothers grew bored and scanned for new prey. Their eyes landed on a lone girl trembling in the back. Their twisted intentions were terrifyingly clear, and Giama could no longer just stand by and watch, as Shun Mao stalked toward the terrified girl, sneering that she was just his type. Something inside Giama snapped. That was the final straw. A voice roared from the back of the arena, finally capturing the twins' attention. He had moved on pure instinct, and now the boy they'd completely ignored was the sole focus of their murderous intent. They saw his name tag and laughed, dismissing him as worthless special admission trash. They figured they would end him in an instant and then get back to their real prize. Gama's mind raced. What could he do facing them both head-on? His painless blessing only lasted 30 seconds. Against monsters like these, it was nothing. Only one option remained, and the answer was in his bag. But the moment he wielded a blade, that cursed blessing would activate, unleashing an agony beyond all comprehension. All he wanted was a quiet life, and not even half a day had passed. He reached into his bag and pulled out a sashimi knife, causing the brothers to erupt in laughter. Done with the games, Shun Mao lunged forward, ready to extinguish this pathetic insect. Giama had no room for hesitation. Only a desperate gamble remained. He would use his 30-second painless blessing to cancel the torment from the sword god's curse. He just had to endure it. He activated his blessing just as he drew the sashimi knife. Instantly, the sword god's power flared to life as Shun Mao descended upon him with a wicked smile. There was only one way for Giama to survive this. If he couldn't carve his way out of this situation, death was certain. But could a simple sashimi knife truly cut through a person? He remembered asking his old master, a former gangster, why movie villains always used them. His master told him it was all just movie nonsense. You can't slash a person like a piece of fish, he'd said, not even if a god came down. But the blessing was absolute. If you will it, you can cut it. Trusting the blessing over his master, Giama thrust his knife toward the giant man leaping at him. And in a flash, Shun Mao was sliced clean in half. The arena fell silent as his brother Mao Jun stared in absolute shock. The quiet, gloomy kid had just performed the impossible with a simple kitchen knife. Shun Mao's body fell to the ground in 2 perfect pieces. His brother screamed. He desperately reminded himself this was subspace. His brother wasn't truly dead. But that couldn't erase the image burned into his mind. Mao Jun told himself his brother must have been careless. Now, as the last twin standing, he would have to pick up the slack. He looked at his brother's fallen body and took the power gauntlet for himself. With both gauntlets equipped, its true power awakened. Mao Jun's defense skyrocketed. His jumping power increased by 200%, and his fists now hit like a freight train. He was confident that not even an S-rank weapon could pierce his defense. But Giama wasn't even paying attention to him. His focus was entirely on the countdown tracking the last few seconds before his blessing ended. Mao Jun saw an opening and rushed in for a devastating blow while Giama was distracted. And then, in a single instant, it was all over. Mao Jun lay on the ground broken and swimming in his own blood, while Giama calmly finished his countdown. The moment the timer hit 0, the painless blessing vanished, and the full agony of the sword god's curse slammed into him all at once. He screamed, still clutching the knife, and finally collapsed. Sometime later, Giama awoke in a sterile white room, likely some kind of clinic. Before he could even sit up, 2 people entered. He had never met them, but he knew exactly who they were. 2 of the legendary 7-star heroes. The strongest of humanity, Siegfried, and the Academy's director, Medea Poison. He couldn't help but wonder why 2 of the most powerful people in the world were here to see him. Medea asked for his name, but Siegfried got straight to the point, his hand resting on his sword. He demanded to know what on earth Giama had done. He explained that during the fight, they both felt a powerful sensation, an overwhelming energy that was clearly caused by him. The hostility in the air was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Realizing he was being targeted by the strongest man alive, Giama made a smart move. Some chainsaw's. He first apologized, admitting his actions went too far, and then told them he was ready to accept any punishment they deemed necessary. As their gazes clash, the air crackles with unspoken threats, forcing Medea to intervene before a battle erupts. She orders Siegfried to stop intimidating the boy, then drops a bombshell. While Giama was out cold, the swordmaster himself had purified his clogged meridians. Giama is floored. Why would the legendary hero ever do something like that for him? But as he focuses inward, his body feels impossibly light. Medea explains they reviewed the footage, concluding he was simply defending a girl in distress. A little drool escapes her lips. She calls Giama the handsome prince from her dreams, forcing Siegfried to yank her back to reality. The bottom line, she says, is that he's completely off the hook. Even better, the twins he defeated were notorious bullies anyway. After their humiliating defeat, both have chosen to withdraw from the academy. A wave of relief washes over him. But the real shock was yet to come. They came to congratulate him for achieving the #1 rank in the entire school. And just like that, Giama's dream of a peaceful, ordinary life was officially obliterated. Later, back in Media's office, the two heroes reconvene. She's fuming about something she's never witnessed in her 20 years as the Academy's head. A student earned the top spot, the highest honor, and then rejected the invitation to join the most elite group in the school, the star class. They pleaded with him to reconsider, but Gamma's resolve was absolute. Madia teases Siegfried, asking if his pride is hurt that Gamma outranked his own granddaughter. After all, he saw the boy's limitless potential on video. But the Swordmaster disagrees. He sees only the arrogance of a child challenging the very system of the world. The subspace, he explains, carries the will of the founding hero. If it recognized Gamma as number one, then the Academy itself has chosen its champion. That judgment is final. Still, Siegfried has his own private thoughts. To him, Gamma is a complete and utter enigma. If his skills were polished, his body honed, or if he had even a sliver of combat experience, it might make sense. But Siegfried knew he possessed none of that. And yet the playback showed it clearly, an undeniable essence of mastery in his movements. It was the ultimate form of swordsmanship, the very ideal he had dedicated his entire life to achieving. While unblocking Gamma's meridians, he felt how frail his body was, untouched by any real training. But he also sensed something slumbering within, a power so immense that even the strongest humans could not begin to fathom it. Because of this, a fierce rivalry now burned within him, for a boy the same age as his own granddaughter. Madia, however, is fixated on a more trivial matter. He's incredibly handsome. She's still swooning over the fact he revealed his power to save a woman. She even jokes that if she were just 10 years younger, she would chase after him without hesitation. Lost in his own world, Siegfried remains silent, prompting her to ask what's on his mind. He ignores the question instead, asking what she thinks the students call people like her. Intrigued, the headmistress urges him to continue. His answer is not what she expected, and her office erupts with her furious roar. Meanwhile, Gamma heads to his very first class. Having rejected the star class, the Academy's best compromise was to place him in the wolf class. Any lower, and the school elders would have raised hell. He'd hoped for the tiger class, but Madia had practically begged him to accept this placement. In return for his compliance, she swore to keep his status as the top student an absolute secret. His original plan was to coast through his studies in a low-tier class, not fight for supremacy at the top. Wolf class is a bit higher than he'd like, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make for peace. Gamma pushes open the grand doors, stepping into his new classroom. For a brief moment, every student turns to look with mild curiosity. But then they see the emblem of a special admission student. And in an instant, he became completely invisible to them. Gamma couldn't be happier. Their indifference proved Madia had kept her promise. Now he just had to live the quiet life he'd always dreamed of. As he finds an empty desk, a familiar face nervously approaches him. With a shaky voice, she thanks him for his help, but Gamma has absolutely no memory of her. She quickly clarifies she was the girl he saved during the entrance exam. Gamma just brushes it off, telling her thanks aren't necessary. In his mind, anyone would have done the same thing in that crisis. It might have looked like he saved her, but deep down, he feels he only acted to save himself. To accept her gratitude would be hypocrisy. Gamma smoothly changes the subject, introducing himself instead. Following his lead, the girl reveals her name is Chloe. What a strange twist of fate that they would end up in the same class. With introductions over, Gamma's mind begins to race, searching his memories of the game. A character named Chloe? He was certain no such person ever existed. How could she exist? When he quit, the game's main scenario was already set in stone. It made no sense to introduce a new character this late. It seems he's stumbled upon another extra, just like himself. Gamma begs her to keep the exam incident a total secret. If word of his power spreads, his dream of a safe and easy life will be shattered. Chloe agrees, but just as she's about to make her own request, the door slams open. Their homeroom teacher storms in, his voice booming through the room. Gamma quickly tells her to get back to her seat. They would have to talk later. The teacher introduces himself as Lee Wanbin and congratulates the new faces of the wolf class. Since it's their first day, he wants to start with a light workout. 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, plus 10 laps around the training grounds. For the genius nobles who have endured rigorous training their whole lives, this is nothing more than a warm-up. For Gamma, however, this is the kind of training from hell that's guaranteed to make a man go bald. He nervously approaches the teacher after everyone has gone, claiming he isn't feeling well enough for the training. Shockingly, the teacher not only knows his name, but seems to hold him in incredibly high regard. It looks like Medadia wasn't so quiet about his skills after all. Lee Wanbin also knows Gamma can join any class he wants. He rejects the offer to go to the star class and tells the teacher he just needs to use the toilet right now. And just like that, Gamma is forced into the tedious exercise with the rest of his class. Everyone else sprints past him with ease while he struggles for every breath, feeling like he's about to pass out. Chloe jogs up beside him, noticing how terrible he looks. She then cheerfully announces she's already on her 9th lap. She gives him a quick word of encouragement and then zooms off to complete her last one. By the end of the day, Gamma stumbles back to his dorm and chugs down several bottles of water. He's only been at the academy a week and it's already a living nightmare. After the intense training, he had rushed to the cafeteria, only to find that the meals weren't free. The moment he saw the price for a single serving of spicy pork rice, he completely froze. Just remembering the price now sends him into a blind fury, and he hurls his bottle against a wall. He's almost out of money and deeply regrets not taking what his father offered him. For the past few days, he has been surviving on nothing but the cheapest water from the campus store. He's so desperate he even misses the complimentary dinners from his army days. For now, all he can do is focus on something else to forget his hunger. The first thing he thinks of is his blessing. As if summoned, the status screen appears displaying his details. The description has gotten much longer since last time. His physical level has risen, upgrading the blessing of the sword god. It now allows the skill to activate with slightly longer swords. He glances in the mirror, and sure enough, it looks like he has made some real physical progress. It's likely because the swordmaster activated his pressure points. It almost feels like his body has evolved. However, the sword god's blessing still hasn't spread beyond the length of a sashimi knife. If he keeps improving, maybe one day he'll be able to wield a small sword. His hands even start to itch when he's not holding a blade now. It must be a side effect of the blessing. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. He opens it to see Chloe. She asks if she's interrupting, explaining that she hadn't seen him in the cafeteria and came to see if he was all right. He lies, claiming he doesn't normally eat food made by other people, but his inner self is practically drooling at the very idea of food. Chloe looks disappointed, telling him she was hoping they could have dinner together. Before she can even finish her sentence, Giama is suddenly dressed and telling her to follow him to buy ingredients. Later that evening, the two enjoy an amazing meal that Giama cooked himself. Chloe is genuinely in awe of his skills. Since Chloe grew up near a beach and loves fish, and Giama's expertise is cooking fish, it's a perfect match. The itch in his hands to hold a knife hadn't gone away, so this was a great chance to refresh his skills by slicing some sashimi. The problem is the sword god's blessing. He can't even touch a simple kitchen knife without it activating. He asks Chloe if she has a larger knife, pretending it would be awkward to use his own weapon for cooking. She goes into her room and comes back with a massive sword far too large for a simple fish. With no other choice, he's forced to use his blessing. The painless blessing will last for 30 seconds, so he just has to make sure he's fast enough. He was once called the greatest swordsman in his country, and cutting fish was his true art form. Now it's time to prove it. He flawlessly slices the fish and manages to finish in 21 seconds, leaving 9 seconds of the blessing to spare. The result was done so perfectly that he could only call it a masterpiece. Intrigued, Chloe asked about his amazing cooking skills, so he admitted to once working part-time in a Japanese restaurant. Being a noble, the concept of a part-time job was utterly foreign to her, a stark reminder of the worlds that separated them. With the meal finished, Chloe insisted on washing the dishes since he had prepared everything for them. He moved across the room to give her some space. For the first time in what felt like ages, his stomach was full, and a happy hum escaped his lips. But that quiet moment of joy was shattered by the sharp crash of a plate behind him. She had likely never washed a dish in her life. He remembered making the same clumsy mistakes at her age. As he gazed out the window, ignoring the sound of breaking porcelain, a book suddenly fell from Chloe's desk. It was her diary. As if guided by fate, it landed open on a page detailing the day he saved her during the placement test. Her handwriting was adorable, with round letters and cute stickers scattered across the page. He couldn't resist picking it up, a gentle smile spreading across his face. A gust of wind from the window flipped the pages, revealing an entry about meeting him in class, and her growing interest in him. Finding her innocence utterly charming, he found himself turning another page, captivated by her pure heart. He skipped ahead a few more pages and saw his name again, followed by page after page filled with 3 simple words: I love you. Another plate shattered. He turned and his blood ran cold. Chloe was staring at him, her eyes completely blank and terrifyingly calm. Did you read my diary? She asked. Chloe's emotionless expression wasn't new. It was a defense mechanism forged in the fires of her upbringing. In this world, heroes gain respect by slaying demonic beasts, raising their social status, and earning worldwide fame. But within these stagnant ranks, corrupt factions abuse their power, preying on the weak in the name of authority. When the law itself is powerless to stop these abusers, a group emerges from the shadows to deliver justice. They are the Auditor Sicily family, a clan that maintains order through assassination. They are the darkness that works to protect the light. Every child born into the Auditor family begins their training in assassination before they even know their own strength. Their emotions are suppressed, and they endure brutal training to become flawless killing machines. Chloe is a daughter of this blood-soaked family. The first time she stained her own hands with blood, she was only 15. She was taught to never underestimate her skills as a killer, a lesson that made her hyper-aware of her own deadly nature. Over time, the relentless training twisted her spirit, casting a permanent gloomy shadow over her heart. By the time her original identity had eroded away, leaving only faint traces of emotion, Chloe had reached the age to enroll in the academy. Walken Academy is a place that sorts students into classes based on their raw aptitude. Every student there possesses talent on par with a dragon. Yet by her family's decree, she was assigned to the lowest common class. This was the sacred agreement between her family and the academy. Her mission remained completely unnoticed. Just as her family had eliminated every trace of her freedom throughout her childhood, Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin without protest, believing that nothing in the world could ever change her predetermined path. That is until the day she met him. As she stood defenseless waiting for the two cruel brothers to advance on her, the weakest-looking boy in the entire room stepped forward to protect her. Even though death in the subspace battle royale was an illusion with no real danger, this boy still risked everything to save her. Chloe had already accepted her fate, quietly waiting for the inevitable end. She had long ago abandoned any meaningless struggle trained to be meek and invisible. But somehow, his intervention was like the sun breaking through the storm clouds that had shrouded her mind for years. She watched in awe as he wielded his sword not for assassination, but for self-defense and for her protection. In that very moment, she recalled a fairy tale she used to secretly read under her pillow as a child. It was a story of a princess trapped in a castle, rescued by a valiant prince. As the memory flooded her mind, her chest tingled and her cheeks flushed red. This strange new feeling blooming inside her could only be love. And now Giama had committed the ultimate sin by peering into that sacred private world. As she stared him down, he knew deep in his soul that he was utterly doomed. He desperately tried to retrace his steps. How did he end up in this deadly situation? Was it when he invaded the pure, innocent feelings of a teenage girl? Or was it the moment he foolishly followed her, tempted by the promise of a free meal? It didn't matter. He was now staring directly into the face of death, and it wore the guise of a teenage girl. Escape was his only priority now. He tried changing the subject, commenting on the moon's beauty, a flimsy attempt to find an exit without losing his head. But she cut him off cold, her voice sharp as steel. "Did you see my diary?" He desperately tried to play dumb. He claimed he only saw a reference book, even complimenting her dedication. But no amount of flattery could stop the killing intent radiating from her. He couldn't fathom how she even knew. He was certain she was washing dishes while he risked that fatal peek. And her polite, formal speech, it had completely vanished. In its place was a cold, terrifying stranger. A completely different person had taken over. He swore he didn't see it, but her piercing gaze held him captive until the truth finally broke free. "I saw it." The moment those words left his lips, Chloe's judgment was passed. His life was forfeit. She raised the very sword she had offered him for the fish. Gama's mind raced, his eyes darting around, calculating every impossible option. They were on the 4th floor. Jumping from the window was just another form of suicide. The only path to survival was the front door, but Chloe stood as an impassable gatekeeper, one who wouldn't let him leave with all his limbs attached. She was advancing on him, the glint of the blade getting closer. His time was running out. He scrambled for a reason behind this sudden switch, and only one horrifying possibility surfaced. Her unmoving pupils, those eyes burning crimson, it all pointed to one thing. He was trapped with the textbook yandere. But her lightning-fast transformation from a sweet, adorable strawberry to a bloodthirsty killer made it infinitely worse. She wasn't just a yandere. She was a yandere with a split personality. Surviving a normal yandere was already a nightmare difficulty quest. But adding a dual personality disorder into the mix, this was simply impossible. It was clear now. The trigger that unleashed this monster was him opening her diary. This was a massive gamble, but if he ran now, he knew she would hunt him to the ends of the earth. He had to secure his future right here, right now. He had to seize the initiative, or this would only be the beginning of his torment. His only hope of survival was a weapon, but he only had 9 seconds left on the clock after using 21 seconds on the fish. His own sashimi knife was out of reach, but the kitchen knife was still in the room. But there was no way to get to it without offering his arms to her blade first. His eyes scanned the room again and landed on a box cutter on her desk. It was pathetic, but it was all he had. Could this tiny blade even activate the blessing of the sword god? Chloe charged, sword raised for the final blow. It looked like there was only one way to find out. He dove for the box cutter, sending a shower of stationery clattering to the ground. He slid the tiny blade out, and at that moment, his vision was flooded with glowing status screens. Resourcefulness in a crisis increased his mental resilience, granting him a temporary intimidation buff. The system made its calculations before finally activating the blessing. As Chloe's sword sliced through the air, Giama drew back the minuscule box cutter. Before her blade could taste his flesh, he spoke. "Your hair is a little long." The intimidation buff froze Chloe for a single crucial moment. And in that instant, Giama unleashed the blade. His world dissolved into darkness. When Chloe next opened her eyes, her room was quiet, dark, and empty. Her first thought was of Giama wondering where he'd gone. She called his name a few times, but the heavy silence confirmed it. She was alone. The last thing she could recall was admiring him as he gazed out her window. Everything after that was just a confusing haze. She felt a sudden urge to check for her katana, only to find it resting safely against her desk. She sometimes lost consciousness when she held her blade, but it seemed she had managed to stay in control this time. At least that's what she desperately wanted to believe. Back when she was younger, she would often black out while honing her skills. She'd wake up to find her surroundings splattered with blood, and whenever she asked what happened, her elders would just dismiss her. They would only remind her never to deny her natural talent as an assassin. Still not remembering what happened with Giama made her blush with embarrassment, and she buried her face into her pillow in shame. But that shame quickly melted into pure adoration as her thoughts drifted back to him. That's when she noticed a box cutter on the floor, and that her hair felt strangely shorter. Peeking into her trash bin, she found strands of her own hair neatly cleaned up. And then she understood. He must have cut her hair for her. Overjoyed, she opened her diary to document this new incredible display of his love. Giama, however, was not feeling the romance. In fact, he was still reeling from the fact that he was somehow miraculously still alive. Hiding behind a wall at the edge of the college, he violently threw up the very meal he had praised her for making. His 9 seconds of divine protection vanished. He barely survived the next 5. And even then, a wave of crippling nausea washed over him. After losing the only good meal he'd had all week, Giama collapses onto a bench to ponder his fate. Now he's starving again and feeling even more pathetic than before Chloe's visit. His thoughts drift back to Chloe, and he questions who she really is. Her sword style was clearly forged to end a life with a single perfect strike. Every move Chloe made was a persistent strike at his vital points, as if her entire technique was specialized in assassination. If she had caught him by surprise, Giama knew he wouldn't be breathing right now. His very survival instincts screamed at him, compelling him to aim for her neck. Fortunately, his blade was too short, managing only to slice through her hair. Before departing, he erased every trace of the encounter, ensuring no problems would arise later. But this was just more proof that his dream of a peaceful life was anything but simple. It seems being ordinary was the most difficult role he could play. It's not like he was without ambition when he first fell into this game. In his past life, he'd reached the pinnacle of his craft with nothing but a sashimi knife. He couldn't just let go of his dreams, but everyone has a part to play. And in this world, he was summoned as a mere background character. Miracle Blessing was the name of the game, and also the name of the protagonist's divine power. It was the same legendary blessing wielded by the founding hero, Valor Jason. In the game's entire history, the protagonist and the founding hero were the only two to ever possess this power, and its purpose was brutally simple. They were destined to save the world from the Demon King. So the hero is chosen by Balmong, an SS rank holy sword that is also cursed. Meanwhile, all Giama has is a pathetic rankless sashimi knife. There was nothing more to be said. He was bound for a life of complete obscurity. The endless stream of overpowered people and chaotic situations since he entered the academy had almost made him forget his true goal. There were a million reasons to abandon his quest for a simple life, especially when it seemed there wasn't a single normal person in this entire world. Having played the game before, he had a solid grasp of the story's key characters, but his knowledge of the world itself was dangerously shallow. A week had already passed since he joined the academy. By now, the main character should have awakened his blessing and started the late admission process. This is where the true story begins. Giama knows the general plot, but he never actually finished the game. For the first time, a deep regret for quitting halfway through washed over him. Still knowing the canon route for the first half of the story gave him a massive advantage. All he had to do was stick to that original plot no matter what. If he started meddling with fate, he would lose the only advantage he possessed. He remembered clearly from the game that the storyline takes a sudden dark turn around the second semester of the 3rd year. This is when the demons discover the hero has awakened, launching a full-scale assault on the academy, led by a fearsome Legion commander. As the battle escalates, both demons and humans are dragged into a spiral of all-out war. And from there, the game's story transforms into a typical fantasy epic. Back when he was just a player, he only wanted to experience the carefree youth he never had. So he deleted the game without a second thought. The problem is, he's now a part of that world, a world destined for war. And there's a very real chance he could be one of its casualties. However, he still has 3 years until that day comes. He needs to stop running from reality and focus on what's possible. He refuses to die a meaningless death. He will grow stronger, strong enough to survive what's coming. Besides, cliché games like this one always have a happy ending where the protagonist saves the day. All he needs is enough power to protect himself. He can't afford to be some helpless weakling who gets killed off in the first act. He must train enough to survive while keeping the lowest profile imaginable. To do that, he has to minimize his use of the blessing of the sword god. The few times he relied on it have already pushed his body to its absolute limit. It's a legendary ability, but it comes with far too many devastating drawbacks. Just thinking about the blessing triggers a status window revealing its hidden information. But strangely, new entries have appeared stats that he has never seen before. The 3 new entries are body mind and armament grade, and the numbers beside them look an awful lot like levels. They were a reflection of his growth, and each one promised to lessen the crippling strain of his blessing. Another skill called synchronization is listed, but its meaning is a total mystery with a description of only question marks. He tries to select it, but access is locked. He hasn't met the conditions. It's another puzzle tied to this strange blessing, but not his top priority. Right now, he must focus on forging a stronger body and finding a new weapon. He can't rely on the 30-second invincibility from his blessing forever. He needs to master a sword that doesn't trigger its conditions. Luckily, the midterm monster hunt is just a month away. The grand prize for that training event is the longsword Morsame. A powerful B-tier weapon, it should last him until graduation. More importantly, its size won't activate his blessing, making it the perfect training tool. There's so much to plan, but it feels like he's finally on the right path. Lost in his strategy, a sudden voice pulls him back to reality. He looks up, and his eyes meet someone he never thought he'd even speak to. It's Abel von Nablong, the Sword Emperor's own granddaughter, and the one person he must avoid to keep the game's story intact. She declares that he's sitting in her spot, but he's completely frozen starstruck, forcing her to raise her voice before he finally scrambles out of her way. He still can't process how beautiful Abel is up close, catching himself staring without even realizing it. As he tries to escape, she stops him, saying he doesn't have to leave, just move over. It's bizarre for her to claim a public bench as her seat, but he decides not to argue. Getting involved with her is too dangerous. Still, he can't help but steal glances at her. Just as the rumors said, the game's heroine is absolutely gorgeous. Suddenly, she begins to speak again, snapping Giama out of his daze. This is beyond strange. The Abel he knows from the game is cold, distant, and never initiates conversation. Even the game's handsome main character struggled to get a word out of her. She asks if he also wields a blade, and he sheepishly confirms, asking how she could tell. She explains that her grandfather taught her that true swordsmen carry a unique light in their eyes. Then she draws her own sword, asking if he wants to hold it. The situation feels too surreal, so he quickly declines the offer, which only makes her pout with irritation. It seems he's hurt her pride, but he just can't wrap his head around this. Then she asks if he knows who she is. Giama is stunned. What an odd question. There isn't a single soul in this academy who doesn't know her name. He gives a vague reply saying he knows of her, but she counters, stating that she doesn't know him at all. She declares the situation unfair, that he has the advantage of knowing her while she's completely in the dark. Giama disagrees. They just met, so of course they wouldn't know each other's names. But she fires back, accusing him of being a spy for the Demon King, infiltrating the academy disguised as a student. She says it's suspicious for him to be out here so late. And though her words sound like nonsense, her eyes seem to be piercing right through him. He turns the tables on her, asking why she's out so late herself. But it's obvious from her training gear and weapon that she just finished a brutal workout. She explains she was doing breathing exercises, pointing at him as she talks, unintentionally revealing the countless scars covering her hands. She quickly hides them, but Giama has already seen everything. They are medals proving her endless effort, a fact she can't deny. People have no idea what it truly means to carry the Nablong bloodline. They're expected to be perfect, flawless paragons of strength. A single mistake could make them a target for assassination. Then Abel drops a bombshell. She reveals she isn't the top-ranked student this year. It's the first time in her entire life she has ever lost to someone. But strangely, instead of being angry, she feels a sense of freedom. Still, she can't help but wonder who it was that actually beat her for the top spot. She'd love to meet them, she says, just so she can tear them limb from limb. The threat makes Giama choke, asking why she'd go to such extremes. The reason, utter humiliation. She begged her grandfather to reveal their identity, but all he said was that the person wasn't even in her class. To make matters worse, the top student also skipped the entrance speech, which meant she, the second-place student, had to give it instead, an act that only deepened her shame. She finally cuts her rant short. She realizes how strange it is to pour her heart out to a complete stranger. Seizing the moment, Giama finally asks the one question that's been burning in his mind. Why in the world is she of all people talking to him, a complete nobody? But the reason she gave wasn't what he expected. It was because he looked weak. Her family's creed was simple: stand firm against the powerful, but show mercy to the frail. In a class full of arrogant nobles, she was utterly alone. It's no wonder she had no friends. So that explained her icy demeanor towards the game's hero. Understanding this, Giama let out a small stretch, ready to make his exit. But just as he stood, she hesitated, asking one last time if he would truly keep his name a secret. And just as before, Giama's answer was an unshakable no. Time flowed on, and surprisingly, Giama's academy life remained peaceful. Chloe had found her own circle of friends and seemed to be fitting in perfectly, while Giama's main focus was avoiding her, entirely haunted by what happened in her room. Occasionally, their gazes would cross, and her new friends would shoot him looks of pure contempt. The special entrant was beneath them, but Giama had long since learned to ignore the scorn of others. Their judgment meant nothing. After all, he wasn't the only one with that status in his class. The few special entrants they had were masters at staying out of each other's way, a shared inferiority complex, no doubt. Still, Giama knew things could be far worse. He shuddered to think what a higher-ranked class would be like. By now, the Star and Dragon classes were probably already divided, consumed by their own petty power struggles and faction wars. He remembered how jarring it was even when just playing the game, but to live it for real. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. On a brighter note, he was finally eating well. It was all thanks to a gift from Medea, a special privilege for achieving the top score in the entire school. She'd given him a faculty card granting him unlimited access to the cafeteria, completely free of charge. He was so grateful for this small mercy that bowing towards the director's office 3 times a day hardly felt like enough. On top of all that, he was diligently playing his part as a student, all while carefully avoiding any action that might derail the main story. Just 3 more years of this, and he would secure a peaceful future. The days passed in a blur of quiet routine. Giama attended his lectures without a single incident. In one class, an old professor recounted the tale of the hero Valor Jokin, who founded this very academy to raise the next generation of heroes. Of course, Giama knew all of this by heart from the game. The founder, Valor Jokin, fought Lycan the Demon King's right hand and commander of the First Legion. Their war raged for 20 long years, but in the end, the hero was victorious. But victory came at a great cost. Jokin lost an arm in the final clash. With his fighting days over, the war ended. It was a maelstrom of carnage and blood, and though the hero won the final battle, the war itself had no true victor. And so the first great war between humans and demons ended in a fragile truce. To prepare for the future, Jokin established the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. That very pact has maintained 700 years of peace, a peace that endures to this day. The students believed war was a relic of the past, but Giama knew the truth. This long peace was about to shatter. It's no surprise they were so complacent, living in an era of unprecedented calm. If there was one person he'd warn of the coming doom, it would be Medea. But that would mean changing the canon timeline with consequences he couldn't possibly predict. She always complained about her position as the academy director, but Medea was the first to sense the encroaching darkness thanks to her blessing of perception. To protect her students, she was the first of the 7 stars to charge onto the front lines. Giama had never reached that part of the game, but he knew her fate, thanks to the game's official wiki. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall against the Demon King's army. This terrible knowledge was a heavy burden, a secret he wished he never carried. Just as class ended, a commotion erupted in the halls, drawing students out into the corridor. So it was finally starting. Giama checked his phone. Just as he thought, May 5th, the day the main character arrives. He moved toward the growing crowd, their whispers filled with awe. They were all convinced he was destined for the star class. And there he was, just as the game foretold. The true protagonist walking through a sea of parting students. Leon van Reinhardt. He moved with an aura of absolute confidence that set him apart from everyone. But only Giama knew the truth. Today was the day the 700-year peace would finally begin to crumble. Giama watched from the sidelines as the entire school seemed to revolve around him. But this was all just a predictable scene playing out. In the world of the game, every woman was destined to fall for the hero. If this were an R-rated version, Giama mused Leon would have burned out long before ever facing the Demon King. And among the women drawn into his orbit, the ones who became his party members, were all forces to be reckoned with. It was an annoying reality, but Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, was fated to be drafted in just 3 years. Although draft was a gentle word for it, it was a mandatory enlistment. And if Giama was dragged along, it would be his 2nd time in the military. The problem was, the hero had only barely managed to seal the very first Legion commander. It made Giama wonder just how powerful the Demon King really was. There's no way the protagonist could actually lose, right? Lost in these grim thoughts, his eyes locked with Leon's, who offered him a blindingly charming smile. It was as if he were reassuring Giama without a clue about the storm raging in his mind. That's the power of a main character. Yeah, there was no way Leon couldn't handle these threats. As Giama turned to leave, a soft voice called out from behind him. It was Chloe, her voice a timid whisper, asking if she had done something wrong. He wanted to scream, "You nearly took my head clean off!" But they had a whole year ahead. Making things awkward now would be a terrible move. So he lied, assuring her everything was fine, hoping to keep the peace and avoid making a dangerous enemy. Chloe's relief was immediate, and she snapped right back to the cute persona he remembered from the game. It was a chilling contrast to the murderous psychopath he'd faced. Even unconscious, her sword style radiated a deep, profound sorrow. Her blade seemed to be crying out for salvation. And yet the killing intent pouring from it was so intense, it made his skin crawl. If her swordsmanship existed for the sole purpose of killing, then she was potentially more dangerous than the Mao siblings. He was snapped from his thoughts by her offer to treat him to dinner again. She insisted on treating him, but humbly warned that her cooking was nothing compared to his. Dinner with her again. The memory of her terrifying bloodlust flashed in his mind, and his gut screamed to refuse. But the puppy dog eyes of a beautiful girl are a truly devastating weapon. Denying a face that cute felt like a crime. But if he didn't refuse, he might just wake up in a freezer tomorrow morning. So instead of dinner, he devised a much safer way for them to spend time together. He framed it as a special favor, something only she could help him with. And Chloe's expression immediately softened. Giama wanted her to teach him swordsmanship. He needed a master instructor anyway. Later at the school training grounds, he swung a wooden sword testing his limits. Just as he'd hoped its size didn't interfere with his blessing. Now, the real work began developing actual swordsmanship skills. Chloe's power was monstrous, making her the perfect trainer. This was also a brilliant excuse to avoid any more dinner invitations. Ever since that day, he had developed a nightly ritual of watching a video called Surviving a Yandere before bed. And strange as it was, it seemed to be helping him manage Chloe for the time being. Chloe approached in casual clothes, a katana resting at her hip. They'd planned to meet at 8, but she had been waiting there since 6. Giama took a moment to admire her form. Her crop top offered a clear view of her toned muscles. He'd never noticed it under her school uniform, but this was clearly the source of her inhuman strength. He handed her another wooden sword, but Chloe looked confused as to why they weren't using real blades. Was she serious? This was training, not a deathmatch with their lives on the line. There was absolutely no need for them to use live steel. Chloe gladly took the wooden blade and gave it a test swing. The force of her thrust alone sent a shockwave blasting between them. The very air trembled from that single strike, and Giama felt a wave of regret wash over him. Asking her to train him might have been a huge mistake. For now, he had to err on the side of caution. Before their training officially began, he decided to check his blessing one last time. The sword's length wasn't an issue, thank goodness, and his body's growth was proceeding steadily. But looking at it again, it was bizarre for a blessing to upgrade through experience alone. He couldn't remember if blessings came with hidden side effects. And he had no clue how much more he had to grow before its secret trait unlocked. Chloe walked closer, her voice pulling him out of his thoughts, asking him what was wrong. He was instantly reminded that only he could see his status screen. To her, he must look like a lunatic just spacing out model. He turns to begin asking Chloe with a nervous laugh to take it easy on him for their first day. Then, with his wooden sword in hand, he takes his stance and meets her gaze. In his former life, he learned everything not from books, but from the crucible of experience. His philosophy was ironclad: to truly master a craft, a small piece isn't enough. You must be willing to offer your entire soul. This relentless mindset was why he adapted so quickly at the academy, all thanks to the unique training of his class. From his earliest days, he'd learned how to sense the tides of his own growth versus the dead calm of stagnation. Even now, he feels the imperfections in his form in the way he grips his sword. But all that fades before the one ultimate rule: the final blow must always find its target. His eyes snap open to begin, only to see Chloe, already a blur, rocketing towards him with explosive force. He barely twists out of the way of her first strike before she fluidly shifts her stance, unleashing another assault. A desperate parry is all he can manage. With every passing second, her speed seems to multiply, pushing Giama to his absolute limit just to keep up. And the most terrifying part, this was likely her version of going easy on him. Their blades clash again, and this time the sheer force of the impact sends splinters flying from his wooden sword. Her relentless storm of attacks never ceases, giving him no room to breathe as he desperately dodges and parries for his life. The power she wielded was immense. A single clean hit would be fatal, and there was no opening, no weakness to exploit in her perfect defense. But before he could even form a plan to counter, his sword gave out, shattering into two pieces. Chloe immediately stops apologizing that she was trying to be as gentle as possible. Yet her gentle touch had been enough to completely destroy his weapon. A broken sword, however, was the least of her concerns. Its new, shorter length had tragically fulfilled the conditions for the sword god's blessing to awaken. But something went horribly wrong. The damaged weapon triggered a catastrophic error in the system. The seal meant to suppress the blessing's true power malfunctioned, corrupting Giama's very personality instead. By the time the dark alteration was complete, his humanity stat had plummeted. All that was left was an empty shell, a vessel built only for combat. The sword, God's divine blessing, roared to life as Giama turned his broken sword, held like a dagger, as a menacing aura bled from his form. Chloe instinctively took a step back. The air around him had changed. The man before her was no longer Giama. While his body moved on pure, terrifying instinct, Giama's consciousness was lost, finding himself back in his old life, standing in his former kitchen. The world around him felt hazy, like a distant dream. His only thought, his only drive, was to prepare the fish lying on the cutting board before him. He couldn't remember what came before this moment. The duel, the academy, all had vanished. There was only the work. It felt like ages since he'd handled a fish like this. He reached for his preferred tool, the heavy Chinese cleaver. But as his fingers grazed the handle, a system window materialized, its message cold and blunt. Access denied. Frustrated, he reached for a different knife. But again, the system window appeared, blocking his path. Only one option remained: the sashimi knife. The system would allow this one. Yet a faint memory sparked a warning. That blade would bring him pain. He took it anyway, bracing for the worst. But instead of pain, there was nothing. In fact, a strange clarity washed over him. A quiet voice whispered in his mind, urging him to accept this new reality, to just let everything go. Back in the real world, the possessed Giama stalked toward Chloe, the broken shard of wood held at the ready. She screamed his name, but he advanced relentlessly, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. In a flash, he was on her, forcing Chloe into a desperate block. The sheer force of his blow sent her flying across the courtyard, where she crashed violently against the far wall. This wasn't the Giama she was sparring with moments ago. This power was on an entirely different dimension. He leaped forward to finish her, aiming the jagged stake at her heart, but she scrambled away, avoiding the fatal strike by a mere inch. That single impact had been devastating. Chloe could barely command her body to move. She didn't understand what had happened to him, but she knew one thing: she had to stop this spar before it became her execution. Her desperate pleas for him to stop were ignored. Giama lunged again, moving with impossible speed. In her state, she knew she couldn't dodge. All she could do was scream his name, a final desperate cry for help. And her shriek tore through the air just as the jagged blade descended toward her head. Meanwhile, in Giama's mindscape, he was getting annoyed that the fish on his board kept squirming away. The fish was also thrashing about, making a loud, strange noise. Through the mental fog, he could almost make out words. It sounded like it was calling a name. The muffled sound grew clearer, sharper, until he could hear it perfectly. The fish was screaming a name, Giama. The fog in Chef Kim's mind shattered. That was his name. He was Giama. And the screaming fish was Chloe. He seized control, halting the blade just an inch from her face. A heartbeat before wood pierces her skin. Giama hurls the sword away, slamming it hard into a wall. In that instant, Chloe's eyes flutter open to see Giama holding her a gentle smile on his face now that the weapon is gone. The blessing's intoxicating grip has vanished, and he is himself again. Chloe nervously asks if he's okay. He calmly replies that he's fine, turning to leave while thanking her for the training session. With Giama gone, Chloe slowly makes her way back to the dorms. She's felt it since the entrance exam. Giama's power isn't just strong, it's dangerously strange. When they clashed, she knew he wasn't using skill, but pure raw instinct. And when his divine blessing awakened, she stood absolutely no chance. Even with that splintered wooden sword, his strength was completely overwhelming. As she crosses the campus, a figure emerges from the shadows, commenting on how content she looks. The mysterious man is Nox Editor, Chloe's older brother. He sneers, mocking her for hanging out with a commoner after entering the academy. Chloe knows he means Giama, and she warns him to never speak of her friend that way. Nox smirks, not even knowing Giama's name. But he delivers a chilling threat: she will avoid that boy, or the Aditor family will erase him from existence. Chloe simply turns her back on him, declaring that even if the entire Aditor family came, they would be no match for Giama. As she walks off, Nox is left wondering about the boy who has changed his sister so profoundly. Speaking of Giama, on his walk home, he's forced to confront the truth of his so-called blessing. The power he was given is no gift, no favor from a god. It feels far more like a vicious curse. He had tried to find other weapons, anything to avoid relying on the sword god's power. But that power hunted him down, seizing control of his body and mocking his every effort. While fighting Chloe, he felt zero pain. Instead, a twisted sense of pleasure washed over him, as if he were completely intoxicated. Like a true curse, the blessing toyed with him like a puppet on strings, whispering sweet temptations to slash, cut, and destroy everything. He surrendered his entire being to it, right until Chloe's screams dragged him from that terrifying trance. In that moment, he remembered his own name, and crashed back to reality. Thanks to her voice, he regained just enough consciousness to throw the wooden sword away, knowing that if he held on a second longer, he would lose himself forever. It's cruelly ironic that Chloe, the yandere who nearly killed him before, was now the one to pull him back from the abyss. He was furious that she broke his sword, but in the end, all he felt was overwhelming gratitude. That's why he acted so calm when he came to his senses. He was terrified of awakening the sword god's blessing ever again. But today proved he couldn't just ignore this power for the rest of his life. This gift is a burden he must carry forever. And it's the very thing that will likely shatter his dream of ever living a normal life. As he all but crawls back into the solitude of his room, Giama realizes there is something inside him, a beast trying to devour his reason. This is no blessing. It's a curse determined to consume him whole. 3 days later, classes resume, and Chloe tries to chat with her friends, but something is deeply wrong. Since their duel, Giama hasn't shown up to class once. And since they never exchanged contact info, she has no way to check on him. Every time she visited his dorm, her knocks were only met with pained groans from within. She thought about breaking down the door, but she was terrified he would end up hating her for it. She misses watching him from her seat and has lost count of the times she would secretly glance his way during the day. At first, she thought she was drawn to him because he'd risked his life for her. But now that feels like just an excuse. Whatever the reason, the truth is simple. She just misses him. The next day, Giama is still a no-show, as the instructor yells for everyone to settle down. It's raining hard today, so the teacher announces they'll have a study hall instead of outdoor training. As students find their seats, the instructor also notes that Giama has been absent for several days now. However, knowing that boy, he's certain there must be a good reason. So the instructor decides to wait for him to return on his own. But just as he starts class, the doors creak open, and Giama calmly walks in looking completely transformed. Chloe shoots up from her seat in pure shock as Giama apologizes to the instructor for being late. His eyes are sunken, lifeless pools, and a single stark white streak of hair has appeared on his head. Even the instructor is stunned by Giama's new appearance, as are all the other students in the room. With a hint of tension, he gestures for Giama to sit. The other students murmur amongst themselves. Giama looks different, sharper somehow. As the day ends, students scatter, but Chloe approaches Giama, breaking 4 days of silence. Her voice is barely a whisper as she asks what happened, why he disappeared for so long. He remains silent for a moment before giving a weak excuse about being sick, telling her not to worry. But from her trembling voice, he knows she doesn't believe a word of it. Still, there's nothing more he can say to convince her. For the past 3 days, he was plunged into a hell of extreme withdrawal symptoms, a torment that shattered his mind. He couldn't leave his room, couldn't even eat. He just buried himself under his covers, praying the violent convulsions would finally stop. The agony he faced in that time was a nightmare far worse than anything before. And this was all the price for daring to use that broken weapon. To make matters worse, a glance in the mirror revealed a horrifying truth. Though his face was the same, his expression was hollow, and his hair was starting to turn white. This was without a doubt a penalty from the sword god. Guilt is written all over Chloe's face. She must believe the incident at the training grounds was the cause. He had to find a way to ease her mind. He asks if her offer for dinner was still on the table. The question shocks Chloe more than his return to class, and she has to fight the urge to embrace him. It was clearly the right thing to say. Her face instantly brightened with relief and excitement. When she asks what he'd like to eat, the first thing to pop into his head is fish. But as they talk, a chilling sensation runs down his spine. He turns, feeling a cold, hard stare from the end of the hall. It's Chloe's brother Nox. The moment their eyes meet, the entire atmosphere shifts. Giama moves to confront the newcomer, directly telling him to stop lurking and speak his mind. He immediately senses something wrong in the man's eyes, but Chloe desperately tries to get between them before things explode. Her voice is shaky with fear, her actions hesitant, but she's still trying her best to protect him. Nox sneers at his sister, asking if this is the man she's willing to break the auditor family rules for. Chloe fires back that she wants nothing to do with their family. But her brother reminds her that you can never wash away the blood you were born into. Once an auditor, always an auditor. It's like a rebel princess arguing with a villain from some ancient saga. Giama, however, is simply annoyed by the whole spectacle. Nox continues his insults until Chloe finally snaps. "Stop talking about the man I love like that." She roars, her fury so intense it even startles her brother. Giama had hoped for a moment of peace, for things to proceed with some moderation. But it seems chaos is becoming a regular part of his life. The more important detail is that name Auditor. He knows of them, a clan of assassins that operates from the shadows, a group that plays a major role later in the game's plot. While they may be considered weaker than other heroic houses in the art of assassination, they are unrivaled. Every member of the Auditor clan is monstrously strong, forged from childhood through an abusive training regimen that turns them into living weapons. For Chloe to hail from such a blood-soaked group, it means her bright and bubbly personality is the exception, the true abnormality in this dark world. Unlike her, Nox wears the cold, dead-eyed expression of a man who is used to taking lives. And while Giama holds no judgment against him for that, it's obvious Chloe yearns for a normal life. Much like his own curse from the sword god, Chloe had no choice in the bloody legacy she was born into. She is destined to live as an emotionless killer, a truly tragic fate. Giama doesn't consider himself a hero, and he has no plans to become one. But even if he can't save the world, he can damn well try to save one girl. He steps between Chloe and her brother, his eyes locked on Nox. He tried to escape the sword god's blessing, but it was impossible. So now he will take a step forward and fully embrace this curse. After all, the name Giama means sword demon. With newfound resolve, he walks past the assassin siblings and tells Nox to follow him. Elsewhere, Lee Wanbin sits in his office, his thoughts consumed by his troubled student. When Giama returned to class that morning, it was clear that something profound had happened to him. His expression was an emotionless void, yet his eyes screamed of a deep inner turmoil. As he mulls this over, a colleague walks in, cheerfully commenting on his baldness. But before their conversation can continue, Lee Wanbin receives a call from the administration. They need his permission to allow one of his students access to the subspace. Lee Wanbin's voice cracks with disbelief. A sudden request to use the subspace? They confirm the unthinkable. It's Kang Giama demanding a duel with Nox Auditory. The stage is set for a fated clash. With 15 minutes on the clock, our main character waits patiently, a silent storm gathering within the room. He'd expected a mountain of paperwork to access the subspace, but the approval came through in an instant. This had to be Media's doing. She must have wanted him to have some measure of safety against a professional assassin. Since this battle isn't real, he won't have to worry about physical injuries. But a fight like this could still shatter his spirit, leaving scars on his very soul. None of that matters, though. The only thing that counts is victory. The roar from the arena floods the waiting room. It seems the clash between two mere students has sparked an unexpected firestorm of buzz. It's ironic, really. He tried so hard to fly under the radar, but now all of that feels like a distant memory. Beside him, Chloe is drowning in an ocean of grief and guilt, blaming herself for this entire deadly confrontation. But Giama calmly assures her that none of this is her fault. She even lent him gear. Everything is going to be just fine. She warns him that Nox is on another level, a true genius whose talent is unmatched in the entire history of the Auditory family. When it comes to the dark arts, no one can even touch his shadow. By the age of 14, he was already hailed as the pinnacle of the dark arts. A cringy title to be sure, but a testament to his terrifying power. Giama's gaze falls to the rose-colored blade in his hand, his mind flashing back to the path that led him to this moment. His master in a past life always told him he was destined to wield a blade for all eternity. He just never imagined he'd still be swinging a sashimi knife around in his next reincarnation. An announcement crackles over the speaker, declaring that the subspace battle is about to begin. He rises to leave, but not before looking Chloe in the eyes one last time, promising her he is going to win. He steps out into the arena and is immediately hit by the thunderous excited roar of his fellow students. The atmosphere is so electric, Giama feels like a gladiator from the ancient Roman Empire about to fight for his life. Across the way, he can see the entire star class has shown up, including the main cast of characters from the game. Nox strides into the arena, his eyes immediately locking on Giama. The assassin is clearly insulted that anyone would dare face him with a flimsy kitchen knife. The killing intent pouring off this guy is suffocating. The smart move would be to avoid provoking him any further. So naturally, Giama taunts him even more, declaring that a true master never blames their equipment. Rage twisting his face, Nox reveals his weapon, an S-rank sword called the Two Hungrian Blades. On top of his legendary gear, he wields one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. However, Giama has also come prepared with his dual discount-grade kitchen knives. Truly, this will be a fight for the ages. The subspace barrier shimmers into place, and before it even fully activates, the two warriors explode towards each other. Giama activates the Painless Blessing as he reveals his twin knives, which in turn awakens the Sword God's blessing. The spectators in the stands can only stare in awe, their eyes unable to follow the action. This was supposed to be a one-sided beatdown of a special admission student, but the sheer speed of the combatants is unbelievable. The students can't even begin to track their movements. Even the star class elites are stunned by how intense this battle has become, especially Abel, who cannot believe that the weakling she dismissed now possesses such godlike fighting prowess. Their blades clash in a symphony of destruction, but Giama effortlessly weaves through every single one of Nox's attacks. The assassin's frustration boils over as he launches an attack so fast, it creates 3 distinct afterimages of himself. And yet, despite the phantom blows landing true, Giama emerges from the onslaught completely unscathed. The crowd roars, praising Nox's overwhelming speed and power, certain that Giama is simply running for his life. But Abel knows the truth that no one else can see. Only those with true insight can understand what is unfolding. Somehow Giama is perfectly evading every single one of Nox's attacks, almost as if he isn't even trying to fight. Meanwhile, Nox is becoming more and more agitated. He even unleashed his Blessing of the Crow, thinking it would be enough to annihilate him. But Giama brushed it off like it was nothing. Now Nox finally understands just how skilled his opponent truly is. He decides to be more cautious, gathering his power for a single massive strike that can slice through a wide area in one go. In that moment, Giama suddenly drops the sashimi knife he brought with him and raises the rosy blade given to him by Chloe. Just the sight of the unshakable confidence in his stance makes Nox's blood boil with an even greater rage. He simply couldn't stand that a nobody like Giama dared to act so high and mighty. As Giama charged his attack, Nox unleashed his own devastating technique, aiming to end our main character in a single blow. But before Nox could even flinch, Giama exploded forward. In a single breathtaking flash, the duel was over. All Giama ever wanted was a comfortable, easy life to get it. He followed every rule and did his best to never ever stand out. But now he'd surrendered himself to the way of the sword, with a singular goal to slice Nox so perfectly, the man wouldn't even realize he'd been cut. A deafening silence fell over the arena, as Nox's arm, still gripping a blade, soared through the air, and thudded lifelessly to the ground. This was the true beginning of Kang Giama's story, and it was the moment he bid farewell to any chance of a peaceful future. Giama turned his expression cold. With another clean slice that split Nox into pieces, he officially ended the battle. The subspace barrier dissolved, but the crowd remained paralyzed in shock, as Nox, now whole again, gasped for air on the floor. Giama calmly sheathed his blade as the announcer declared him the victor. He wasn't surprised by the stunned silence of the crowd. He had just unleashed legendary power from out of nowhere, using nothing more than a common knife meant for gutting fish. Despite his overwhelming strength, the act of cutting a person still felt deeply unsettling. His only comfort was that since the duel took place in a subspace, no one had truly died. As Nox struggled to breathe on the ground, Giama couldn't help but respect the man's strength. He was just as powerful as Chloe had warned, with a sharp battle sense forged in countless real fights. However, his overwhelming bloodlust made his intentions an open book. The announcer repeated the verdict: Giama was the winner. And with that, the dam of silence finally broke. The arena erupted in a storm of cheers and disbelief. A first-year special admission student had just taken down a sophomore. Giama's quiet, peaceful life was officially over. But this was the path he had chosen. And now he would face it head-on with pure grit. Even a full day later, the academy was buzzing with talk of the legendary duel between the first and second years. In the elite star class, Abel stared out the window, her thoughts consumed by the one student who had seized her mind. Because of that duel, his name now echoed in every corner of the school. It felt like he was the only person anyone could talk about. She had seen it with her own eyes and still found it hard to believe. The divine swordsmanship he displayed, with just 2 kitchen knives. Witnessing his absolute mastery of the blade made her own skills feel like nothing more than a child's clumsy game. In fact, she was certain he was the hidden ace her grandfather had been secretly training all this time. The realization made her burn with frustration. She had treated him like some weakling when he was far stronger than her. Her frustrated sigh was loud enough to stir her seatmate Rachel. She quickly apologized, but Rachel could tell instantly that something was eating away at her friend. The blue-haired girl tried to brush it off, blaming her mood on missing a few recent workouts. But Rachel saw right through the flimsy excuse. She began firing off guesses about what was bothering Abel, and her eyes lit up as she hit the jackpot. It had to be about a boy. The thought of the stoic Lady Abel being flustered over a romance sent Rachel into a fit of unrestrained laughter. All the while, Abel frantically denied everything. But Rachel just ignored her laser-focused on discovering which man had captured her friend's attention. She ran down the list of potential candidates, starting with Leon, the handsome star of their class. But Abel's deadpan expression said it all. It definitely wasn't him. That left only one possibility. The special student from yesterday's duel, who had shocked the entire school with his power. Once again, Abel froze up, unable to form a denial. Her hesitation was all the confirmation Rachel needed. Without a second's delay, she grabbed Abel's hand, dragging her toward the Tiger class to meet the boy on everyone's mind. The two of them burst into the classroom with a mortified Abel being pulled along by her mischievous friend. The entire class froze, their eyes wide with shock, as the two campus goddesses gracefully made their way inside. Rachel boldly hopped onto a desk, but a student immediately tried to scold her for her sudden intrusion. She disarmed him instantly with a dazzling smile, leaving Abel to bury her face in her hands, completely embarrassed by her friend's antics. At last, she spotted him Giama, sound asleep at his desk with Chloe watching over him like a guardian angel. Rachel briefly wondered if Chloe was his girlfriend, but it didn't matter. In fact, it just made things more interesting. She approached the sleeping Giama, leaned in close, and gently blew into his ear, shocking both Abel and Chloe. Then, as he stirred awake, she hopped onto his desk with a playful smirk and coyly asked for his name. Giama recognizes her instantly, but excitement is the last thing he feels, seeing another heroine from the game appear before him. She leans in, poking his cheek and complimenting his looks. But he just stares back stunned. His mind is a blank slate, yet every instinct he possesses is screaming that this situation is incredibly dangerous. And then, in a flash, Chloe's hand shoots out, grabbing Rachel's wrist in a steel grip. With eyes blazing, Chloe demands to know what she's playing at, but her murderous intent only seems to entertain Rachel. So that's what his danger sense was warning him about. Not Rachel, but Chloe. Her entire demeanor has shifted, and she summons a box cutter from the infamous yandere pocket dimension. If a blade is drawn in the classroom, it's going to cause him some serious headaches down the road. This is a combination of events he never encountered in the game, and he has no clue why the script is suddenly changing. Abel rushes in, trying to drag her friend away from the escalating scene, reminding her this isn't even their classroom. But Rachel refuses to move. She claims she was only here to say hi. Then, adding insult to injury, she pats Chloe's head patronizingly, telling her not to interrupt when adults are talking. That's the final straw. Chloe's fury boils over as she flicks the blade open, ready to attack. Giama and Abel watch in shock as Chloe lunges only for Rachel to effortlessly catch her wrist, completely overpowering her. At this point, it's clear. She's just toying with Chloe for her own amusement. Abel screams at her friend to stop before things get truly out of hand. Rachel scoffs and shoves Chloe away like a piece of paper, but Chloe manages to land gracefully on her feet. This sends all the boys in class into a frenzy, cheering on the brewing catfight. Giama, however, is just getting more irritated by the second. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupts from Rachel. She's activated her blessing the sacred power of the Spear Saint clan. Her clan lives by a simple philosophy. Skills are meaningless in the face of overwhelming strength. They believe that pure, unadulterated force conquers all. And as the Spear Saint's niece, Rachel Diora, embodies that very creed. She looks at Giama, her question sharp and direct. Is Chloe your girlfriend? Our main character answers instantly no. And just like that, Chloe's death glare swivels directly towards him. He quickly clarifies that she's just a friend, a fact that seems to pique Rachel's interest even more. Meanwhile, Giama is still desperately trying to make sense of this chaotic mess. As his mind clears, he finally spots Abel, who looks just as lost and confused as he feels. He cuts straight to the chase, asking why they came looking for him. Rachel cheekily replies that Abel was interested and wanted to see his face. That's not true, Abel cries out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Rachel is the one who dragged me here. Rachel simply shrugs, saying she assumed Abel was interested, since she followed her all the way to the Tiger class. With the entire class now staring at her, Abel shyly tries to explain the misunderstanding. But Giama has had enough. Just leave, he says bluntly. The cold dismissal shocks both girls, and Rachel can barely suppress a laugh. His blunt attitude only makes her more fascinated. She's always had a thing for interesting men. She leans in close, inviting him to her dorm after class for some private activities. That's the last trigger Chloe needed. Get away from my Giama, she shrieks. Rachel prepares a witty comeback, but Abel has finally reached her limit. Even she's furious at Rachel's shameless flirting. Sensing she may have pushed too far, Rachel finally decides to back down, but not without a parting shot. See you later? She winks at Giama, who immediately shuts her down with, don't come back. The two girls finally leave. Giama immediately puts his head down to sleep while Chloe anxiously checks if he's all right. No one sees Abel hesitate at the door, her gaze lingering on Giama before she finally turns to leave. As they walk back, Rachel can't stop thinking about Gamma's attitude. She was completely impressed. It wasn't just that he was cold. There was something else in his hollow eyes. A deep, subtle warning that told her if she pushed him any further, she might just get her throat slit. She came here out of simple curiosity, but he surpassed all her expectations and actually sent a shiver down her spine. From what little she saw, she could tell he was leagues above the arrogant style-over-substance students that filled the star class. Her clan is ruthless when it comes to securing the most powerful warriors for their bloodline. And in that moment, she realized he might be a precious treasure she couldn't afford to let go of. Rachel suddenly stops and apologizes to Abel. Abel assumes she's sorry for the scene they caused, but that wasn't what Rachel meant at all. She's making it clear that when it comes to Kang Giama, she's no longer holding back. Elsewhere inside the Academy's medical wing, Nox tears through the halls, a storm of pure hatred brewing within him, with a single thought echoing in his mind: kill Giama. He, the so-called auditory genius, had lived his entire life without a single defeat. Now some nobody with kitchen knives had completely shattered his pride. Just picturing Giama's face ignites a primal rage that consumes his very soul. If he must, he will summon the full might of his clan just to claim Giama's head. Then, once the main character is dead, he'll take Chloe back. Chloe possesses the potential to surpass even him, and he refuses to let some random special admission student steal her away. All it would take is one word to his clan, and they would descend upon this place and show him the meaning of true power. At least that's how it should have played out. But instead, the very man he's plotting to annihilate is sitting calmly in his room eating an apple. This all began earlier during class, when Giama watched Chloe with growing concern. The other girls had left, but Chloe was visibly spiraling, even though she was the one who drew her blade first. As her dark thoughts threatened to consume her, Giama moved in hoping to pull her back from the brink. He was fairly certain he could talk her down from whatever mental cliff she was on. But he really wished she would put the box cutter away first. He asked how Nox was, and she sadly explained her brother was in the medical ward. That was strange. No one could get truly injured inside the subspace. So why would he need medical attention? Chloe mentioned he was admitted despite having no physical wounds at all. She claimed it was fine and told Giama not to worry, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Even after being sliced up in a simulation, Nox was not the type to be mentally broken from something so trivial. To make sure things didn't escalate, he had to check on Nox himself. So he asked Chloe for the room number, sweetening the deal with a gentle pat on the head, another technique he'd learned from the How to Handle Yandere series. And that brings us to the present confrontation. As Giama stares down a shocked Nox, he casually comments on the room, noting the auditory clan must be loaded to afford such a lavish suite for a single person. Before Nox can even demand to know how he got in, our main character picks up a skinning knife from the bedside table and Nox's entire body goes rigid. He wondered if Giama was here to finish what he started. But instead, Giama simply grabs another apple, peeling it with chilling, flawless precision before setting it back down. Then Giama rises and walks right past Nox, advising him to eat more fruits and vegetables for his health. The casual disrespect infuriates Nox. A hidden blade slides from his sleeve, ready to strike Giama's unguarded back. But as if he knew all along, Giama warns him, his voice laced with ice, that if he ever dreams of revenge, he'll be carved up along with the entire Adaturi clan. With that final chilling promise, Giama slams the door shut. The force is so immense, it instantly turns the perfectly peeled apple into slices, revealing a cut so fast that Nox's genius eyes couldn't even perceive it. Giama leaves the medical unit, his high-stakes mission, hopefully a success. Nox is now nothing more than a candle whose flame can be snuffed out at any moment. His will has been utterly crushed. This was all thanks to Giama's incredible bluff, an act of intimidation he prays doesn't come back to haunt him. The Adatories are a legendary clan of assassins after all. There's no way he could face all of them with a mere 30 seconds of pain neutralization. He might be able to take out 10 people in 30 seconds, but the rest of the clan is a whole other story. And that's just the worst-case scenario. If possible, Giama wants to avoid killing altogether. Walking back to his dorm under the moonlight, he feels like he's standing in the calm eye of a storm. He's slowly getting used to this crazy new life. As long as Nox doesn't cause any more trouble, things should remain under control. But he has a new problem to face the one girl he wanted to avoid most, Rachel. In the original game's story, she always approaches the protagonist first, growing attached to the main heroine. Abel, her deciding to approach him instead, is a clear sign that the timeline has been drastically altered. He also needs to prepare for midterms. This time he has to take it seriously to get his hands on that reward. The test will demand a group of 5 students to work together to subdue a powerful demonic monster. These 5 students will be chosen from any class, making this a true test of teamwork above all else. On the battlefield, individual strength is crucial, but trusting your comrades. That's what truly decides victory. For a weaker student, the only strategy is to find a powerful team and pray they can carry you through the chaos. But the monsters themselves weren't the real issue. The upcoming test would pit them against the dank demonic mermen. Giama shuddered, recalling their grotesque forms from the game. Facing them in real life was going to be an absolute nightmare. If they were mermaids, at least there would be something appealing to look at. But mermen were just plain disgusting. Besides, mermaids were a whole different threat classified as demonic humans, the very core of the demon army's might. Compared to a demonic human, a mere demonic monster was nothing more than a guard dog or a pet. Fortunately, the island was supposed to be crawling with only mermen, which meant the students wouldn't have to face the true terror of demonic humans. A month had passed since Giama arrived at the academy, and this was the first night he'd felt even a sliver of peace. It had been 700 years since humans and demons swore their fragile truce. But just like in human history, that peace was never absolute. Both sides had seen their share of conflicts, big and small. A prime example was half a century ago, when Vasman, the 6th Legion commander, declared he would resurrect the legendary 1st Legion commander. That insane ambition plunged the city into a week-long battle that bathed the streets in blood. In the end, humanity claimed victory, giving birth to the legend of the 7 heroes. But it came at a great cost, as 3 heroes fell a sacrifice that forced both sides to back down. Since that day, a tense peace is held. But Giama wondered if this could truly be called peace. The more he thought, the more he realized the hero who sealed the 1st commander alone 700 years ago must have been an absolute monster. It took all 7 heroes just to bring down the 6th commander, and even then they suffered losses. Now they had only 3 years before the second great human-demon war was set to begin. And this time, the Demon King himself would join the fray. The thought was terrifying, but dwelling on it would change nothing. What Giama needed to do was focus on the immediate challenge, the upcoming midterms. His first hurdle, finding teammates. A task that was easier said than done for a guy with 0 friends. Then again, he was now the most infamous student in the entire academy. Perhaps he could use that notoriety to his advantage. There was no way he could lay low for 3 years. So Giama decided it was time to change his motto. He would no longer live quietly, but he would still strive to live comfortably. Now he just had to convince someone to join his party. And yet, a week later, he was still completely alone. Not a single person had invited him to their group. In the end, they were all just scared of him. He scanned the classroom, and his eyes landed on the only other loner in the room. Chloe. Maybe she'd been ostracized ever since her brother's humiliating defeat. Or perhaps it was because of how she acted whenever Rachel was near. Whatever the reason, he approached her, asking if she'd found a team. Just like him, she was alone, and Giama felt a pang of concern. After all, he was used to solitude, but she once had friends. Now every single one was gone. She claimed she would be fine as long as she had him. Hearing this, he made the offer they would team up and find 3 other members together. With Chloe's immense capabilities, she would be an incredible asset. He could only fight for 30 seconds, making her worth 30 soldiers packed into one cute bundle. Just then, the classroom's peace shattered as Rachel stormed in calling for Giama. He didn't bother to hide his disdain, and Chloe didn't hide her bloodlust either, already pulling out a box cutter. Rachel continued to pester him completely, ignoring the tension, and even draping herself over his desk. And then she asked if he had found a group for the test. Seeing as she wouldn't be ignored, he confirmed he hadn't, which was the perfect opening for her. She immediately invited him to her group. Giama was instantly suspicious. There had to be a massive line of students desperate to join her team. So why was she seeking him out specifically? Her answer was simple. He seemed more fun than anyone else in class. Giama pointed out he was already in a team with Chloe, but that didn't matter to her. As it turned out, Rachel's group had exactly 2 spots left. Still, the whole thing felt off. This was a huge risk for Rachel. If their team underperformed on the island test, her own grades could plummet. He glanced at Chloe, who gave a begrudging nod, giving her silent approval. With nothing holding him back, he agreed. Rachel instantly whipped out her phone to text someone telling him there was no backing out now. Then Giama asked who their other teammates were. The first name she mentioned was none other than Leon. Not just any Leon, but the counterfeit protagonist of this world. And the one person Giama wanted to avoid at all costs. Giama seriously wondered what crimes he'd committed in his past life to be cursed with such rotten luck. Sure, he spent 30 years wielding a knife, but that was strictly for his job. For some reason, he keeps getting entangled with the heroines, and no matter how hard he tries to stay in the background, he's being dragged into the main story. At least the heroines are a sight for sore eyes. Getting involved with pretty girls isn't the worst fate. The real catastrophe is Leon Van Reinhardt. As the main character, any interaction with him could shatter the entire plot. Right now, Giama has no clue how the future will unfold, but he's certain that whatever goes wrong, it'll somehow be his fault. He even made a desperate attempt to change his group, but Rachel had already signed him up without a word. For the first time in his life, he felt a burning desire to cut down a woman. And of course, there was the biggest problem of all, the yandere who shared his class. Speak of the devil. She appeared right beside him, asking why he looked like he'd seen a ghost ever since Rachel left. He quickly threw together an excuse, saying he was just overwhelmed by the thought of taking an exam with Star Class cadets. Chloe simply told him no one in Star Class was stronger than him, and he could only manage a weak thank you. He did choose to team up with her, so he couldn't abandon her now. In fact, if he thought about it with a clear head, there really wasn't a better team for him to take this test with. This could be a golden opportunity, if only he wasn't so sure it would end in disaster. He asked Chloe about their first meeting, and she told him it was at a cafe on campus. Since it was nearly time, he suggested they head over now. They arrived first, and both of them ordered drinks. Chloe got a delicious-looking avocado smoothie, and Giama seethed with envy, thinking about how much a single cup of that luxury cost. He then took a sip of his dirt-cheap espresso and nearly had a seizure from the horrid taste. Since this cafe was an outside company, their academy cards were useless. So, for the first time, he was forced to spend his own money. As he mourned his life choices, his phone buzzed. A message from Rachel. Moments later, she walked in with Leon and someone else trailing right behind her. For the first time, Leon and Gamma's eyes met. Gamma's gaze then shifted to the person beside him. His first impression, this guy was definitely some kind of delinquent. Leon, radiating charisma, was the first to introduce himself, offering a hand to our main character. Gamma took it, and Leon immediately complimented him on his recent battle in the subspace. Just from his voice, Gamma knew this guy was the perfect blend of intelligence and class. They all sat, and Rachel suggested they do proper introductions. Leon went first, identifying himself as the group leader and a student of star class. He seemed to have naturally fallen into the leadership role and looked genuinely excited to work with them all. Rachel was next, but everyone there already knew who she was. So she passed the turn to the guy next to her. His name was Speedweapon, also from star class. His introduction was short and sharp, but Gamma was more fixated on his unusual name. Chloe introduced herself next as a student from Wolf class, making sure to add that she got in thanks to Gamma. Rachel sneered at this way she called him Gamma-kun, and the two girls had a silent war with their eyes before Chloe sighed and finished her intro. Finally, it was Gamma's turn to introduce himself. His introduction was even more blunt than Speedwagon's, offering only his name and his class. The others acknowledged his awkward brevity as Leon brought out a laptop to finally discuss the mission. He pressed a button, and a holographic map of the exam region materialized before them. The test site was called Scapulae Island, and they would be teleported to a designated spot through a subspace gate. However, the subspace was only for travel. Once they set foot on that island, everything would be real. The injuries from the demonic beasts would be very, very real. Their squad was assigned the northeastern coast, where 3 groups, including theirs, would be hunting mermen. But the number of mermen was limited. So the real objective of the exam was to hunt as many as possible before the other teams did. With the intel delivered, Leon closed the presentation and opened the floor for questions. Speedwagon spoke first, asking if there were any other risks on the island besides the mermen. The instructors had already scoured the island in advance, confirming no monsters lurked there, aside from their merman targets. But Chloe, ever the assassin, sharply asked if squads could ambush and battle each other, shocking her teammates. Leon calmly shut her down, clarifying that their one mission was to hunt demonic beasts. Any infighting would result in immediate disqualification, a question clearly born from a lifetime of deadly habits. With no other concerns raised, Leon dismissed the group, telling them to sharpen their skills until their meeting the next day. The other cadets filed out of the cafe, leaving only Gamma and Leon behind. The air grew thick with a strange tension. As Gamma tried to leave, Leon's voice stopped him cold, asking, "Where are you from?" Gamma paused, the simple question echoing strangely in his mind. He'd heard it before, but coming from Leon, it felt fundamentally different. The game's hero was deadly serious, his thoughts a complete mystery. He could have asked during introductions, but he deliberately waited until they were completely alone. After a long, heavy silence, Leon apologized for the sudden question, admitting he couldn't shake the feeling that he and Gamma were similar. While Korean was this world's common tongue thanks to the game's creators, other cultures still thrived. And anyone with eyes could see that Gamma was Korean. So for Leon to ask that, to claim they were alike, it was a conversation Gamma just couldn't comprehend. "Forget I said anything," Leon said, turning to leave the cafe. But Gamma stopped him, the words flying from his mouth. "Then where are you from?" It was a reflex, an instant regret, but he knew. Without an answer, he wouldn't sleep that night. Leon calmly took Gamma's hand, his voice low as he revealed he was from Germany. Without another word, he left, leaving Gamma utterly baffled by the sudden bizarre encounter. The moment Leon had first spoken, a wild thought had ignited in Gamma's mind. Could the main character also be from another world? It was an insane theory, but it felt like a terrifyingly real possibility. There was no rule stating only one soul could be dragged into this game, and possessing the hero was far more probable than possessing an extra. Gamma's gaze landed on a nearby knife, and an idea struck him. The blessing of the sword. God always heightened his senses beyond human limits. Perhaps activating it now could reveal the truth. He unsheathed the blade, and just as he'd hoped, a message flooded his mind, confirming it Leon was truly from this world. It was the same whisper he heard when fighting Chloe, a faint voice that accompanied the sword god's blessing. But trying to focus on it brought a migraine so vicious it punched straight through his pain immunity. Regardless, the Leon he met today was undeniably the character from the game. No actor could ever replicate him so perfectly. The question about his origins was strange, but the claim that they were similar, that was deeply concerning. He frantically searched the game's wiki pages, but there was no lore, no information about Leon's background. Things were spiraling into strangeness. Gamma made a decision this was the last time he'd get involved with Leon. If another incident occurred, he'd just have to see Medea. and ignore her pleas for them to run away together. Giama was actually surprised at how calm he remained despite the chaos constantly unfolding around him. Perhaps this was another effect of his blessings. He pulled up his status screen. As always, his growth was progressing smoothly. His mental fortitude and armament stats remained the same, but his constant training had boosted his physical fortitude. His armament would surely level up once he acquired Murasame from the midterm exam. The only unknown was the assimilation rate. It had climbed significantly, hinting that a special skill was about to unlock. It had to be related to the actions he'd taken so far. Not knowing what it was gnawed at him a puzzle he couldn't ask anyone to solve. But at the bottom of the status screen, something new had appeared. His blessing of painlessness had increased by 10 seconds, giving him a total of 40 seconds of use. It seemed after all this time his grinding was finally paying off. The days blurred into a whirlwind of strategic planning and relentless practice for the exam. Giama trained without rest, honing his skills until the fateful day arrived. Standing before the subspace gate, he could feel its aura, a presence completely different from the training grounds. Just then, the rest of his team arrived ready for battle. The energy was electric, a palpable excitement in the air. In their strategy sessions, they had forged their battle formation. Rachel, their vanguard, would be the tip of the spear, while Leon, the strategist, would command from the center, the heart of the team. Speed Weapon would provide support from just behind Leon, and Chloe would fight alongside Rachel as their deadly secondary striker. And finally, Giama would be their unbreachable wall in the rear, creating a perfectly balanced formation. Giama couldn't help but admire their gear, the sheer power it radiated. Rachel wielded an S-rank weapon, the legendary Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, and Leon's sword, even without its true name, pulsed with immense energy. But Speed Weapon's gear? It was a simple recorder. Giama joked about needing musical support in battle, but Rachel quickly explained it was one of the few S-rank items capable of healing. Even Giama understood the weight of those words. A healing armament of S-rank was a treasure beyond price. To possess such a divine item was incredible. Giama leaned in for a closer look, catching Speed Weapon completely off guard. Their conversation was shattered by a booming announcement. The intercom declared the first-year midterms were about to begin. Instructor Lee Wanbin of the Wolf class strode over to address his students. They all knew the rules, so he kept his words brief. He warned them not to hesitate, to flee if the situation turned dire. No amount of extra credit is worth your life, he stressed. If injured, or if they wished to yield, all they had to do was call for an instructor. The final moment had arrived. The exam was now officially underway. With a final, "do your best," Instructor Lee dismissed them. But Giama noticed Chloe's troubled expression and asked what was wrong. She confessed her fear of the mermaid rumors on this island. Giama gently reminded her the instructors had already declared the area safe. Chloe wanted to believe him, but a deep-seated anxiety wouldn't let her rest. Back home in Sicily, mermaid sightings were common, and they always brought with them immense destruction. A truce now exists between humans and demonic beings, so creatures like that rarely appear outside of dungeons. Yet the rumors persisted. Whispers that the conditions for a mermaid's appearance were still a terrifying mystery. He placed a comforting hand on her head, just as the call came for the cadets to enter the gate. She smiled, deciding to put her faith in Giama. Time warped, and from a fog in her mind, she heard Giama's voice calling her name. Her consciousness had flickered for just an instant, but in that moment, their world had been turned upside down. As her eyes snapped open, she saw Giama and the others standing before a colossal, terrifying presence. Rachel desperately asked Speed Weapon about contacting an instructor, but deep within the cave, his device had no signal. Nearby, a figure lay bleeding on the ground, life fading fast. And before them stood the source of all this chaos, a true mermaid. But how did they end up in this nightmare? Let's rewind the clock to before everything went wrong. Arriving on Scopuli Island was brutal. The gate's spatial distortion left nearly everyone reeling from motion sickness. The only one completely unfazed was Giama, who casually mentioned that such things didn't affect him. Soon after they had their first encounter, a lone merman froze its eyes wide with shock before it scrambled away into the undergrowth. Despite their hideous appearance, Giama was surprised by how small the creature was. Leon confirmed it was just a juvenile worthless for points. To find the adults, they had to push on to their designated zone. Chloe, their scout, vanished into the foliage ahead. The rest of the team followed, maintaining a steady tactical pace. After reaching their coordinates, Chloe reappeared from the shadows, returning with a full report. A cave, she told them, lay 500 meters ahead. She then guided the team toward its location. The cave entrance loomed dark and ominous, and from within its depths, dozens of hungry, glowing eyes pierced the darkness. Leon's sharp senses counted them. 50, maybe 60 mermen huddled around a flickering campfire. Wiping out this nest would guarantee them first place. But this was a gamble. Their safety hung in the balance. Once inside that cave, all communication would be lost. Calling for help would become impossible. A high-risk, high-reward gambit. The final call rested on the shoulders of their leader, Leon. He had meticulously planned their every role for this very moment. Now it was time for him to lead them to glory. Without hesitation, Leon gave the signal. Rachel initiated the assault, unleashing a sun-bright javelin into the cave. The golden spear descended like a bolt of lightning. It struck the campfire, plunging the cavern into darkness and chaos. Before the mermen could react, Rachel was upon them. In a flash of silver heads began to roll. Speed Weapon moved next, his aura flaring, as he channeled his power amplifying Rachel's abilities, making it easy for her to pick them off one by one. Giama watched, absolutely captivated by Rachel's overwhelming power. But that display didn't go unnoticed by Chloe. The yandere drew her katana, her own blessing flaring to life as she leaped into the fray. A fierce rivalry ignited. She charged forward her blade, a blur determined to match Rachel's kill count as they raced toward one another. They didn't even flinch, accelerating as the distance between them vanished. A spike of dread hit Giama. They weren't planning on stopping at all. They closed within inches, a hair's breadth from collision, before suddenly pivoting in perfect sync, their blades slicing through the last merman between them. Then they broke apart, resuming the slaughter, as if nothing happened, leaving Giama to breathe a massive sigh of relief. He'd worried for nothing, and soon, thanks to their overwhelming combined strength, all 60 mermen had fallen. With the coast clear, Leon suggested they move on to continue the exam elsewhere. That unwavering resolve, that natural leadership, it was the very core of their team. It only solidified Gamma's belief that Leon was the game's true main character. No ordinary person could ever hope to replicate such heroic qualities. As Gamma's mind drifted, he glanced away from Lion for just a second. He looked back, only to see the blonde hero collapse, a fatal wound gaping in his stomach. The others could only stare in horror as a terrifying presence rose from the murky pool of corpses behind Giama. It was a demonoid mermaid, the very monster Chloe feared would make an unscripted appearance on this island. Giama knew it. Things had been going far too smoothly. The question now was simple run or fight. How could they possibly escape while protecting a critically injured lion? Speed Weapon, call the instructors, Rachel yelled. Tell them a mermaid has appeared. But just as Giama feared, the cave's interference blocked their signal. There was no way to call for help. Panic began to set in. In the rising chaos, it seemed Giama was the only one with a clear head. With Lion out of commission, someone had to take charge. He stepped forward, his voice cutting through the fear as he gave orders. Rachel, keep that thing away from us no matter what it takes. Speed Weapon, pour every last drop of your healing blessings into Leon now. Finally, he turned to a shell-shocked Chloe. Get the other cadets out of here. Find the instructors and tell them what's happening. His words took a moment to register, but the urgency in his tone snapped her out of it. She turned and fled to carry out his command. With everyone given their role, Giama faced the mermaid, shocking his teammates. Rachel Weapon, the mermen are yours, he declared. As for the mermaid, well, slicing up overgrown fish had always been his specialty. It was only fair this boss belonged to him. Demons wielded a unique power far beyond human blessings. It's called magic, a power so immense it took down the protagonist in a single blow. This was the terrifying gap between demons and humans. Giama possessed the blessing of the sword god, but even that was no guarantee of survival. Even in the original game, taking down a magic user without a full party was considered suicide. And yet here he stood about to solo a raid-level boss. In other words, Giama was in serious trouble. But there was no turning back now. It would take Chloe about 10 minutes to get help. But Giama only had 40 seconds to butcher this monster before he suffered a fate even worse than the main characters. Rachel fought desperately to hold back the merman while Speed Weapon focused all his mana into healing Lion. The wound was horrific, but it was slowly closing. Still, he couldn't tear his eyes away from Giama. Just looking at that mermaid sent shivers down his spine. And Giama intended to fight that thing, all by himself. The demon struck first, unleashing the same beam of light that had annihilated Lion. Giama dodged instantly, his knife flashing as he closed the distance. It seemed the mermaid specialized in long-range water magic. He didn't know the first thing about magic, but he knew one thing for sure: this demon was still just a fish made of flesh and bone. To win this, all he had to do was get in close and cut it to pieces. He leaped toward the demon, his blade slashing down, but the creature dodged, darting past him and heading straight for Speed Weapon. Before it could land a blow, Giama intercepted, carving off one of the monster's fins and drawing a piercing shriek of pain. The cut was too shallow. Our main character lunged again, but the beast dissolved into water, evading the attack. It had targeted Speed Weapon. It was deliberately hunting the weakest ones first. Giama, Speed Weapon yelled. Lion's wound was mostly healed. He was okay. Giama gave a quick nod before turning his full attention back to the hunt. To Speed Weapon, Giama was becoming something truly legendary. He'd always admired the heroes from stories, those who would lay down their lives for others. But so far, no one at the Academy had ever embodied that noble spirit. It was why he'd joined Rachel, hoping to see that heroic fire within Lion. He'd even told Giama to his face that he was no hero. And yet, in this living nightmare, the one risking everything was Giama himself. The Mermaid Queen unleashed her fury. Fish-shaped projectiles of pure magic shot forth, which Giama deftly avoided. But these were no ordinary blasts. They swerved back, becoming relentless homing missiles. She commanded them with her will, hunting Giama through the echoing cavern. While Giama was pinned down, the demon lunged for Speed Weapon. In a flash, Giama intervened his blade, scoring the beast. But the wound was far too shallow. Far too. He knew then these glancing blows would never be enough. To end this monster for good, he would need to land one single devastating strike deep into its core. The mermaid fired another blast, but Giama dodged perfectly, sending the attack rocketing through the cave ceiling and into the sky. Its raw energy was so immense that cadets across the mountain saw the pillar of light followed by a terrifying roar that shook the very ground. As if on cue, the heavens opened up, unleashing a downpour. An instructor urged his group to move the wounded quickly before the rain made things worse. Back inside the ruined cave, the mermen began to retreat. The cadets finally had a second to breathe. The queen was buried under tons of rubble, but Giama knew in his gut that it wasn't over. Just as he suspected the rocks exploded outwards, the mermaid burst free, charging straight for the students with murder in her eyes. All this time, Giama had been holding back his focus, split by the need to protect the injured lion. But now, with the lesser demons gone, he looked to Rachel. "Take care of them," he ordered. Speed Weapon couldn't process it. Giama was facing that demon. Alone. He'd thought our main character was a madman, but now, he was witnessing the birth of a legend. Giama, however, felt only relief. Without needing to worry about his teammates, he could finally go all out. But the clock was ticking. He only had 10 seconds of his pain-numbing blessing left. He had to make every moment count, or this would be his grave. Giama and the mermaid locked eyes, then rushed in for the final deadly clash. Elsewhere, Chloe sprinted through the dark forest, desperately searching for anyone who could help. Exhaustion gnawed at her every muscle, screaming in protest, but she knew stopping meant certain death for everyone she'd left behind. Whenever her spirit faltered, she pictured Giama standing alone in that cave fighting that monster for their sake. Giama was truly the strongest person she had ever known. He was a man who hated conflict, who only ever drew his sword when all other paths were closed. Since Giama had chosen to fight, she knew she had to succeed in her mission to find help. But she couldn't crush the bitter thought. If only she were a little bit stronger. Maybe then she could have been useful to him. Behind her, a deafening explosion ripped through the mountainside. It was their battle. The sound sent a jolt of panic through her, causing her to trip on a vine. She crashed to the earth but scrambled back up and kept running. She refused to stop, refused to fall again, not until she found help. As she pushed onward, she sensed figures ahead. Her panicked mind immediately assumed the worst more mermen. With a defiant cry, she drew her blade and swung at the nearest shadow. But to her shock, steel met her steel with a sharp clang. It wasn't a merman. It was Abel. The moment she recognized him, the last of her strength gave out, and Chloe collapsed to the ground. Abel's teammates instantly went on guard, their eyes scanning the trees for a potential ambush. Meanwhile, Chloe could only gasp weakly, pleading with them to go and help Giama. Fortunately, Abel recognized her face from Giama's class. Back in the cave, Speed Weapon was completely transfixed by the battle before him. He wondered if he would ever witness a day as astonishing as this for the rest of his life. The way Giama fought, it wasn't a battle, it was an art form, like a master swordsman displaying his absolute control. At this point, it was beyond just fighting a demon. Giama was completely and utterly dominating it. This scene, this spectacle of overwhelming power, would be forever etched into his memory. Even Rachel, the proud successor of the Spear Clan, raised among the strongest warriors, had clearly never witnessed a skill of this caliber. Even so, she's the first to shove him to safety when a stray attack hurtles toward them. Speedwagon was so transfixed by the intense battle that he nearly forgot where he was. Giama's opponent was a demon that wielded powerful magic. A blade against magic is a fatal mismatch, even if our main character currently has the upper hand. If the demon unleashes an unstoppable spell, Giama will be finished. The moment that thought crossed Speedwagon's mind as if on cue, the mermaid raised its hands, unleashing a terrifying new spell called Needle Squall. The very rain around them began to crystallize into deadly ice. For a heartbeat, everything froze. Then the mermaid dropped its hands, and a storm of razor-sharp raindrops rained down on Giama. He dodged what he could and parried the rest, but the icy shards were too much for his blade. His knife started to shatter under the relentless assault. But instead of throwing it away, Giama hurled the broken weapon straight at the mermaid. It tore through the creature's side, ripping a gaping hole in its waist. Giama instantly followed up, lunging in for the final decisive slash. But the creature dodged, using another merman's body as a shield to distract Giama. Then it charged a colossal attack right in our hero's face. This time he was far too close. There was absolutely no way to dodge. In the split second before the attack hit, just as panic began to set in, his mind was ripped into a serene, empty space. In that void, he saw a single red line etched across the incoming magic. A voice echoed in his soul, telling him that if he could slice that line, he could cut through anything. Abandoning all thought of escape, Giama readjusted his grip, and instead of dodging, he slashed directly into the heart of the spell. The impact unleashed a massive shockwave that tore through the area. When the smoke finally cleared, Giama stood victorious over the mermaid's lifeless body. The demon let out a final gurgling death rattle, and Giama kicked its corpse back into the dark pool it crawled from. Rachel and Speedwagon could only stare, their minds reeling in shock. A mere freshman had just single-handedly defeated a demonoid. Suddenly, Giama collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Rachel was the first to react, rushing to his side as Speedwagon went to check on Lion. Thankfully, the protagonists seemed to be all right. But then, more footsteps echoed from behind them. Speedwagon spun around thinking the merman had returned. Instead, he saw Abel and her team carrying an unconscious and badly injured Chloe. The first thing Abel's eyes locked onto was Rachel, who was gently cradling the unconscious Giama. For some reason, the sight made her blood boil, but she pushed the feeling aside. The rest of the team looked like they had one foot in the grave, yet somehow Lion seemed completely unharmed. She informed them that she'd contacted the academy. Help would be arriving in 1 hour to provide aid. Now that a rescue was on its way, she demanded to know what in the world happened here. She ordered Speedwagon to explain, but he was seething with frustration at the academy's instructors, who swore they had thoroughly scoured the island for threats. He doubted they would believe him anyway, but he began to recount the impossible events he had just witnessed. Speedwagon gave Abel the incredible story of how Giama faced the mermaid demon all on his own and won. Just as he'd predicted, she could hardly believe it. The heroic legends her grandfather told her as a child sounded more realistic than this. And yet, as ridiculous as the story sounded, the battlefield around them was undeniable proof that it was all true. Besides, why would they lie about any of this? Still, a part of Abel refused to accept it. She was a descendant of the legendary hero Baylor and his disciple Aaron. Their celebrated blood ran through her veins. That very bloodline had granted her a special attribute at birth. Her entire existence was filled with promise and immense potential. She had poured every ounce of effort into her training, determined not to be overshadowed by her famous ancestors. And yet, even with every advantage in her favor, with all the power she had managed to obtain, Kang Giama continued to prove that the gap between their skills was ridiculously impossibly wide. Abel couldn't help but feel a chilling mix of fear, dread, and admiration. She ordered the healer in her group to try and stabilize Giama while they waited for the instructors. Looking at him more closely, she could see he was battered and near death's door. And yet he had fought a demonoid alone. And emerged victorious. Abel couldn't help but look at him with a bitter sting of envy. Speedwagon snapped her out of it, suggesting it would be best if they didn't tell the instructors everything that happened here. The academy claimed they had scouted the entire island. And yet a demonoid had emerged from a cave that would be easily noticeable to any cadet. The pieces of this puzzle just didn't add up. Lion cut straight to the point, asking Speedwagon if he thought there was a traitor from the demon factions inside the academy itself. He quickly tried to walk back, the accusation saying that wasn't exactly what he meant, but they couldn't completely rule out the terrifying possibility. It was undeniable that this cave was not something a scouting party could easily miss. And as Speedwagon grimly concluded, if it weren't for Gamma Lion's group would have been torn to shreds. For 700 years the truce held, despite the countless conflicts both big and small. But never once had the demons dared to lay a hand on the academy's cadets. There was a sacred pact in the truce. Such an act was an immediate declaration of war. Speedweapon tries to snap them out of it, insisting they're blowing things out of proportion. He argues that while caution is wise, jumping to conclusions is dangerous. For now, they must align their stories. Because if there truly is a spy within the academy's walls, Giama will become a prime target the moment word spreads of his victory. But Abel bristles at the idea of a cover-up, still seeing how much Giama had risked for them all. And with the group in full agreement, she relents, suggesting they consult her grandfather first. The cadets head back, and Giama is rushed to the infirmary. He awakens to the warm sun on his face, a silent confirmation that he's against all odds still alive. His last memory is the mermaid unleashing a final, desperate sphere of magic as it died. There was no dodging it, but in that split second he saw it. With his sashimi knife, he sliced through a strange line, and the spell split in two, exploding harmlessly. Looking back now, he realized that magic sphere was pure water. And after activating the sword god's blessing, he felt something indescribable awaken within him. He summons his status window to be sure, and the familiar blue screen materializes before him. His mental fortitude had risen by 1. That must be why he felt no fear against that monstrous mermaid. It seems his assimilation rate has also increased, unlocking a mysterious new attribute. The next one unlocks when he reaches 15%. Could this be it? The power that allowed him to see that crimson line on the mermaid. As he ponders his newfound power, the door bursts open and a familiar face rushes in. It's Media. She instantly wraps him in a crushing embrace, fussing over him as Giama struggles just to breathe. She finally pulls back with an apology, but then reveals the real reason she came. From her purse, she opens a dimensional pocket. She pulls out his reward. The very thing he'd hoped to win the legendary Murasame sword. The Murasame. A B-rank blade with incredible stats. It was everything Giama had been looking for. He just stares utterly speechless as Media asks if he likes his new blade. She apologizes for the unofficial ceremony, but just then a shadow lurks by the doorway watching them. Media's sharp eyes catch it. "Stop creeping in the hall and get in here," she barks. The Sword Emperor. Siegfried Nebulone clears his throat and enters sheepishly, taking his place beside her. The whole scene gives Giama a strange feeling of déjà vu, reminding him of his very first day at the academy. He can only ask, why is the Sword Emperor himself standing in his room? Media explains she heard everything from his team. Then both she and the Sword Emperor bow their heads in a deep formal apology. Everything that happened during the midterm exam, she says gravely, is our responsibility. Their negligence nearly cost every single student their lives. Giama is too stunned to speak as she continues. She swears an oath to uncover the truth behind this attack. Siegfried then raises his head, thanking Giama for saving the other cadets. Giama nervously scratches his cheek humbly, saying he just did what anyone would have. Media continues explaining that while his actions were heroic, the entire incident must be kept secret for now. She's certain the mastermind is someone inside the academy, and they can't risk the truth getting out. Giama understands completely, holding no grudge against their difficult decision. Media cracks a smile, remarking that sometimes he's like an old soul trapped in a young man's body. With their duty done, the two administrators leave, heading back to their offices. Walking the halls, Media asks her old friend if he remembers the day they first met at the academy. He was lazing on a bench, and when she told him to move, he simply drew his sword without a single word. Siegfried feigns ignorance, but a faint smile plays on Media's lips. It feels like yesterday, but 60 years have already passed. And even after all that time, their own history is barely a tenth of the Wakian Academy's legacy. The school was already ancient when they were students steeped in legends and history. It has weathered countless incidents, big and small, nurturing and protecting its students for 700 years. In an instant, the air grows heavy. Medidia's aura explodes, shattering every window in the vicinity. She'd heard the reports before the midterms. They had already scouted the island multiple times. Scopuli Island, a place of rare beauty but also whispered to be a hunting ground where mermaids appeared. She had taken every single precaution, all to protect her precious students from harm. And yet, despite all her efforts, a catastrophe like this unfolded on her watch. Siegfried's hand gently rests on her shoulder, pulling her from the depths of her despair. But then her entire demeanor shifts as she remembers the sheer brilliance of Giama. The fact that he single-handedly slayed a mermaid is almost unbelievable. She turns to Siegfried, desperate to know his thoughts. Siegfried has witnessed so-called natural talent more times than he can count. He's seen countless heroes hailed as the chosen ones of their generation, only to watch their inner light fade into nothing. In the great hero families desperate for glory, the word genius is thrown around carelessly. A child shows a flicker of promise and they're instantly labeled all because of their bloodline. It's a title he strictly forbade anyone from using for his own granddaughter Abel. But for Giama, whose talent is so profound it defies all logic, perhaps the word genius was meant only for him. If he continues to grow and forge his path, Siegfried can only imagine the heights he'll reach. Perhaps Kang Giama could even stand in the realm that Siegfried himself could only ever dream of. Ignoring her question, the old hero walks past, advising her to remain at the academy for the time being. A smile returns to her face as she follows the two, resuming their conversation as they walk the grand halls. Later, once he's released from the hospital, Giama heads to class as if nothing happened. Just as the headmaster ordered the truth of what happened on Scipuli Island. His slaying of a demonoid has been buried. Looking around, Giama feels it deep down. His classmates can be this carefree only because he faced that monster. The very first thing he did after being discharged was rush to the school's forge to reawaken and enhance Murasame. In its current state, the blade felt like a mere metal rod. But with the sword God's blessing sealed within, reforging it was his top priority. He met with the blacksmith Valander, and now he can only pray for a successful enhancement. Lost in his thoughts about the recent battle, he's startled by Chloe calling his name. He turns to find her, slowly making her way towards him on crutches, her leg wrapped in a cast. Thanks to Speed Weapon's emergency healing, the doctor said she'd be back on her feet in a week. Despite her injuries, she seemed to be in high spirits. Even though Giama dealt the final blow, he knew that everyone's efforts combined were the only reason they all made it out alive. Chloe's desperate call for rescue, Rachel's ferocity in clearing the mermen, and Speed's life-saving blessings all played a critical role. The only one who failed to pull his weight was Leon. Giama couldn't help but wonder, how could someone with that kind of fighting spirit ever hope to defeat the Demon King? Then again, maybe it was just because he was the first to fall. Their conversation is cut short as their instructor storms in, ordering everyone to sit for some pre-training announcements. As the class settles, he reveals they'll have a guest co-instructor for the day. The students grumble at the sudden change until their eyes fall upon the figure entering the room. Siegfried strides calmly into the classroom. The entire class is stunned into silence, as even their instructor bows his head in deep respect. Even Giama can't hide his shock. The strongest human alive was standing in his classroom. Meanwhile, in a dark and unknown place, an old man is slammed into a wall, then grabbed by the neck and held dangling in the air. A pink-haired woman delivers a vicious slap, sending the man crashing to the floor. He desperately apologizes to Instructor Kim, who is struggling to contain her immense rage. This merciless woman is none other than the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is furious. She demands to know why he didn't cooperate with her plan. The man's apologies are cut short by another brutal blow to the face. Clearly, the purple-haired commander has no time for worthless excuses. The entire purpose of their scheme was to have Leon return from the exam broken and half dead. He may be a hero candidate, but even he couldn't possibly take on a mermaid alone. But now, because of this old fool's incompetence, Leon was back at the academy safe and sound. Instructor Kim lands another vicious kick, then scowls in disgust at the blood now staining her shoe. She still couldn't fathom it. A fully fledged demonoid, taken down by a bunch of first-year brats. But considering this year's recruits, maybe it wasn't so shocking. The elder speaks up, clarifying that the mermaid was defeated by a single cadet. Instructor Kim scoffs, assuming he's talking about Leon, but he reveals his target is the academy's top student, Kang Giama. The commander's eyes glint with recognition. The special admission student. That name told her everything. It seemed a brand new, fascinating prey had just entered her hunting grounds. The prey in question, however, wasn't going to be an easy target. Meanwhile, Wolf Class endures their daily hellish training all except Chloe, who is still sidelined with a cast and crutches. Giama burns with envy at her chance to rest, forced to run for his very life, alongside his struggling classmates. And to make matters worse, a legendary old man is now shadowing his every step, proving shockingly fast and nimble for his age. Siegfried closes the distance to Giama, pushing him to run faster. Wondering aloud if his midterm injuries were still holding him back. It was an absurd sight, the Sword Emperor himself running with first-year cadets, let alone one special admission student. This was Siegfried, the man destined to inherit the title of Sword Saint, one of humanity's greatest protectors. Not only that, but in the future during the Second Great Demon War, he would become Leon's own swordsmanship master. His importance in the story was supposed to explode in the latter half. So why was a titan like him training with Wolf Class now? The original story was officially shattering its destined path, crumbling into dust before his very eyes. Come to think of it, Leon never did receive the Sword Saint title, a failure that became a massive issue in his past life. But Leon can't inherit the Sword Saint family's legacy anyway, since he isn't part of that bloodline. So it shouldn't matter. Yet that fact didn't make the jealous glares from his classmates any less piercing. With Siegfried sticking so close to Giama, it looked less like group training and more like a private lesson from a legend. Siegfried took the chance to impart his wisdom, declaring that the foundation of any warrior is forged in physical strength and endurance. It doesn't matter how immense your talent is. It's utterly worthless if your body is too weak to handle it. With Giama's spirit ignited, the master surged ahead, expecting his student to follow. After the brutal laps were over, it was time for field training. For this lesson, personal weapons were absolutely forbidden. Instead, the cadets had to choose from weapons the school provided and master them from scratch. Siegfried dumped a mountain of rusted steel on the ground. Among the pile of junk, Giama's eyes landed on a sashimi knife. The other students were stunned by this sudden bizarre condition their instructor had set. One of them questioned the logic, asking why it wasn't better to use their powerful family heirlooms. Because the basics are everything, Siegfried roared. The more you rely on high-grade weapons, the more your own growth stagnates. It is a fatal error to mistake a weapon's power for your own strength. In the end, a true master never blames his tools. Those words struck Giama like lightning, and he nodded in absolute agreement. With no more time for idle chatter, the Sword Emperor ordered the students to claim their steel and master the fundamentals. Cadets who could skillfully handle these ordinary weapons had a higher chance of a top score, which would impact their promotion evaluation at the end of the year. That single piece of information was all they needed. The students descended on the pile, scrambling for any advantage they could find. Giama calmly walked towards the sashimi knife lying forgotten on the ground. The moment he picked it up, he felt Siegfried's intense gaze lock onto him. The students gathered once more, holding their new crude weapons. Siegfried announced they would spend the day getting used to their new steel through one-on-one training, with no subspace allowed. And to ensure the cadets didn't take things too far, Siegfried suggested he give a live demonstration of a proper spar. Li Wanbin braced himself to face the Sword Emperor, but the violent shaking of his body screamed that he was nowhere near ready. This was without a doubt the greatest crisis of his entire life. However, Siegfried had a different partner in mind. He called for Giama to step forward. Siegfried himself held a rusty blade from the pile, but in his hands the piece of junk looked like a legendary sword. The other students erupted in jealous whispers, confused why the Sword Emperor was personally singling Giama out again. Giama stepped into the ring, and before they began, Siegfried asked if his bones had fully healed. After getting a firm nod, he commanded, "Draw your sword. This is just a sparring match." But Giama knew better. This was way too much. To cross swords with the Sword Emperor meant this wouldn't end simply. If things got out of hand, a limb would be lost. If they were unlucky, a head would surely roll. But despite those terrifying thoughts, something else began to stir within him, perhaps the influence of his divine power. Every fiber of his being screamed for a battle. Giama attempts to diffuse the tension, insisting he's a mere shadow compared to the legendary Sword Emperor. He pleads for Siegfried to lower his blade. But behind him, his classmates sneer and whisper, mocking him for cowering before a real challenge. Siegfried remains unmoved, calling Giama out for hiding his true strength and forsaking his swordsman's pride. Why would the heavens grant such phenomenal talent to a man who chooses to live like a coward? Pride. That was a word etched into Giama's very soul, forged the day he became the nation's greatest swordsman. It was that very pride that kept his sword forever in his hand. The Sword Emperor's provocation is a deliberate test of his spirit, and if he backs down now, regret will haunt him for an eternity. He cannot ignore his warrior's pride or the bloodlust boiling within him. Lee Wanbin senses the shift in the air and rushes forward desperate to prevent the inevitable clash. But Siegfried holds him back. Giama has already made his choice. With a flick of his wrist, the sashimi knife is free, ready for battle. Their gazes lock in a silent, explosive challenge, and even at 70 years old, Siegfried vividly recalls the enlightenment he found through the blade. Years ago, a one-armed wandering knight had shown him the true path of the sword. The swordsmanship he witnessed that day was on a completely different plane of existence. And now this boy he's watched since the allocation test, Kang Giama, might just be the key to reaching that legendary realm once more. Giama explodes forward, seizing the initiative. But the swordmaster is more than ready, meeting his charge with a powerful slash. With lightning speed, Giama dodges and counters in a fluid motion, causing steel to ring against steel as Siegfried parries. Siegfried feels a spark of admiration for Giama's audacity, charging head-on without a single shred of fear. As their blades dance in a deadly rhythm, Siegfried realizes Giama's physical power has skyrocketed. He's forcing the Sword Emperor back with astonishing ease. But the Emperor's blade is far from light, and Siegfried resolves to unleash his true strength. Meanwhile, the other students can only watch in confusion, their eyes unable to follow the supersonic clash. To them, it seems Gama's last victory against Nox was nothing but a fluke. So why is the legendary Sword Emperor so invested in this special admission student? They can only hope the Emperor teaches him a lesson he'll never forget, leaving him in tears. But then, moments later, the two fighters are simply standing still, locked in a silent standoff. Only Lee Wanbin understands the truth. This isn't inactivity. They've ascended to a level of combat the instructor never dreamed was possible. He remembers warning Siegfried before the match that if the headmaster discovered this, all hell would break loose. Not to mention the danger it posed to the other cadets. But Siegfried had promised he had no intention of crossing real swords with Giama. The old master already knew our main character possessed the power to enter a special dimension, a plane of existence known as the mental realm. To enter this place and face Siegfried in battle, Gama's power had to be far beyond anything they had ever imagined. Here in the mental realm, the fight becomes a pure battle of will and spirit. And from their brief exchange, Siegfried can already sense it. Gama's growth is terrifyingly fast. If this continues, the Sword Emperor will be forced to get serious. He unleashes a powerful blessing. Sword spirit protection. Even in the real world, the students are crushed by the immense pressure radiating from the two combatants. A brilliant blue light erupts from Siegfried's sword. It's a powerful aura. The fight has become so intense it has shattered the mental realm, dragging them back to reality. This is escalating far too quickly. If Lee Wanbin doesn't intervene now, blood will certainly be spilled. But before he can move, Giama and Siegfried charge, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a thunderous shout freezes them in place. Medusa has arrived just in the nick of time. Her mere presence cracks the very ground beneath her feet, radiating pure fury. The duel is over, and Siegfried is dragged to the headmaster's office for a legendary scolding. He offers a weak apology, but the headmaster isn't having any of it. She unleashes her wrath, screaming at him for his recklessness, for picking a fight with a student after she pulled so many strings to make him an instructor. For that one brief moment, Siegfried had lost all control, unleashing his aura at full power. His punishment would have been far worse, but the moment he saw Medusa, he immediately turned and apologized. In the 50-plus years they've known one another, Medea had never once heard him apologize. Yet today, that single word escaped his lips not once but twice. It's the only thing keeping her rage in check. She cuts straight to the point. Why would he unleash the sword spirit's blessing on a mere student? If she hadn't arrived at that exact moment, the consequences would have been fatal. Siegfried's confession is staggering. Without releasing his ultimate blessing, he admits he couldn't have gained the upper hand against Giama. Medea freezes. For a man whose pride towered like a mountain, to make such an admission meant the situation was truly beyond comprehension. She knew of Giama's innate talent, but she also knew the monstrous strength of Siegfried better than anyone. Then he drops a bombshell. Giama has already reached the mental realm. Siegfried himself only mastered that state at nearly 30 years old. The idea that a 17-year-old boy had done the same was a truth her mind refused to accept. Siegfried has no explanation, but the reality of what he faced is undeniable. The revelation is too much to process. But then she remembers the moment after she stopped the duel, when she rushed to check on Giama. As she approached him, her composure as an educator, as one of the 7 stars, completely shattered. In its place was a single, overwhelming emotion. Fear. A chilling dread she hadn't felt since facing the 6th Division Commander Voss. Why would she feel such a soul-deep terror from one of her own students? The memory lends terrifying weight to Siegfried's insane story. She looks him in the eye and asks directly, "Did you lose?" In an instant, the calm and collected master explodes with rage. He roars that no innate talent could ever compare to his lifetime of training. He spits that he wasn't even fully armed, blaming his equipment for the outcome. Medea scoffs, reminding him of his own rule, never to blame your tools. Could equipment truly be an excuse against a student? His childish tantrum is making him look pathetic. Her words strike a nerve, and his fury ignites his power. He begins to summon the sword spirit's blessing, but a sharp slap across the face from Midoriya snaps him out of his madness. Meanwhile, Giama awakens, the epic battle with Siegfried replaying in his mind. Things ended peacefully, but that Sword Emperor is a true hothead. Without Midoriya's intervention, things could have turned deadly. And that mental realm? What a bizarre experience. The mental realm is a state achieved only by those who have reached absolute mastery of their chosen weapon. It's a conscious domain and inner world that can be activated when specific conditions align. Only a true Peak Master 1 who has dedicated their entire life to a single weapon can enter it. It's so rare that even in the game World of Miracles, less than 10 heroes could access this power freely. Even Leon, the game's main character blessed with the destiny of a hero, needed 3 years of intense private training just to step inside. And that's exactly where Giama stopped playing the game. And yet Giama did it instantly. Could it be because of his sashimi knife? Across 2 lifetimes, he has wielded that single blade for over 20 years. Even more every time he unleashed the Sword God's blessing, he achieved a level of focus that transcended reality itself. The threads of his past and present lives are intertwining, creating breakthroughs he never imagined. From what he's learned, running from his problems only makes them worse. Instead of being swept away by fate, it's time to seize control and face his challenges head on. Now that the mental realm is his to command, he can finally train his own combat skills without relying on the Sword God's blessing. He rises from his bed and unsheathes his sashimi knife. With a moment of pure focus, he once again steps into the mental realm. But in the next instant, the world around him cracks like glass. From the void, a colossal hand descends upon him. It reaches down a single finger, gently touching Jiamei's shoulder, jolting him from his trance as a torrent of aura floods into his blade. But the power is too immense. The simple knife cannot contain it and disintegrates into dust elsewhere. In a dimly lit chamber, the elders are locked in a fierce debate. The old man who spoke with the Demon Corps commander now argues fervently with the rest of the Academy's council. His mission is clear: convince the council to investigate Giama, under the suspicion that he might be the true hero candidate. But the other elders scoff. It is known to all that the hero candidate is Lion. The old man counters, arguing Lion is still half-baked, unable to even properly manifest his own blessing. Meanwhile, Giama's power is undeniable, first revealed when he single-handedly crushed the Genius Twins in the placement exam. What's more, Midoriya herself is obstructing all information on him, claiming it's for student protection. Everything about the boy screams suspicion. They have no choice. They must investigate. He warns them that the 7 stars have been meddling in their affairs for far too long. And since Media, one of their own, became the Academy director, the Elders' authority has been utterly weakened. After Basman fell, the public began to worship the 7 stars, treating the Elders like relics of a bygone era. If another hero were to emerge now, their reputation would be shattered beyond repair. The other Elders agree. To preserve their power, they desperately need a public enemy. And so they reach a unanimous chilling decision. The hero who threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. The man pushes this verdict with such force because he owes his own position to the purple-haired instructor. If he fails to deliver Air Aor, the terrifying commander of the 5th Demon King Division, will make him wish for a fate worse than death. After his grim persuasion, the elders finally agree. Kang Giama is to be investigated and erased. To execute this order, they will command the Editor family. But that shadowy plot is the least of Gamma's problems. Right now, he's glaring at the blacksmith he trusted, who is now backing away in pure terror. He had one simple hope to use the Murasami as anything but a sashimi knife. Yet somehow the blacksmith Valander managed to turn his only escape from the Sword God's blessing into a literal sashimi knife. As if that weren't insulting enough, the weapon's rank plummeted from a B to a pathetic E-. Even Valander himself is completely stunned. In the 30 years he has spent smelting weapons, he swears he has never seen anything like this. He explains that when he tried to forge the blade, it felt as if the sword itself was refusing to be reborn. He frantically melted the metal and reforged it, barely managing to give it a proper shape. Any ordinary blacksmith would have ended up with a useless chunk of metal. Even with Gamma's 20 years of experience with blades, he can see the craftsmanship is undeniably impressive. And its specifications are perfectly aligned with the Sword God's blessing. But its hardness remains a dismal E- rank. The knife still hums with potential, though. If reinforced, it could become a truly deadly weapon. All Giama needs to do is bring the reinforcement materials, and Valander promises to fix the weapon without any extra charge. But Gamma's trust has been shattered. He angrily demands to know what will happen if it breaks again. Valander nervously assures him that even as an E-rank weapon, it possesses the growth potential of an A-rank treasure. It could evolve into something far greater than before. There's also the legendary Never Fail material, which would guarantee the Murasami's ascension. But that can only be harvested from A-rank demonic beasts or higher. A-rank demonic beasts are on the same level as E-rank demonoids. This mission would be a death sentence, like ordering him to fight the mermaid all over again. Risking his life for equipment reinforcement is insane, especially since even weak demons drop materials. Giama demands a promise. The blacksmith swears on his honor a sacred vow. With that settled for now, he demands a refund for the leftover scrap metal, half the cost, which amounts to 10 million won. Volander is horrified. He can't do that. He followed the instructions perfectly and even offered to do the enhancement for free. Giama's voice drops to a chilling tone. My B-rank sword was turned to scrap. This price is more than fair. Volander tries to argue back, but the cold glint of the blade and the killing intent in Giama's eyes are enough to silence him for good. Trapped. Volander tries to haggle the price down to 500, but Giama immediately raises it to 1,000. That's a fortune he doesn't have. But Giama isn't going any lower, and his blade looks ready to claim its value in blood. It's either the money or his life. Volander finally agrees. His business concluded, Giama finds a quiet bench on campus to check on his blessing. A new weapon has increased his armament stat, and additional system options have appeared. The biggest reason he hesitated to use the Sword God's blessing was the soul-tearing agony it inflicted. But his new stats have reduced the pain by 1 full level, and it can be leveled up even more. This changes everything. Leveling up his pain reduction is now his top priority. He tested it earlier. The pain is still hellish, but it went from feeling like death's door to simply feeling like he can't breathe. If one level can do this much, then by constantly leveling up, he might one day wield the Sword God's blessing without any pain at all. It seems his armament stat increases whenever he gets new weapons or enhances them. With midterms over weapon enhancement is now the fastest path to power. If he keeps growing at this rate, he might finally understand this incredible power. Or maybe he'll even discover who threw him into this world. As Giama tries to enjoy a peaceful lunch, a sudden presence sneaks up from behind, shattering his concentration. It's Chloe, and her recovery is progressing beautifully. With her cast now gone, Giama cautiously asks if her body has truly healed. Though she still relies on crutches, she declares with a fiery spirit that she feels stronger than ever before. In the middle of their chat, Giama notices a stray crumb on her face and instinctively reaches out to brush it away. That fleeting touch is all it takes to send her toppling over in pure, unadulterated bliss. But from her spot on the ground, her eyes lock onto the Mirasemi blade resting on the bench. This was the first time she'd seen him with a real weapon, not just some modified kitchen tool. This was a massive development. But in Giama's mind, the weapon's pathetic E rank was still a source of frustration. He'd gotten some cash back from the blacksmith, but now he faced the daunting quest of gathering materials to forge it into a blade worthy of his power. In truth, Giama had no urgent need to get stronger. Since slaying the mermaid, he could easily handle most mid-tier beasts. The real reason he craved this enhancement was to lessen the agonizing pain his abilities inflicted upon him. But Chloe completely misreads his somber expression, believing he's disappointed because she mentioned the weapon's low rank. Her mind immediately snaps into a state of perfect yandere logic. The blacksmith who made Giama sad must be erased. Giama pulls her back from her dark thoughts just as his senses scream that they're being watched. He pivots and unleashes a powerful kick against a nearby tree, forcing an unwelcome guest to fall from its branches. It's Nox editor Chloe's brother, and his face is a mask of pure annoyance at being discovered. Chloe instantly bristles at his appearance, but Giama's keen senses detect no trace of bloodlust on him. The man wasn't armed either. Still, he was spying for a reason, and Giama intended to find out why. A tense silence hangs in the air before Nox finally speaks, clarifying he isn't here for his usual murderous duties. He came to deliver a chilling warning. The Academy elders have formally requested the editor family to eliminate Giama. Chloe furiously demands if that's why he's here, but her brother completely ignores her. Instead, he coldly remarks that her time away from home has dulled her assassin's edge. She pays him no mind at ordering Giama to get behind her for protection. The two men simply watch as the injured girl swings her crutch at the air, a futile yet fierce display before Nox continues his warning. Nox claims he couldn't care less what Giama has been doing. But the elders have a strange obsession with him. This bizarre fixation has unnerved the entire editor family, causing them to temporarily delay the execution order. They issued the request from the shadows going so far as to bypass the Academy's own headmaster. But an order from the elders is absolute. If the pressure continues, the family will have no choice but to investigate our main character personally. Regardless of the political games, Chloe is still an editor. Nox felt she had a right to know the danger she was in. His true motive was finally clear. He used family principles as a cover, but in the end, he was just a brother worried about his sister. With nothing more to say, he turns to leave, but Giama stops him. He demands to know what Nox meant before about how being with Giama was making Chloe weak. But the red-haired swordsman doesn't answer and continues to walk away. Even he could see the undeniable truth. Chloe was at her happiest by Giama's side. It was a side of her brother Chloe herself had never seen before. Before disappearing, he leaves Giama with one final command. Make sure she doesn't get hurt again. Giama's brief confusion only irritates Nox further, forcing a hasty agreement. Seizing the moment, Nox then asks directly, just how did Giama become so powerful? The question genuinely surprises Giama. He doesn't consider himself strong at all. To him, true strength was the absolute power to overcome any threat at any time. Power, like the legendary Sword Emperor. A man like Giama, who could only tap into his full strength for less than a minute a day, had nothing to boast about. Nox had used Chloe as an excuse to leak his family's secrets to an outsider. Giama knew he couldn't be trusted with the truth, so he decided to feed Nox a story he wanted to hear. He tells the redhead that he lacks desperation. No matter how skilled an editor he is, he's missing the aura of someone who has stared death in the face. If he stays cooped up in the safety of the academy, he will surely hit the limits of his growth. He must go out and face the real world. Only by pushing through true hardship will he gain anything of value. It was the best load of philosophical garbage Giama could spew without bursting into laughter. He quickly stands and walks away before Nox can ask any more questions. Back in the lecture hall, the professor drones on about history and the nature of blessings. But Giama's focus wasn't on the class. His mind was consumed by the intel that the Academy's highest powers were now targeting him. The Academy elders, descendants from 5 of the great Bilar-Yawakan's 7 disciples. Giama recalled their reputation, a group with influence that stretched not just across the Academy, but the entire world. In the original game, their purpose was to be a constant obstacle to the hero, all to protect their own power and status. The players aptly named them the Rotten Elders, but they were supposed to target the main character. So why was their gaze suddenly fixed on Giama? His mind raced, connecting the dots and searching for a reason they'd be hunting him down. Reviewing his achievements since entering the academy, he had to admit, he'd certainly stirred the pot. At this point, it was like he was actively trying to stand out. But even so, none of it warranted the personal attention of the elders. Then, one memory blazed brighter than the rest, the siren he fought on Scopuli Island. It was obvious she wasn't after him, but Leon, the hero candidate who stood in their way. No matter how brilliantly the media tried to spin the story and cover it up, the truth that he had slain the siren must have reached the very highest echelons of noble society. And the fact they targeted Leon, a future hero, meant only one thing. One of them, or perhaps all of them, were colluding with the demons. They didn't just try to hinder him, they tried to kill him all to preserve their power, sacrificing the safety of humanity and the academy. Their entire scheme was rotten to the absolute core. Giama could easily storm their chambers and cut them all down, but the time wasn't right. Not yet. However, when that day comes, he will be their executioner. This new revelation solidified his plan. He would go to the dungeon and acquire weapon enhancement materials. First things first, he needed a party. Tackling this mission solo would be far too difficult. Chloe would jump at the chance to help, but he needed more than just her. Instead of a berserker like Rachel, he needed a strategist. The first name that flashed in his mind was Speed Weapon. After class, he made his way to the Dragon Class building, seeking him out. The moment he arrived, some muscle-bound brute confronted him, clearly resentful of Giama's status as a special student. This third-rate extra was exactly the kind of annoyance Giama knew would be a pain to deal with. The main character simply walked away, warning the wannabe tough guy not to bother him again, lest he find his jaw on the floor. Provoked, the brute instantly drew back his fist, ready to fight. To Giama's senses, the incoming punch felt impossibly slow. But before he could even react, someone else beat him to it, smashing a fist right into the brute's jaw. The commotion drew the eyes of every student nearby, as Speed Weapon casually blew on his knuckles, complaining about how hard the guy's jaw was. Giama had heard of strength-based mages, but a strength-based healer. That was a first. Speed Weapon cracked a smile and asked if Giama had come looking for him. Giama agreed to talk outside, where he laid out the entire situation. The short version was this: he needed to form a party fast, and he needed help recruiting members. If they worked together, the dungeon's clear rewards would be split among the team. In return, all Giama wanted were the materials dropped by the magical beasts. The reason he needed help was simple. If he announced a party search in his own class, no one besides Chloe would even show up. But if a popular figure like Speed Weapon from the Dragon Class put the word out, things would go much more smoothly. Speed Weapon mused that if it weren't for academy rules, Giama could probably clear 5 or 6 dungeons all by himself. That might be true if he could handle the agonizing side effects of his blessing without his magical painkiller. Giama admitted he couldn't even clear one alone right now. But Speed Weapon just thought he was being humble. The topic shifted to idle chatter with Speed Weapon, noting how much healthier Giama looked after the midterm incident. After a bit more small talk, the deal was struck. Speed Weapon accepted Giama's offer. There was no reason to refuse, and he had a gut feeling that working with this guy would be a truly unique experience. The target Giama had selected was a C-rank dungeon in Cowan, known as the Buffalo Dungeon. With Giama, Chloe, and Speed Weapon, they were a party of 3. They just needed one more. Giama immediately stated his preference, anyone but Rachel or Leon, not that either of them would join anyway. Rachel had apparently gone into seclusion ever since Giama was hospitalized, dedicating herself to non-stop training. Leon, meanwhile, was busy preparing for high-rank dungeon raids with the 2nd and 3rd year students. That was excellent news for Giama, but it still left the question of their 4th member unanswered. Speed Weapon had one person in mind, but knowing them, they were probably already fast asleep. Giama was stunned. It was still the middle of the afternoon. That's just their personality, Speed Weapon said with a shrug. He promised to make the introduction himself. But first, they had to make a quick stop at the convenience store. Later that evening, they arrived at what looked to be Speed Weapon's house. A traditional Japanese estate, Giama had no idea a place like this existed within the academy. Even in his past life playing Miracle's Blessing M, this location was completely off the map. He had been a master chef of Japanese cuisine, yet ironically had never set foot in Japan, a lifelong dream he left behind. They cross the serene courtyard to the back where they find her. The person Speed Weapon spoke of. And just as predicted, she's completely out cold. He moves in to try and wake her, but it's utterly useless. Instead, he leans in close, whispering the magic words, "I brought it." Giama was clueless, but her eyes snapped open instantly. Speed Weapon then points a finger directly at Giama, declaring he's the one with the goods. Without a shred of hesitation, she explodes into motion, darting towards our main character and snatching the bag from his hand. Her sheer velocity sends her spinning in midair before she lands directly on top of him. Giama is left completely stunned as this strange new girl lounges on his chest, casually munching on their convenience store treats. While his brain struggles to process the chaos, she speaks, asking if he has any more yanggang, a sweet Korean red bean jelly. Back in his old life, a life chained to nothing but hard work, Miracle's Blessing M was his one and only escape from a dreary all-male reality. And like any true gacha addict, our main character sat on his porcelain throne, praying to the RNG gods after spending an insane amount of money. The angelic character who drained his bank account was none other than Abel von Nablong. And as every gacha player knows, he was met with crushing disappointment, realizing the gods of chance would never be on his side. They were more likely to spit in his face as a common character flashed on his screen, asking if he had any yanggang. Her name is Sakirio, and her beautiful splash art only cemented the truth: gacha games are a scam. Miracle's Blessing M revolved around its protagonist Leon and the countless heroines in his orbit. Among them all, the one officially crowned the main heroine by the developers was the one and only Abel von Nablong. Each girl had unique charms, but the game's story focused on Leon and Abel, following their trials and blossoming love. Even Giama, in his past life as a degenerate gambler, was completely captivated by Abel's charm, emptying his wallet without a second thought, and dumping a truly concerning amount of money just to acquire her. As a result, the other heroines were slowly pushed into the shadows of the story. And the one who faded the fastest was Gamma's very first 5-star unit. And just like in his past life, she had unceremoniously landed on his chest, demanding her favorite snack. When he doesn't respond, Rio looks away in disappointment and calls him a fool. Despite her lazy and nonchalant attitude, Rio is a top-tier DPS reigning supreme among all ranged attackers. She's also a high-skill character, a stark contrast to Leon's straightforward playstyle. Best of all, she has almost no impact on the main story, so recruiting her won't derail the original plot. This was the perfect move for Giama. Right? Speed Weapon nervously offers another piece of candy. She snatches it from his hand and tells him to spit out what he wants. He gets straight to the point, explaining that Giama is building a team for the Buffalo Dungeon raid just 1 week away. Rio gives him a curious, sleepy-eyed look for a moment. Then she slowly walks over to him and asks, "You're the one who fought the upperclassmen in the subspace training, aren't you?" Giama doesn't answer immediately. Their eyes lock in a silent challenge before Rio turns away. The dungeon raid is tied to their grades, so there's no logical reason for her to refuse, but she sees a lack of conviction in his eyes. It's odd for her to be so judgmental when she's still half asleep, but she makes it clear she won't work with someone so unmotivated. Speed Weapon tries to hype up Gamma's recent battle, but Rio remains completely unimpressed. Then Speed Weapon almost lets it slip the truth about the mermaid incident during the midterms. He quickly backpedals before she gets too curious, turning the tables on her by mentioning her own shameless drooling over bean jelly. Giama watches their pointless bickering, his expression hardening. A party member can be greedy or rude, but not both. He has no time to waste begging her. He turns on his heel and calls out, "Speed Weapon, we're leaving." We don't need that toxic attitude in our party. Rio's voice cuts through the air, cold as ice. Is the raid really that unimportant to you? Their gazes clash once more. Then, without a single warning, he draws a hidden knife from his belt and, without even looking, hurls it straight at one of her archery targets. The blade strikes true, embedding itself dead center. But before Rio can even blink, a second knife flies through the air, impossibly striking the first one's handle. Stunned Rio collapses to the floor. Giama coolly asks if she's finally interested in joining their party. The very next day, she's the first one in the meeting room waiting. She gives a friendly greeting to Speed Weapon and Chloe as they walk in. But when Giama takes his seat, her greeting is filled with a nervous respect. With the pleasantries over, they dive straight into business. The dungeon clearing permits have been approved. Now it's time to forge a strategy. Speed Weapon moves to the briefing board, ready to lay out the mission's critical details. Their target, the Buffalo Dungeon, home to C-rank demonoid buffaloes, nicknamed water buffaloes. These beasts are notorious for their devastating long-range charges, followed by brutal close-quarters combat. Their one critical weakness, ranged attacks. On paper, it's a straightforward clear. But the Academy has one absolute rule for any student who dares to enter. Under no circumstances are they to open the stone gate at its center. Rumors whisper of a powerful seal placed upon the gate, but it's all just speculation. Nothing has ever been confirmed. Even the Academy's official permit forbids them from touching it, giving them every reason to obey. Giama nervously agrees they should leave it sealed. But a flicker in his eyes betrays him. He knows more than he lets on. When they press him, he denies everything, warning them to stay away. The truth? He knows a hidden boss lies dormant behind that door, a gate that only opens when specific secret conditions are met. For now, the system itself keeps it locked away. The risk is high, but the potential rewards are unmatched. His thoughts are interrupted by Rio happily munching on another young Gaian. She seems completely addicted to the stuff, defending her habit by claiming the brain requires sugar to function. As they plan, an ominous presence begins to stir in the air. And that's not just Chloe's murderous aura aimed at any girl who even glances at Giama. No, others are watching from the shadows, and they will make their move when the time is right. Later that day, their journey to the dungeon in Gamyodo Chiruan begins. The day Giama left the army, he swore he would never set foot in this city again. Yet here he is, leading a party right back into its heart. The bus halts at a military checkpoint. The driver quickly informs the armed soldiers they're students from Halen Academy. It seems this dungeon zone is under heavy civilian restriction, a place not meant for ordinary people. He remembers this feeling all too well. The sensation of the elders' watchful eyes, and a deep foreboding that this path leads to disaster. Speed Weapon snaps him out of his dark thoughts, offering him some eggs. Giama refuses, prompting Speed Weapon to tease him, asking if a measly C-rank dungeon is making him nervous. He then offers the eggs to Rio, who gives him a swift no. Her gaze is lost out the window, completely detached from the group. But for just a fleeting moment, Giama feels her eyes fixed on him. The weight of the Academy Elder's gaze was already enough, but now it feels like everyone's attention is focused squarely on him. At last, the bus arrives. This was once a nest for ancient demons, now reduced to nothing more than a simple farming dungeon. Speed Weapon eyes Giama's heavy luggage with curiosity, only to discover it's a bag filled with nothing but ordinary kitchen knives. As the party approaches the entrance, Chloe steps forward, volunteering to take point as always. And with their vanguard in place, they march confidently toward the dungeon's maw. Just like at the border guards demand confirmation of their identities as Halen Academy students, making the sign a visitor's log before entry. One guard in particular watches with intense curiosity as Giama signs his name on the ledger. Before any words can be exchanged, Speed Weapon calls him over. The massive mechanical doors grind open, beckoning them inside. As the doors seal shut behind them, Giama casts one last look back. The guard is still staring, his gaze unblinking. The dungeon walls are covered in cute little drawings and signatures left behind by all the students who came before them. It feels less like a place of death and more like a tourist attraction. A sudden tug on his sleeve pulls him from his thoughts. It's Rio, looking pale and out of breath. She asks for something sweet, and Giama pulls a piece of candy from his pocket. But cheap candy isn't what she's after. She wants to know if he has any yang. Giama retorts that he isn't her babysitter, but she insists she's saving her own supply for later. Their bickering is cut short. Chloe shouts a warning, monsters charging 200 meters and closing fast. Speed Weapon immediately shifts into strategist mode, confirming the party is ready. He begins casting buffs as Rio draws her weapon, preparing to engage. Gama's eyes widen. That's no ordinary weapon. It's the S-grade artifact, the Crimson Bow. With a weapon of that caliber on their side, this dungeon clear should be almost too easy. But the question remains, can he truly rely on her? Especially as she casually unwraps her favorite snack just seconds before the monster horde descends upon them. Monsters stampede through the darkened cavern, but Chloe unflinching charges. Headfirst, dual crossbows ready to sing. Leaping into the fray, she unleashes a deadly volley. 2 perfect shots find their mark right through the eyes. The beasts crumble, but the horde doesn't even flinch, swarming past their fallen brethren. The red-haired girl draws her blade as Speed Weapon yells a warning. But Rio's movements are like lightning. 3 arrows fly true, a blur of motion. Each one finds its target, dropping 3 more monsters before they can reach Chloe. Giama is impressed by her raw talent. Still, all he can think about are the precious horns she might be shattering. But hey, regardless of her methods, a carry is still a carry. And with a damage dealer this skilled, they're unstoppable. Pushing deeper, a supposedly dead beast lurches back to life. It lunges for Rio before she has a chance to react. She spins to counter the attack, but her foot snags on a loose rock. Her balance shatters, and she tumbles down. Helpless, she braces for the inevitable impact. But just in the nick of time, Giama is there. He catches her in one swift motion, his blade flashing to cut down the monster. Rio can only stare, suspended in his arms, completely stunned. A mixture of shock and awe escapes her in a tiny, adorable hiccup. Meanwhile, back outside the dungeon's entrance, that same shady figure who was watching Giama answers a call from a blocked number. It seems a sinister plot is already in motion behind the scenes. With the immediate threat neutralized, Giama carefully gathers the buffalo horns. Every single one is a vital component for his weapon reinforcement. As he works, Rio approaches him, quietly offering a piece of yang as thanks for saving her life. He'd normally accept it without a thought, but the chilling yandere aura radiating from Chloe makes his blood run cold. He quickly calls Chloe over, whispering urgent instructions about the staff member from before. She nods in understanding, and they discuss their next move in hushed tones. Seeing them so close, Speed Weapon can't help himself. He just has to ask if they're a couple. Chloe's face flushes beet red at the mere suggestion. But our main character smoothly deflects, reminding him that guys and girls can just be friends. Chloe is clearly not happy with that answer. She shoots daggers at Giama, but wisely keeps her mouth shut. She quickly changes the subject, pointing out how eerily empty the dungeon is. Even for a popular spot, there should be way more mobs. Rio agrees that something feels wrong. The scarcity of the buffaloes is completely unnatural. It's almost as if they're fleeing from a greater threat. These creatures shouldn't be acting this panicked. Their behavior is all wrong. They're supposed to be docile creatures. The locals even use them as farm animals. Giama finds it hard to believe people farm demonic beasts, but stranger things exist in this world. Rio seems to know something more, but she keeps it to herself. Besides, they still have a cell signal. If things get too dangerous, they can just call for help. As they venture further, Giama asks Rio about her connection to Speed Weapon. It turns out Rio placed first in the written exams, with Speed Weapon coming in second. He apparently boasted about it for weeks, which is how their rivalry began. She also casually mentions she ranked third in the overall placement tests. Giama is surprised to hear Speed Weapon is such a loudmouth. But then he drops a bombshell he's distantly related to Rachel, so it runs in the family. Their distant connection explains why Giama, a veteran of the game's story, never knew about Speed Weapon's link to the main cast. Speed Weapon's family is just a branch of the mighty Chang'an clan, while Rachel belongs to the main family line. That blood tie is why they're acquainted. But now isn't the time for family trees. Speed Weapon assures Giama that he's just happy to be here. He insists Giama is the real star of the show. There's no need to be impressed by his own connections. He even suggests Giama is skilled enough to join the legendary 7 heroes. Chloe eagerly agrees, but Rio remains silent. Instead, she walks ahead, her voice laced with ice as she declares her hatred for the 7 heroes. The others are stunned, but there's no time to question it. Right now, their only mission is to clear this dungeon as quickly as possible and get out. They need 20 kills to meet the clear condition. As they advance, Giama spots ominous curse-like claw marks gouged into the walls. Chloe and Speed Weapon are already ahead. They call out to Giama, snapping him out of his thoughts. Back outside, the mysterious man is still on the phone, his conversation with the unknown caller continuing. He confirms that Giama's party should be facing the enraged buffaloes by now, assuring the voice he followed their instructions perfectly. In his mind, those kids are probably already monster chow, but the voice on the other end warns him against arrogance. And if this plan fails, it asks, will you take responsibility? The man is left speechless. The voice, cold and final, tells him to call back only when he has concrete results. With the call disconnected, the man stared into the dungeon's gaping maw. It was a death sentence either way, but he had to see the truth with his own eyes. He'd even jammed the gate wide open, ensuring their odds of survival plummeted to absolute zero. Yet, recalling Gama's gaze gave him pause. It was as if that teenager could pierce through any deception, guaranteeing his plans would never fail. Steeling himself, the man stepped inside, ready to witness the carnage firsthand. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Chloe's voice cut through the tension. More magical beasts were closing in from behind. Her blessing pinpointed the threat, roughly 50 of them charging their position. Suddenly, the ground itself began to tremble as a thunderous stampede of buffaloes barreled straight towards them. The sheer size of the horde was overwhelming. Could these truly be simple buffaloes storming at them with such unnatural fury? They were meant to be docile creatures, but something had clearly enraged this entire herd. In that critical moment, his master's words echoed in Gama's mind. Every blade is forged for a specific purpose. You wouldn't use a poultry knife to slay an ox just as a sashimi knife is crafted for slicing fish. But a young Gama had challenged him about beef sashimi, essentially using a fish knife to butcher a great beast. His master raised his blade, and for a second Gama flinched, expecting a blow. But instead, his mentor simply smiled at the perfectly sliced fish, and conceded that his point was indeed valid. That memory sparked a realization. He was now facing the same dilemma, about to use a fish knife to carve up a stampede of cattle. With no time to hesitate, Gama began directing his team. He ordered Chloe to create a diversion, but not to engage directly. Her mission was to shatter their formation without a full-on assault. He then turned to Weapon, a confident grin spreading across his face. You ready for this? Weapon knew that look. Gama was about to work his magic again, and he smiled right back. Born ready. But Rio, still unaccustomed to Gama's insane plot armor, couldn't fathom their calmness in the face of certain doom. Gama then called out to her, his voice steady and firm. Hold the front line. Don't let anything get past you. She nodded shakily, her voice trembling as she asked Weapon, how can he be so calm right now? Weapon simply told her, just try not to be too shocked by what you're about to witness. A herd of 50 was a formidable force, which is why Gama had brought an entire arsenal of sashimi knives. The first of the raging beasts finally broke through, closing the distance in a heartbeat, and with a flick of his wrist, Gama unleashed his blades. In mere moments, the entire herd of 50 was reduced to nothing but expertly carved meat. Rio was so stunned, she dropped her weapon. It was all over in the blink of an eye. Chloe had darted in, empowered by her feline's blessing, striking key targets while weaving through the chaos, creating the perfect opening for Gama to exploit. Then our main character leaped into the fray, his knives a silver blur, carving through dozens of beasts without pause. until a single deafening roar made him stagger and freeze. The remaining beasts seized that opening, burying him under their massive bodies. Rio's heart pounded with fear, watching him get overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the horde. But in the very next instant, the mountain of flesh erupted outwards in a storm of blades. When the dust settled, only Gamma's team remained standing. After that breathtaking display, Giama calmly sheathed his knife and began collecting the valuable horns as if nothing had happened. Thanks to his painless blessing now lasting 40 seconds taking down the entire herd, had been almost effortless. Chloe ran up to congratulate him, but he knew he couldn't have done it without his team. As they chatted casually, Rio just stared, her mind utterly blown. Weapon chuckled, telling her she shouldn't be so surprised since he'd warned her. But even he had to admit, seeing Gamma's skill firsthand was still unbelievable. Watching Giama and Chloe standing amidst the carnage, they both couldn't help but wonder, what kind of monster had they truly allied themselves with? With the battle over, the party resumed their journey toward the dungeon's exit. The dungeon's clear condition was to defeat 20 buffaloes, and Giama had just soloed more than double that. Our main character tried to downplay it, but Weapon almost brought up the mermaid fight. But then he caught himself remembering that battle was a closely guarded secret. With Rio there, he quickly changed the subject and they continued their march toward the exit. But as they walked, Chloe's sharp senses picked up on something. An unnatural, eerie silence had fallen over the dungeon. Soon they reached a towering pillar-like structure, a sealed gate that radiated a forbidden aura. As they stared in awe, the gate began to groan. Ancient chains thick with rust started to crumble and fall away. Back at the entrance, the saboteur stared in utter disbelief at the mountain of buffalo corpses littering the corridor. How could they have slaughtered so many on their own? His mind reeled, flashing back to his crippling 20 billion won debt to Chairman Land. It had all started a few days ago when a woman claiming to be an instructor from Hallen made him an offer he couldn't refuse. The deal was simple. If he did her bidding, his entire debt would be wiped clean. She handed him a demon stone, ordering him to tame the buffaloes, then drive them into a frenzy the moment Kanema appeared. And for the final act, he was to unseal the stone gate deep within the dungeon. He hesitated for a moment, knowing she was asking him to sacrifice the students. But the allure of a life free from debt was too powerful to resist. He gripped the stone, his mind racing with the thought of all his troubles vanishing forever. The instructor departed, warning him to answer any call from an unknown number. With the promise of his 20 billion won debt being erased, a few brats were a small price to pay. Once that stone gate was open, their survival was impossible. Meanwhile, Giama and his team stepped through the gates, a growing unease settling in. Suddenly, it all made sense why their path had been so easy. They had walked straight into a meticulously prepared trap, all because Giama ignored his instincts. This gate only opens when the giant's demon stone is near. It was a mid-game quest item, and the fragments they found were just pieces of its mana stone. He never imagined the door could be triggered with mere fragments alone. If this followed the game's scenario, the reward for clearing this dungeon would be legendary. But first, he had to focus on getting out alive. His eyes caught something on the second door. A single thin red line was carved into the supposedly indestructible gate. But he'd already burned through all 40 seconds of his painless blessing during the last fight. He wagered the Mirasame could hold out just long enough for one powerful slash to break the gate before the blade itself shattered. But before he could even move, an overwhelming presence descended upon the room, forcing everyone to freeze in turn. A colossal buffalo stood before them, radiating immense power. Yet the reward for defeating this beast was the coveted blessing of transition. It was a unique ability that could transfer and amplify the owner's blessing to a target for a single powerful use. The monster guarding this incredible reward was an A-grade demon, the Inotaros Minotauros, better known as the Buffalo King. Torches along the walls ignited on their own, illuminating the king and its two massive buffalo guards. Even its left and right-wing guards looked far more dangerous than any beast they had faced so far. And the demonic aura of the Buffalo King itself was utterly suffocating. Even if Giama managed to slash the gate once that creature fully awakened, escaping unscathed would be impossible. But this wasn't the midterms. He hadn't known about the mermaid, but he had fought minotaurs before. At full power, Giama could handle 3 of these alone, but his 40 seconds of painless blessing were already gone. He needed a new strategy. He turned to Speed Weapon. Can you cast a pain reduction buff on me? I only need it for 2 minutes. But if Speed Weapon faltered for even a second while Giama was fighting, it would spell his immediate end. He assigned the smaller foes to Saki and Chloe, declaring he would take down the big one himself. With their plan set, the students braced for battle as the Buffalo King awoke with a world-shaking roar. Giama activated the blessing of the sword god, and an instant later agonizing pain racked his body, forcing him to cough up blood. But thanks to Speed Weapon's buff, he could at least still move. The demon charged forward. Giama met the assault, dodging the first attack and flanking the beast before it could recover. The pain from the sword god's blessing was still so immense that he was constantly vomiting blood. But it granted him more than enough power to face the buffalo head-on. Giama parried another devastating blow and moved behind it, but his strike was met with a brutal kick that sent him soaring through the air. He caught himself just before impact, spitting another mouthful of blood. Sensations he couldn't feel under the painless blessing were now screaming through his nerves. And yet, embracing the full, unrestrained power of the sword god's blessing felt liberating. Giama launched himself forward once more. He weaved past a colossal swing of the Buffalo King's axe, moving with a speed that his teammates could barely perceive. The Titans continued their clash as Giama effortlessly dodged every attack. In a fit of rage, the Buffalo King raised its axe high and brought it down with catastrophic force right on top of him. As the smoke cleared, an impossible sight emerged. Giama stood perfectly still on the flat of the Minotaur's axe, completely unharmed. Rio couldn't believe her eyes. How could a human being move like that, let alone fight at such a divine speed? But she couldn't afford to be distracted. She was locked in combat with one of the Buffalo Guards herself. She understood the fundamentals of combat. Muscle control, proper stance, leveraging kinetic energy. The combat sense needed to break an enemy's balance with minimal effort. However, what she was witnessing was on another realm entirely. But knowing something and doing it are two entirely different worlds. With Giama's strength on her mind, she lets an arrow fly, piercing the buffalo's eye and instantly drawing its incandescent rage. In these moments, staring death right in the face, Giama's focus is an unshakable fortress. That iron will of his. It reminds her of Siegfried the Sword Emperor. She draws her bow again, taking aim at the charging beast, and obliterates its head with a single devastating shot. Her gaze returns to Giama, a rumor echoing in her mind, about a special admission student who forced the Sword Emperor to unleash his aura. Meanwhile, Giama's own aura erupts with crushing pressure, and the sheer terror sends the Buffalo King into a frenzy. It swings its fist to smash Giama off its axe, but he evades with fluid grace, his blade flashing out to slice open the monster's arm. At the same time, Chloe also finishes her battle, successfully taking down the buffalo she was fighting. She wipes a smear of blood from her face. She's new to fighting demonoids, but she knows one terrifying fact: the more human they seem, the deadlier they are. It might vary, but for a demon to mimic a human so perfectly means it possesses an unbelievable level of power. That means the creature Giama is fighting is on a completely different level. The monster howls, clutching its mangled arm. It raises its axe, preparing to unleash a powerful spell. But that's impossible. Demonoids can't use magic. Looking closer, they realize it isn't casting a spell at all. Instead, it's burning its own life force to generate raw mana. The chaotic power radiating from it makes getting close absolute suicide. Yet even now, Speed Weapon pours every ounce of his strength into his flute, believing with all his heart that Giama can perform a miracle. The monster raises its axe, now grotesquely fused to its remaining arm. Then it brings the weapon crashing down on our weakened main character, blood still trickling from his lips. Giama raises the Murasame to block the attack. A massive shockwave of energy erupts from the impact. He wanted to cut through the magic, but the energy was simply too dense, too overwhelming. He can't dodge either. His teammates are directly behind him, and they would be utterly annihilated. The Buffalo King pushes relentlessly, and Giama is slowly forced back. Just when it seems he'll be crushed, an arrow sinks into the monster's eye. Giama turns to meet Saki's furious glare. She screams at him to snap out of it and end this already. Giama closes his eyes for a moment. When they open, they burn with a newfound power. Slowly, the demonic axe begins to crack as the Murasame glows with a brilliant blue light. That azure radiance, it's just like the sword aura Siegfried used when he and Giama had their legendary spar. Giama pushes forward, shattering the axe to pieces. His blade cleaves straight through the Buffalo King, felling it with one perfect slice. Even after everything they've witnessed, his comrades are left speechless by his unbelievable power. The once terrifying monster collapses in two massive chunks. Giama looks to the ceiling, the tension finally leaving his body as he realizes he actually did it. Rio stares at him, her mind completely blown. Now she understands Speed Weapon's unwavering faith in their main character. On top of that, his assimilation rate skyrocketed from 9.3 to 12.7. Speed Weapon collapses to the floor, his lips sore and bruised from playing the flute with all his might. Every single time, Giama shatters every shred of common sense. The blue light from his sword was powerful enough to illuminate the entire cavern. To manifest an aura at such a young age, it's hard to believe he's even human. Rio approaches, telling him to breathe, shocking him back to reality. She finally understands his earlier warning not to be surprised by Giama, and she now knows why he follows him around so intently. Then she asks Speed Weapon if Academy rules would stop Giama from transferring to their class. Perhaps, but there are no rules stopping a student from doing things the other way around. Rio smiles. Now she gets the urge to tag along with him too. Giama gasps for air, the adrenaline finally leaving his system. Even with Speed Weapon's powerful blessing, the strain on his body was still immense. Still fighting without the shield of painlessness is a huge step forward for him. Chloe crashes into him, crying frantically, asking if he's all right. He tries to gently calm her down, since her weight is putting immense pressure on his grave wounds. She jumps back with a deep blush as he silently reconsiders all his life choices. A status window flashes before his eyes, informing him that he has acquired a new blessing. This blessing was meant for Lion. Its rank is Spirit, the rarest in the world. It's a power that only unlocks its true potential when combined with another. The Blessing of Transition. It allows the user to transfer an owned blessing to another living being, or even an object dot model. The catch: The user needs to touch their target directly. This blessing is critical for taming the dual-natured sword bowing a weapon Lion is destined to wield. And now that this incredible power is in Giama's hands, he plans to use it to its absolute limit. Just then, he senses a pair of eyes watching from the open stone gate. With a smirk, he turns to Chloe. "Remember that little favor I mentioned?" In a blur, she's on him. Before the man can react, Chloe slams into him, sinking a dagger deep into his thigh and pinning him to the spot. Speedweapon and Rio are completely stunned. As Giama casually approaches, he explains that this was all part of his plan with Chloe. The coward immediately feigns innocence, whining about what he could have possibly done. But the pieces instantly click into place. The rampaging buffalo, the mysteriously opened gate, this man was the puppet master behind it all. It was far too convenient, especially since no surveillance cameras exist within a dungeon. Yet this guy appeared right on cue. He was clearly targeting them, but the motive remained a mystery. Rio instantly realizes one crucial fact: a mere staff member couldn't have orchestrated this alone. When he refuses to cooperate, the threats begin. Giama and Chloe make it clear: talk or die. Faced with certain death, the man breaks. He confesses that an academy instructor offered to wipe his gambling debts clean, in exchange for eliminating their group. Speedweapon is furious. He can't believe someone would sell them out over gambling money. The man pathetically tries to justify his actions, but it only fuels Speedweapon's rage. Rio has to physically restrain him before asking, what did the instructor look like? He stammers out a description: a tall woman with striking purple hair and eyes. Rio's mind races and a name clicks into place. It had to be their class's assistant instructor. Her intense gaze had always stood out. Speedweapon connects the dots, realizing she must be the one behind the midterms incident too. Rio asks for details, and Giama finally reveals the secret. During their midterms, they battled a demonoid mermaid. It all makes sense now. Lion wasn't just injured. He was hospitalized because he fought a real demon. With the secret out, Speedweapon can't hold back anymore. He reveals the most shocking part: Giama took that monster down all by himself. After witnessing Giama's power today, Rio doesn't doubt it for a second. While they're distracted, Giama quietly stops the recording on his phone. He had the confession, the full story. The staff member had served his purpose, which meant his time was up. With a brutal yank, Chloe rips her blade from the man's leg. His scream of agony echoes through the chamber. A hidden dungeon, a place that's not supposed to exist, is the perfect stage to make someone disappear forever. As Giama turns to leave, his voice is ice cold, ordering the group's assassin to take care of the trash. Chloe doesn't hesitate. Her eyes shift into a terrifying yandere glare, and the man's screams are silenced in an instant. Emerging from the dungeon's darkness, Giama issues a silent challenge to Hoken Academy's elders, its instructors, and anyone foolish enough to target him. No matter what they tried, he would crush every last one. Giama returns to the academy, carrying his prize, the Cow King's horn. This was the Horn of Minotauros, the boss of the hidden dungeon, an item that guarantees weapon enhancement success below A rank. He takes it straight to the blacksmith, demanding he enhance the Mirasame with the horn. The blacksmith is floored. An A-grade beast material. For a student even from Hoken Academy, this was unbelievable. He had to ask how Giama possibly defeated a boss like that all on his own. Giama simply replies, "I had my team." Then he drops the battered Mirasame on the counter and asks if it can be repaired. Volander the blacksmith goes from thrilled to horrified. How could he possibly wreck the E-rank sword he'd worked so hard on? But a single icy glare from Giama shuts him up instantly. Their business concluded, Giama leaves the blade with Volander and walks away. As our main character departs, Volander wonders what twist of fate led his life to this point. As a petty act of revenge, he even considers forging the sword a little shorter this time. But before leaving, Giama tosses a comment over his shoulder. Use the leftover materials for a drink. Volander sighs, wondering just what kind of kid he'd gotten tangled up with. Back in class, Giama takes a moment to reflect on his journey and how much he has grown. He'd definitely come a long way, but getting a few more blessings from Speedweapon couldn't hurt. He pulls up his blessing screen. The list seemed to grow longer every time he checked it. But one stat stood out: the assimilation rate. Unlike the others, this one skyrocketed after every major battle. Clearing another dungeon would surely push it even higher. And maybe, just maybe, it would unlock something truly extraordinary. His stats may be soaring through the roof, but a new bizarre side effect has emerged. Ever since his first spar with Chloe, gray hairs have started to appear. Now Giama is gripped by a terrifying thought. What if he goes completely bald after all his hair turns white? With enemies now lurking around every corner, he has to be at his absolute peak. A stupid distraction like this could lead to a meaningless end. On top of that, he must master the blessing of transition. He feels a slight pang of guilt for stealing it from Lion. But as the original protagonist, that guy was destined to be drowning in buffs anyway. There's just too much on his plate, but right now, recovery is his top priority. His eyes land on a gift on his table, a box of yokin, an infamous candy so unbearably sweet it's basically inedible. There's no doubt who sent this. It had to be Rio. The gift reminds Giama of a major milestone. For the very first time, he led his own team to successfully clear a dungeon. Being the target of an assassination attempt has become his new normal. But having people he can call friends? Maybe it isn't so bad after all. In the original story, Weapon and Chloe were just minor characters. And he's not even sure Chloe considers him a friend in this new timeline. After the dungeon raid, Chloe was hospitalized with a high fever. Giama makes a mental note to visit her when he gets the chance. But he has no more time for idle thoughts. The wolf class instructors stride in, demanding the class settle down. His phone suddenly buzzes in his pocket. A text from an unregistered number simply asks, "What are you doing?" Giama is completely baffled. Who could this be? Was it sent by mistake? Then a second message appears. "Look in front of you." He glances up, and there's Rio strolling into the classroom with a smug grin on her face. She playfully waves her phone, revealing a wallpaper identical to the unknown contact's profile picture. The instructor then makes a stunning announcement. From this day forward, Saki Rio will be assigned to their class. With the announcement over, the instructor barks out his orders. Change into your gear and report to the training grounds in 30 minutes. The class erupts into chaos. They can't believe Rio is joining them. And the instructor even mentioned she requested the transfer herself. Students immediately try to swarm her as she walks by, but she ignores every single one of them. Giama watches her strut through the room with an uneasy feeling. Is she really coming to his class? Among this year's recruits, she's a living legend. One of the miracle generation, the top 4 students in the whole academy. The other 3 are him, Rachel, and Abel. She also holds the top rank in academics, and her combat prowess isn't far behind. She's the perfect embodiment of brains and brawn. She is also the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes known to the world as the Absolute Bow. Kojima also holds the title of Japan's Prime Minister, which basically makes Rio a princess. And in this world, Japan is still a global superpower. So it's no surprise the entire class is losing their minds, as if a world-famous celebrity just walked in. Everyone except Giama, who is desperately praying she won't come near him. But as she smiles right in his direction, Giama keeps ignoring her, until Rio leaps onto his table. She lands with elegant grace, shoving her phone in his face. The unspoken command is clear, save her number now. It seems Gama's bad feelings are never wrong. Meanwhile, back at the Gamyoto-Korin dungeon gates, investigators are questioning witnesses about a person who went missing inside the Buffalo dungeon. The last thing the man said was that he was worried about the cadets, and that he needed to check on them himself. Aside from looking a little unwell, nothing seemed out of the ordinary about the guard before he entered. The detectives dismiss the witness so they can continue their on-site inspection. As night falls, they step outside for a smoke break. People dying inside dungeons is, after all, a common occurrence. But no matter how horrific the accident, a body is always left behind. This time, though, there was no body to be found. All they discovered was a grotesque mountain of fleas and blood, piled high on buffalo corpses. It was hard to believe this devastation was the work of mere students. The cadets all returned safely, but the staff member who went in after them vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. The pieces just don't add up, but the detectives are struggling to figure out what they're missing. They consider if he ended up inside the stone gate, but that's impossible. That gate has never once been opened. And it's not like they can just barge into the academy and interrogate the cadets directly. The school is crawling with nobles, and the higher-ups would never approve such a warrant. One detective wanders off to take a leak while the other leans against a crate trying to solve the puzzle. Suddenly, his partner slumps to the ground beside him, as a pair of long, slender legs emerges from the shadows. Model, the detective felt it instantly. Demonic energy. A demon was close. But the one who appeared before him was human. He had no time to process the impossible. A flash of steel and his head was severed clean. His body crumpled to the cold, hard ground. His final thought, a human who contracted a demon. She was a demi-demon, half human, half fiend. In short, a villainess. Meanwhile, Rio happily munched on her snacks, settling into her new spot next to Giama. She wondered why Giama hadn't touched the snack she offered. He ignored the question, bluntly stating, "Chloe sits there sometimes." But Rio just shrugged. To her, it made no difference whose seat it was. Possession is 9/10 of the law, after all. Giama saw an opening and tried to ask why she'd suddenly transferred to their class. But the teacher's voice cut him short, announcing assembly would begin in 5 minutes. The other students began to file out of the classroom. But Rio simply slipped on an eye mask, ready for a nap. Giama asked if she was coming to morning training. She refused, claiming she'd rather meditate instead. The truth. She planned to sleep right there without a single care in the world. But before he left, she stopped him. "Don't call me Saki anymore." She wanted him to use her first name, Rio. She explained that where she's from, close friends use first names. Giama pointed out that even Weapon calls her Saki. She casually dismissed his point. "Just go have fun with your training," she said before settling down to drift off to sleep. Over in the dragon class, Rachel stretched languidly, thinking how unusually rowdy everyone was today. She decided to prod Abel a little casually, mentioning Rio's recent transfer out of their class. It was a strange move for someone known for sleeping all day and putting in zero effort. Abel acted indifferent, but Rachel pressed on, sensing that the topic was striking a nerve. After all, you can't just transfer without an open slot. And their class was apparently down one student this year. Impressively, Rio somehow found this out despite spending all her time napping in the archery hall. Abel questioned why she should be bothered at all. So Rachel dropped the real bomb. Rio had just teamed up with Giama to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Understanding dawned on Abel's face, her cheeks flushing red. Rachel continued her relentless teasing about her crush on Giama. Abel tried to deny it, of course, but Rachel had already seen it. Whenever Giama's name was mentioned, her entire demeanor changed. Oh yes, something was definitely going on. Abel vehemently shook her head. She insisted they'd only spoken a few times, and that was it. There was nothing between them, and she wanted Rachel to stop spreading strange rumors. Rachel just smirked. So nothing's happening right now. But that doesn't mean something can't happen later. Suddenly, Rachel's playful tone vanished. You can fool everyone else, Abel, she said coolly, but lying to yourself is not a good look. Her words struck a bell like ice. Rachel simply left her with a chilling, just think about it. This triggered a memory for Abel, a recent conversation with her grandfather. He had announced he would begin teaching at the academy. At first, she despised the idea. She assumed he was just there to hover over her, something she absolutely hated, given all the unwanted attention she already received. But Siegfried clarified his true purpose to keep a close watch on all the first-year students. After the incident during the midterms, Abel had asked for his help. This was his answer, to look after them all. He promised he wouldn't get in her way too often. But Siegfried couldn't conceal the sharp glint in his eyes. The legendary swordmaster, a man who always seemed detached, was now personally stepping onto the stage. And there was only one person Abel could think of who could inspire such a drastic change in her grandfather. Kang Giama, a prodigy who shattered the rules of status, carving his own path through noble society with nothing but pure strength. His talent was on a ridiculous logic-defying level, and his entire history was one of a fast-tracked genius. When she first saw him, he was just a scrawny, sneaky kid. But now, he had grown into a powerful young man with eyes like a hawk. He's already surpassed Leon Reinhardt, the one who was supposed to be the chosen hero candidate. Giama walks the hero's path more truly than anyone, and yet he never flaunts it, never boasts of his own greatness. He simply continues to move forward in silence. If he were arrogant even for a moment, perhaps she could bring herself to dislike him. But his nature is so different. She has no choice but to acknowledge him. In truth, she's jealous. Siegfried recognizes his talent, which only deepens her own sense of shame. Rachel's mocking gaze snapped her out of her reverie. Abel Rashidi desperately tried to deny it. She has no feelings for Giama. She doesn't even have the time or space in her mind for him. Rachel smirks, seeing her chance. With that declaration, Giama is now hers for the taking. All she has to do is get Rio out of the way, and the path is clear. Meanwhile, back in class, the professor is deep into a lecture on blessings and their hierarchy. The rank of any blessing is decided by the nature of the spirit dwelling within it. If a guardian spirit resides inside, it's a guardian-level blessing. But if a true spirit makes its home there, the blessing ascends to the spirit level. As the lecture drones on, Rio suddenly jolts awake, only to immediately fall back into her deep slumber. It seems even the professor's authority can't pierce her dreams. The lesson continues without her. It's been 2 days since Rio's transfer, but the reason for her joining remains a mystery, mostly because she's been asleep the entire time, leaving no chance for questions. And if all she's going to do is nap? Why does she insist on sitting in the corner right next to him? He sighs in relief that Chloe is still recovering in the hospital, or this situation could get incredibly messy. Still, he can't forget that Rio covered for him after the dungeon incident, wrapping everything up without a single loose end. She operates on a whole different level, far superior to any mere weapon. The teacher presses on, explaining the 4 tiers of blessings. At the very bottom is the personal blessing, followed by guardian then true, with the legendary heroic blessing reigning at the absolute peak. Most cadets in the academy possess a personal spirit blessing, the most common and weakest type. But in the hands of a master, even a personal blessing can unleash power that rivals a guardian's. Spirit-level blessings, on the other hand, are insanely rare. Giama just happens to possess one of them, the blessing of transition. Then there are the heroic-level blessings' powers, so immense they are considered myths. Since the dawn of their manifestation, only one person has ever awakened such power, the hero of Origins Valor Hawakan. In the modern era, however, rumors whisper of another, and Giama knows they're talking about the one who holds the miracle blessing. Class is dismissed with the teacher promising to finish the story next time. But Giama has one last burning question. He asks about the faint whisper he always hears when he activates the sword god blessing. That phrase is, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." A chilling silence falls over the room. The teacher stops dead in his tracks, and even Rio's eyes flutter open. The professor seems confused by the question, pointing out a fundamental flaw in Giama's words. There are no gods left in this world, and if there are no gods, there can be no blessing from them. As the teacher leaves, Ryozo lets out a laugh at Giama's embarrassing question. He turns to her, asking if she's finally done sleeping, but she simply turns away and drifts off again. Giama doesn't hold it against her. In fact, he decides it's time for a well-deserved nap himself. But as Giama's consciousness begins to fade, a strange message flickers into existence before him. His eyes snap open to a massive system window, informing him that the game master has requested a conversation. In an instant, his world vanishes, replaced by an abstract void, filled with floating debris, the message hanging in the empty space before him. The notification shifts, asking a simple question. Will he accept a meeting with the GM? A new line of text appears reading that the GM is now interfering with the world line through code. World line. A phrase Giama has never heard before. None of this is making any sense. The world falls silent. A message materializes warning that the dimensional gap is too large, and his current level is insufficient. He also hasn't met the requirements for a mysterious new trait. The system then asks, does he still wish to proceed despite the risks? He hesitates, his eyes scanning the bizarre, fractured reality around him. This feels far too real to be a dream. This could be his one chance to find the answers he seeks, about the sword god blessing and why he was brought to this world. He accepts. The moment he does, the world begins to tremble as the code of reality itself is rewritten. Suddenly, everything shatters. The world around him breaks apart, plunging him into a familiar space, the same one he saw when he first awakened the sword god's blessing. At the far end of this darkness, a faint light glows. As always, its true form remains just beyond his perception. But Giama can feel it. He's getting closer. With every step, with every push forward, he knows he's on the verge of reaching it. Just then, a voice cuts through the void, calling for him to wake up. A hand bursts through the darkness, grabbing his shoulder. The system detects an external interference. The conversation with the GM is immediately postponed. Giama desperately reaches out, trying to cling to this realm, but the hand drags him out by force. Before he is fully pulled away, the GM leaves him with one final message. It simply says that Giama should cut and sever no matter what it is. Then it ends with a haunting echo. May the blessing of the gods be with you. Giama is violently yanked back to the waking world by Rio's sharp voice. Just as she's scolding him for napping, her lecture dies on her lips. She sees the tear tracks on his face, his dazed and distant eyes. Later that day, Giama sits alone on a bench, his mind replaying the fragments of that haunting dream. Rio's annoyance had melted into genuine concern when she saw him crying. But the dream itself is like smoke slipping through his fingers. And the humiliation of being caught in such a vulnerable state by her. It stings. As his thoughts spiral, his new and rather unusual allies approach. It's time to review everything they've uncovered. The grim truth is clear. Someone high up in the academy is gunning for Giama, and they have to fight back. Weapon begins his summary, but Rio cuts him off with an impatient wave. She's already up to speed and can't stand another recap. Giama had asked Weapon to brief everyone, but now he just looks miserable caught in the crossfire. As the two bicker, Giama notices Chloe's muffled coughs from behind her mask. She's clearly not over her illness yet. He asks if she's feeling any better, and she nods, giving a weak confirmation. She's just keeping her distance, she explains, just in case she's still a walking virus. He turns back to his squabbling friends, asking Rio if she's found any new leads. But she's more focused on the fact he called her Saki, her sharp tone instantly correcting him. Giama glances nervously over at Chloe. But it seems her sickness has dulled her usual fiery reactions. She doesn't even flinch. To keep the peace, Giama switches to calling her Rio. With that settled, the conversation returns to the looming threat of the Academy Elders. Weapon brings them back on track. They need a solid plan. Their next move has to be decisive. They know the Elders are targeting Giama, and they have a description of a mysterious female instructor from the Guard. But knowing these facts doesn't change anything. The Elder's true motives remain shrouded in darkness. He sighs, figuring the powerful Adiator family will probably handle the situation properly in the end. But regarding that female instructor, Rio's eyes gleam. While digging through the Academy's entire internal security system, a faint memory sparked. She found a match, a face that fit the description perfectly. But strangely, her identity is a complete ghost in the system. Giama is stunned that Rio could even pull off a feat like that. For her, it's just another day in a world overflowing with tech. Still, the Academy's security is world-class. She had to launch her assault at the crack of dawn when the system's defenses were at their absolute weakest. She was already running on fumes, and that all-nighter pushed her to the limit. It finally explains why she's always half asleep during class. It also explains how she managed to get his number even though he never once gave it to her. But the bottom line is, they have nothing concrete. They can't just storm the Elders' chambers and make demands. However, Weapon has another path in mind. He wants the four of them to forge their own faction by starting a club. In this academy, clubs are granted freedom of movement and even receive financial support from the school. The school preaches student cooperation, and the perks are immense. Clubs are treated as official groups affiliated directly with the academy. It's a shield. Being mere students offers little protection, but joining a club would give them the academy's official blessing. A club would be a second layer of armor, protecting them from enemies both inside the walls and out. The concept clicks for Giama. He remembers the club system from his past life playing the game. It was a core feature of the academy-based world, a mechanic that let players build and decorate their own personal hideout. You could invite characters to boost affection levels, but it was mostly a clever way to drain the wallets of dedicated fans. The players called it the housing system. Giama had never bothered with it, seeing it as a waste of precious time. Who would have thought that a cosmetic feature would become a critical survival strategy in this new reality? But creating a club has its own rules. They need a minimum of 5 members and a formal proposal submitted to the admin office. They only have 4. They're 1 member short. As you get older, Gamma Muse's relationships become a game of calculation and benefit. And yet these people, they trust him. They support him without question, even though they barely know him. A deep sense of gratitude washes over him. First things first, they need a name for their fledgling group. Chloe, in a quiet voice, suggests, "Memories of Assassination." The name hangs in the air a little too dark and edgy for the others. Rio scoffs, saying they should just pick a random name since no one cares. But Weapon immediately shoots down her lazy approach. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Gamma speaks up with an idea. What if they became a travel club? With a travel club, they'd have the perfect cover to clear dungeons and explore beyond the academy walls without raising suspicion. The group loved the idea, and just like that, their new venture was born. Now they needed a club advisor and fast. The exams were just a week away and time was running out. Without an advisor, the club was just a dream. But this was the hard part. Advisors had to be at least professor level. Chloe suggested the professor from their blessing studies class, known for being popular and kind. However, the man was always buried in work. It was a long shot that he'd agree, even though he was the ideal candidate. The academy had over 500 staff members, but only around 30 were professors. And that list shrunk even more when limited to those teaching first years. That left them with only 10 possible candidates. The school preached about supporting clubs, but its own rules were a tangled mess. All eyes turned to Gamma, hoping he had a plan. A sly grin formed on his face. They needed a professor, or someone even higher. Then it hit him. There was one person, of course, someone whose rank soared far above any professor in the entire academy. When he finally revealed who he was talking about, his friends stared back in utter disbelief. Convinced he had to be joking. To make the club a reality, the president needed to submit the application form in person. As the obvious choice for President Gamma took the documents to the administrative building himself. The woman behind the desk immediately sized him up with disdain. Her unprofessional attitude was a disgrace to the academy. She was shamelessly looking down on our main character simply because he was a special admission student. Gamma tried to ignore her condescending tone. If the application meets the criteria, he stated flatly, just process it. The woman shot up from her chair, her large frame casting a shadow over Gamma. To start a club, she sneered, you need a faculty advisor. And from what I can see, no professor would be caught dead advising a club like yours. Gamma asked her what she meant, though her prejudice was painfully obvious. She was convinced that because he was a special admission student, no professor at the academy would ever risk their reputation by sponsoring him. With a background like his, she believed his dream of starting a club was nothing more than a pathetic lost cause. Her rotten attitude wasn't a shock. Gamma had a tiny bit of goodwill left for this place, but it was quickly evaporating. After working nearly 20 years in the service industry, he had dealt with countless disgusting individuals. Staying silent was often the best move, but that didn't stop the burning desire to land a solid punch on her smug face. Instead, Gamma simply pulled out his phone, deciding to call someone who could solve this problem for him. He calmly told the person on the line he was at the admin office. The woman shrieked, "How dare you answer a phone call in front of me?" The voice on the other end replied, "I'm nearby, I'll be there soon." And with that, Gamma ended the call. The moment the call was finished, the woman exploded, launching into a tirade about how he had the nerve to disrespect her in her own office. Gamma simply warned her, "You should really just follow the procedure. The person I called is on their way." Lost in her self-important rant, the large woman failed to notice her coworkers suddenly bowing their heads and averting their gazes. She continued to boast that she was the cousin of a close friend of the headmaster. She claimed she had the power to get a special admission student like him thrown out in a heartbeat. That ridiculous threat made Gamma snicker. He leaned in and whispered, "Quiet down, your voice is too loud." That was the final straw. Her face twisted into an unhinged snarl, revealing what he called her true face. Suddenly, the doors to the office burst open with a deafening crash. Framed in the splintered doorway stood a very angry headmistress. Gamma smirked at the woman. "Pay your respects to my club advisor." The headmistress's expression softened into a smile, happy to see him again. Gamma started to apologize for the inconvenience, but Medadia assured him she'd come running anytime he called. Hearing Gamma's name, the admin woman's blood ran cold. She realized she'd been threatening this year's top freshman student all along. Medadia cheerfully told her prize student to leave the papers and go study for his upcoming exams. "Now that I'm here," she said with a comforting smile, "I'll make sure to take care of everything for you." The instant Gamma was gone, Medadia's aura turned icy cold as another staff member scrambled to bring her a chair. The woman began to stammer desperately, trying to explain that it was all a huge misunderstanding. But the headmistress didn't need any special blessing to know the woman had been mocking his background. And of all the people she could have picked a fight with, she chose the very student personally selected by the headmistress and the legendary swordmaster. Without a single word, Medadia's blessing manifested a resignation letter on the table. She had 5 minutes to write. With that problem neatly solved, Medidia reported the club application was a success. Now they just needed one more member. As for the girl who was fired, Giama couldn't care less. She then summoned him into her office after class. But first, Giama had to face a man who was both friend and foe, the legendary blacksmith Valander. He was here to claim his gear. Valander simply told him to wait. Valander finally looked the part of a master craftsman. But what did the blacksmith think of him? As a former player, Giama's feelings were a tangled mess, and after recent events, the bitterness had grown far stronger. Still, a part of him felt a pang of pity. The blacksmith Valander. He was the NPC who controlled every player's destiny when it came to gear. In a game built on grinding and luck, he was a figure both worshipped and despised, a notorious black hole for every player's wallet. Giama was never a whale, so he only felt a fraction of that pain. But the true heavy spenders, the whales, they would practically hold rituals, begging the gods of RNG for just one lucky enhancement, praying that Valander would show them mercy. In reality, most players just cursed his name. The enhancement system was pure gambling. Even Giama screamed in rage when his B-grade Mirasami shattered, dropping all the way down to a pathetic E-grade. Valander's voice snapped him out of the painful memory, asking Giama what was on his mind. He then revealed the reforged blade, his voice swelling with pride, declaring his work this time was beyond perfect. And what's more, special options had been added. Giama's heart leaped. The scattered rain. His Mirasami sword gleamed reborn and brimming with power. This wasn't just luck. The blacksmith was a damn god. And because of this masterpiece, his painless blessing had leveled up, now reaching a staggering 50 seconds of activation time. Thinking of future dungeon runs, 40 seconds always felt too short. But an extra 10 seconds, that was a game changer. The synergy with his transition blessing was immense. As his armament level grew, so too would the benefits. This was a massive win for him. He used to complain about it, but for a spirit-level blessing, Painless was proving to be incredibly versatile. But Valander told him to check one more thing. The weapon's rank. His sword had reached D-grade. After all that effort, he felt a sting of disappointment. He'd used materials from the A-grade Buffalo King, he was expecting C-grade at the very least. Still, it wasn't all bad. Considering how often he channeled his aura through it, jumping 2 full grades in hardness was a huge plus. At least now it wouldn't shatter mid-fight. That's when he noticed it. A flashing button on his status screen practically begging to be pressed. Giama felt a knot of dread in his stomach. He pressed it anyway, and a new window flooded with information appeared. Due to a successful reinforcement and the weapon's high growth potential, up to 3 special abilities could now be imbued into the sword. But these abilities required magic stones, and the results would be completely random. Magic stones weren't easy to come by. Giama could barely process it. His sword now demanded a fortune to unlock its true power. Meanwhile, in a darkened chamber, an elder working with the demon commander hurled a drinking cup, shattering a mirror. He chugged straight from the bottle before casting it aside. His gaze drifted upwards to a portrait of his father, Ramon von Bimmark, the man known as the Mad Tiger, one of the legendary 7-star heroes. But he fell 40 years ago during the war against the 6th Legion commander Vazman. To the world, he was a noble hero. But in the shadows, his own family tried to assassinate him, their greed hungry to seize control of the Bimmark name. To survive that den of vipers, he had to poison his own heart and become a monster. He manipulated those scheming relatives, turning them against one another until they imploded. In the end, he rebuilt his family from the ashes. By the age of 30, he was an elder of Haken Academy. His mission to rule over a foolish humanity and forge an absolute unbreakable class system. And conveniently enough, the existence of demons gave humanity the perfect enemy, solidifying his authority and control. But there are always variables. Glitches in the grand design. Leon von Reinhardt, a hero born with the power to defeat the Demon King. A child chosen by fate itself. Of course, the power gap between humans and demons is absolute. The chances of Leon actually succeeding are practically zero. Lycan, the 1st Legion commander, sealed away by the legendary hero, Baylor Hwakin. His very existence became the stuff of myth, a benchmark for all legends to come. Then a mysterious woman appeared before him. She offered a tempting solution to personally handle the so-called hero candidate. He scoffed internally. How could a mere instructor dare address him with such casual disrespect? But the instant their gazes locked, he felt an overwhelming pressure. The established hierarchy was shattered in that single moment. This was no ordinary human. She had willingly cast aside her humanity to forge a direct pact with a Legion commander, a half-demon, known to the world as a villain. As if dealing with Lion wasn't already a massive headache. Now, some low-born special admission student was making everything infinitely worse. Even the auditors were stalling, hiding behind pathetic excuses of insufficient justification. Elder Clay von Bimihart gave a chilling order. Summon the Undertakers. The next day in class, Giama's mind was racing, his thoughts spilling onto the pages of his notebook. His focus was the Mirasami. It craved magic stones to unleash its true potential. The power gap between an enchanted weapon and a normal one was astronomical. A weapon with 3 enchantment slots wasn't just rare, it was a legendary jackpot. But magic stones were only dropped by specific dungeon bosses, or from A rank and higher demonic beasts, creatures that were basically demonoids in all but name. It seemed Giama was fated, or perhaps cursed, to hunt these monsters forever, to gain more power. He mused grimly. Maybe the demon in his name wasn't just a coincidence. His gaze drifted to Rio, fast asleep behind that bizarre sleeping mask of hers. He wondered if she'd pulled another all-nighter. A full week had already passed since they'd conquered that dungeon with the new club members. The key to opening the Buffalo King's stone gate was also a magic stone, but one that came from a colossal beast known as a gigant. Incredibly, it seemed someone had already slain a gigant and claimed its stone. Even in the game, their power was so immense that a single step could shake the world. And a gigant was mere child's play, compared to the monstrosities from the game's later updates. Those things weren't just beasts, they were living calamities, natural disasters given flesh. Giama had to question if it was truly worth risking his life just for weapon abilities. This dangerous hunt should have been Lion's job. Lost deep in his own world, he didn't even notice Chloe approach and greet him. Her eyes flickered to the sleeping Rio, occupying her usual seat, but she wisely decided not to say a word. Giama asked if she had fully recovered, and she confirmed she was feeling much better. She still remembered his pained state after unleashing that blue light. But before she could mention it, he cut her off, telling her not to talk about it. That blue light she saw was aura, a power reserved only for the absolute masters of combat. Thinking of that power, maybe farming magic stones was worth the risk after all. A complete reversal from how he felt moments before. A deep hunger for strength was blooming inside him, completely eclipsing any desire for a safe and peaceful life. Despite this, his ultimate goal remained the same. His #1 priority was simply survival. Unexpected variables kept appearing out of nowhere. Things that never existed in the game were now relentlessly targeting him. The story he once knew was being twisted beyond recognition. It felt as if the world itself refused to let him live in peace. Somehow, a month had already passed since he enrolled. Soon, the truth of the Second Great War, a cataclysm just 3 years away, would come to light. For Giama, getting stronger and enhancing his weapon were no longer mere options. They were absolute necessities. At this rate, he couldn't guarantee victory in the war because he didn't trust the hero candidate Lion one bit. Even if the mermaid was a demonoid, for the hero to be defeated by a one-shot charm spell was just pathetic. The sheer exhaustion of the entire situation was almost too much to bear. He was so lost in thought he never realized weapon had arrived. Until a fist from Rio slammed into his face. He was asking about the club's registration. Giama confirmed the headmaster approved it. They just needed one more member to become official. Weapon also dropped some interesting news. Lion had apparently been on an absolute rampage recently. He was clearing high-ranked dungeons non-stop. It seemed Lion was finally acting like a protagonist, and Giama almost considered taking back his earlier criticism. Rumor had it, Lion's party had cleared an A-rank dungeon yesterday, while their own group had barely survived a C-rank. Weapon pointed out that Rio was surprisingly well informed about the blonde hero, making it painfully obvious she was into him. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she turned and stared directly at Giama, before looking away and declaring she wasn't interested in him anymore. But Lion was undeniably growing stronger. At this rate, he was on track to obtain Baylor during the upcoming Survival Island training. When you really think about it, the fact that Giama is still alive with just a sashimi knife is a bona fide miracle. It's almost as if his entire existence serves as a shield drawing away all the threats meant for Lion. But even if that's true, Giama has no intention of being a sacrificial pawn. For the sake of his own survival, he will swing his blade without a shred of hesitation. He has no reason to act like a flawless hero, and he's certainly not the protagonist of this world. He swears under his breath to carve a path through anyone who stands in his way. Rio overhears his dramatic declaration. "Are you into anime?" she asks. That line is straight out of a game. Meanwhile, in the hallowed halls of the academy, a maid leads a crew radiating pure menace. One of them can't believe it. How did their shadowy group ever get a summons from the Hawken Academy elders? At this rate, their reputation is growing so fast, they might as well become a legitimate assassination guild. The boss, a woman with sharp silver hair, cuts him off. "Shut your mouth unless you want your teeth pulled out." Another thug whispers to the rookie that he doesn't get it yet. Their boss despises the elites. But the payout for this particular job was just too massive to ignore. As they keep chattering, the boss repeats her command with icy finality. "Shut up!" They arrive at the elder's office, and the maid announces their presence through the heavy door. The man within bids them to enter. The first through the door are Jiang Taipeng, the group's deputy leader, Perry, a low-level grunt, and their formidable boss, Rui Shen. These are the core members of the Undertaker Syndicate, a mercenary alliance of villains. The elder greets them, thanking them for making the long journey. He cuts straight to business, ordering his maid to hand them a package. Inside is a file on Kang Giama. One of the men scoffs, wondering why they're targeting some random kid. Ignoring the question, the elder gives his order. Giama is to be eliminated during next week's Survival Island training. Succeed, and you'll receive 100 million upfront as agreed. A bonus will be paid upon completion. Rui asks for the preferred method of disposal. The elder's reply is chilling. Toss him into the ocean surrounding the island. Let the sharks take care of the rest. The day of the written exam arrives. Giama casually munches on a sandwich, flipping through his study materials. He already aced the midterms, so this shouldn't be too much of a challenge. But the academy posts the rankings for all to see, so he can't afford to just slack off. Besides, the other 2 club members hold the top 2 spots. He can't let himself be left in their dust. As he studies, a text from Rio pops up reminding him to eat a proper breakfast for the exam. Giama replies that he already had a sandwich, which prompts a full-blown lecture on the importance of sugar for the brain. It seems Rio has a special talent for spouting nonsense first thing in the morning. It's a mystery how she's the top scorer. Giama mentions that his home country has traditional exam sweets, which immediately piques her interest. But he quickly shuts it down, telling her to just eat. She spams his phone with messages, demanding to know what he meant. Giama has already dropped his phone, switching it to silent. He has no time for her antics. He needs to focus on acing this test and beating that Yang Gang maniac. Easier said than done, however, because according to his test scores, Giama looks like a complete idiot. While Rio and Weapon bicker over the answers, Chloe quietly asks Giama how he did. He claims he just guessed on every single question. The truth is, he scraped by using his secret knowledge of the game's lore. But still, he must have scored higher than Chloe, right? Changing the subject, he asks her if she's heard anything from Nox. Any updates at all? She admits her brother called the night before, but she was asleep and missed it. He called at 7 in the evening, but after pulling an all-nighter, she didn't even notice. Giama knows Chloe is a total night owl. It's far more likely she ignored the call on purpose. An adiatory member's contact info is top secret. Unless Nox reaches out himself, Chloe is his only link. She clearly has her reasons for avoiding him, but the awkwardness between them is obvious. Giama muses that siblings really should try to get along better. Just then, Weapon lets out a howl of despair, complaining that he studied for days without sleep. And yet, from the sounds of their argument, Rio has beaten him once again. As Weapon spirals into academic anguish, Rio gets up and slides into the seat next to Giama. "So what were you and Chloe talking about so seriously?" she asks. "Are you two dating?" In the background, Chloe's imagination begins to run wild, but Giama shuts it down instantly. "No, it's not what you think." Rio leans in even closer, her voice a teasing whisper. "Well, if you don't have a girlfriend, then why do you always ignore my texts?" He desperately tries to explain. It was just one time, acting like he doesn't always leave her on red. But their little chat is shattered by Chloe's voice, who is absolutely livid to hear that he and Rio have been texting. He spins around at the haunting sound of his name, only to be greeted by Chloe in full-blown yandere mode. She stares down at them, her voice deceptively calm, as she asks about their little secret messages. Chloe's sudden explosion of jealousy completely blindsides Jamba. The redhead was perfectly fine when they were sitting side by side, but now a simple text has turned her into a monster. Even Weapon can't process her sudden shift in attitude, but Rio finds the whole terrifying situation absolutely hilarious. She playfully teases Giama, asking why Chloe's being so possessive, but Giama warns her to back off before she makes things 100 times worse. But she doesn't listen, oh no. She keeps poking and prodding, dying to know why Chloe is losing her mind. She knows perfectly well what's happening. It's obvious she understands the situation completely, but she's just having fun stirring the pot, unaware of the yandere nuke that's about to detonate. Chloe has had enough of their flirting. She gets straight to the point. Giama never even gave her his number yet. He's already chatting so freely with Rio. Giama scrambles for an excuse, claiming his number is confidential, but his words fall on deaf ears. She's laser-focused on one thing: Giama's promise that he would be her one and only prince. Rio clings to Giama's arm, absolutely thrilled by the drama, while Giama tries to speak through the suffocating waves of killing intent radiating from his friend. He desperately whispers to Rio that Chloe is a yandere, but she just plays dumb. Finally, Weapon rips her away from Giama, knowing exactly what's about to go down. Chloe's hand moves, and she pulls out the trademark weapon of every yandere, a box cutter. She's ready to slice through anything and anyone in her path. This is a far cry from her last yandere episode, and Giama has no idea what to do. He's been slacking on his yandere research on Neotube, and now his ignorance might just get him killed. Chloe takes a slow, menacing step towards him, her voice a chilling whisper. From this moment on, she will guarantee that he will only ever look at her, and without even a second to react, she lunges ready to carve him up with the box cutter. That's when even Rio realizes this has gone way too far. She relentlessly slashes at him, the box cutter a blur of motion, all while ranting about how Giama always makes her so sad. He's always chasing after other girls, completely ignoring her. This time, her attack misses Giama entirely, heading straight for an unsuspecting Rio. But Giama's reflexes are like lightning, deflecting her arm before it can strike the girl behind him. He slams her down onto a table, using his weight to pin her and stop her from escaping. Weapon and Rio watch in astonishment as Giama attempts to break through her rage, but the archer is clearly annoyed by this whole spectacle. Pinned beneath him, he desperately tries to get through to her. She struggles, but her frantic pushes grow weaker against his hold. But his words meant nothing to her now. After all this time of complete silence, he suddenly shows up demanding to be heard. Giama invaded her personal space, whispering that he needed to see her face to face, not through some cold piece of metal. His sincerity seemed to pierce through her anger, and a shiver ran down her spine as he leaned in closer, his eyes intense with the desire to end this. He thanked her for always keeping him in her thoughts, and those words were all it took to overload Chloe's mind, flipping a dangerous switch. Giama's sheer presence is so overwhelming, even legendary weapons start to glow with a crimson blush. With Chloe frozen by his sheer presence, he rises and reminds her of the Buffalo Dungeon, a time when they relied on each other to survive. "We've been through too much together," he says, his voice cutting through her rage. "For you to break so easily." As her fury finally subsides, Giama seizes the moment to make his escape relieved. He managed to defuse the ticking time bomb. Weapon asks him if he's all right, but Rio doesn't answer his face a mask of pure disappointment. Their conversation quickly shifts as Giama orders them to clean up and prepare to leave, just as Rio wordlessly steps out of the room. Later on, Rio and Weapon walked back to the dorms, but only one person occupied their thoughts, Giama. They had seen it time and time again. The moment Giama was mentioned, Chloe would unleash a terrifying murderous aura. You don't need to be a genius to see Chloe's intense feelings for our main character. However, this isn't just a crush. It's a dangerously twisted love. What was truly chilling, however, was the sight of Giama's hand gripping a sashimi knife hidden behind his gentle smile. He always prefers to use persuasion to navigate danger. But it was crystal clear that Giama was ready to let his blade do the talking if his words failed. He wields the threat of violence with chilling precision. To some, he's a villain. But in truth, these are the marks of a true ruler. Weapon's conviction had solidified into certainty. He now knew without a shadow of a doubt that Giama was destined for greatness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he noticed Rio, her fingers tapping furiously on her phone. A storm was brewing on her face, a clear sign that something was deeply bothering her. But she refused to share what was on her mind. So he tried a different approach, asking why she was so fixated on her phone. She was erasing a video from her NeoTube channel that her subscribers weren't watching, titled "The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere," the very same video series Giama had used to survive Chloe's obsessive attention. A fact completely lost on Weapon. The video had over 200,000 views, a clear success, but she was still hell-bent on deleting it. Her only reason was that she doesn't need it anymore. Weapon wisely changed the subject, and the two chatted as they walked through the sprawling campus. Elsewhere inside the Grand Academy Library, Giama was buried in a mountain of books surrounded by his fellow cadets. Starting next Wednesday, a new trial would begin. A deserted island survival training on Avalon Island, set to last for 3 days and 2 nights. While it sounded like a brutal survival camp, cadets could form teams of 1 to 4 people. The school had even sent out an official announcement laying out all the details for every cadet. The whole thing was structured more like a school festival than a life or death trial. More like a camping trip. That's why Giama was in the library absorbing every survival guide he could find to prepare for what was coming. Though it was framed as a test of self-sufficiency, the Academy confirmed the results wouldn't impact their final grades. But as a former player of the game, Giama knew this event was anything but simple. It had left a permanent mark on his memory for a reason. This was a crucial part of the main storyline, where the main character was destined to acquire the hilt of Balmung, the protagonist's legendary weapon. During the island training, a fateful incident would also spark the romance between the hero Abel and Leon. He was obsessed with that storyline back then, but now that feeling of jealousy had vanished. Since entering this world, the constant peril he'd faced had hardened his heart, making him cynical about love. With the Academy elders hunting him down and the mysterious instructor lurking in the shadows, he had far too much to worry about to even consider romance. No matter how beautiful a girl might be, this wasn't the time or place to catch feelings. Love could wait for his next life. In this one, as a swordsman, his heart craved something far greater, the holy demon sword Balmung. Perhaps it was the swordsman's blood flowing through his veins, but he couldn't help but covet that legendary blade. As a former player, he knew Balmung's location and its terrifying power. But finding its scattered pieces was a pivotal part of the story's progression. And even with his forbidden knowledge, he still couldn't claim them. The condition to wield Balmung, a sword that chooses its own master, was to manifest the blessing of miracle. That meant the weapon was literally designed and forged for the protagonist alone. Comparing that to Giama, who wielded a mere sashimi knife, the difference in their worthiness was an uncrossable chasm. Instead of chasing an impossible dream, it was better to focus on the knowledge he'd need to survive 3 days on that island. After all, thanks to the incident on Scopuli Island, the director had made a special request for the Sword Emperor to join the trip as a guest instructor for the Wolf class. The world's strongest hero, guiding a group of first-year students on a simple camping trip. The main story had certainly taken a sharp turn, but thanks to this unexpected twist, he could now pursue his goals with a new layer of safety. Giama made his way to another shelf, continuing his search for a book that held the specific answers he sought. He hadn't come to the library for basic survival information he could find online. He was hunting for a specific secret tied to Avalon Island. He pulled a dusty tome detailing the island's history and began to read. Avalon Island, mystical place in the far western sea where the very terrain constantly shifted. In the heart of the island, there was an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake. Among certain tribes, it was known as the Land of Beginnings. At present, the island was completely uninhabited. But Giama already knew all of this. It looked like he'd have to search the entire library to unearth what he was truly after. As he scanned the endless rows of books, a voice called out to him. A firm hand gently grasped his shoulder. It was Leon, the blonde-haired protagonist, who greeted Giama with a small smile. A few girls nearby squealed with delight at the mere sight of Leon. But Giama was focused on the book in the protagonist's hands. It was an introduction to magic. It seemed Leon was trying to learn from his failure during the midterms. But even if that were true, something felt off. The protagonist shouldn't be in the library studying magic right now. A seed of suspicion began to grow in Giama's mind. Leon took a seat across from our main character and asked what kind of books he was reading. Giama simply explained he was learning about Avalon for their upcoming trip. Even Leon had to admit Giama's diligence was almost terrifying, a fact our main character couldn't possibly deny. Between brutal exercise, endless dungeon dives, and studying magical beasts, his life was a relentless grind. But Giama knew what horrors awaited in 3 years, and he was desperately preparing to survive the coming storm. In the end, it was all for self-preservation. Leon pondered this for a moment, then declared that the two of them were fundamentally different. That statement sent a chill down our hero's spine, reminding him of when Leon had suspiciously asked where he came from. The blonde hero was acting just like his game counterpart, yet something felt deeply wrong. This wasn't the Leon that Giama remembered. A shadow of sorrow flickered across his face, and a troubled aura clung to him like a shroud. Before Giama could press for answers, Leon stood up abruptly, simply wishing him a safe journey home. There was no doubt about it. Something was seriously wrong with the protagonist. Perhaps it was the crushing burden of a hero destined to carry humanity's fate, a weight heavy enough to break anyone's shoulders. With Leon gone, Giama returned his focus to the mission at hand, grabbing the last bits of intel before the library closed. The day of the survival training finally arrived, and students swarmed the training grounds for orientation. Abel and Rachel soon met Rio and Chloe, and for a tense moment, Giama's 4 future wives sized each other up. After some forced pleasantries, Rachel shattered the fragile peace. She openly accused Rio of poaching, of transferring into Giama's class, just to steal him from them. But Abel quickly cut in to stop the escalating conflict. Rachel, however, was just getting started, her voice rising with righteous fury. She laid out the evidence. Rio didn't just go to a dungeon with Giama, she started an entire club with him. And now she had the chance to spend 2 nights and 3 whole days with him on this training island. Rio calmly interrupted, dropping a bombshell that silenced the entire group. Giama had decided to do the training alone. His excuse: he had some new techniques he wanted to test in private. His plan was to take on the whole island by himself. A wicked glint appeared in Rachel's eyes. This meant Giama would be completely isolated for 3 entire days. A brilliant scheme began to form. Giama only said he wanted to be alone. There was no rule that said he couldn't be found. And so Rachel proposed a competition, the Rachel Giama contest, that would give one lucky girl the ultimate prize: uninterrupted time with Giama. Avalon Island was infamous for its constantly shifting terrain. Even using a spatial gate, everyone would be dropped into completely random locations. Just meeting up would be a nightmare, making teamwork nearly impossible. Therefore, the Rachel game would have one simple brutal rule. Whoever finds Giama first wins. The other 3 must immediately give up their pursuit. The victor would earn the right to completely monopolize Giama. If they happened to cross paths, they could team up or separate, but they were forbidden from interfering with each other's hunt. The girls agreed to the challenge, but the thought of monopolizing Giama sent Abel's face into a crimson flush. She vehemently refused to join such a shameless game, which only made the others smile. One less rival to worry about. Meanwhile, the target of this budding war, Giama himself, was struggling to keep his eyes open after pulling an all-nighter in the library. He had downloaded all the necessary data to his phone and came prepared with 24 sashimi knives and a hidden ace up his sleeve. Ma had been messaging him nonstop like a worried mother hen. She made sure he had everything he needed, even reminding him to pack clean underwear. It was like having a grandma at the academy. But before leaving, Giama's gaze swept across the academy staff, searching the crowd with predator-like focus. He was hunting for a specific target, a tall female instructor with purple hair and purple eyes. Her motives were a mystery. But if she was after his life, this deserted island was the perfect stage for an assassination. The island's chaotic, ever-changing nature also made it incredibly easy to make a body disappear. Of course, that logic applied to Giama as well, but he was still hesitant to use his blades on another person. Then again, he couldn't just stand by and let himself be killed. The biggest hurdle was simply finding this potential assassin. But in this world where people seemed to be dipped in every color of the rainbow at birth, there were a surprising number of women with purple hair and eyes. His thoughts were cut short as Siegfried and Abel passed by him on the training grounds. The legendary Sword Emperor told Giama to continue striving for greater heights and to achieve great results. But he also reminded him to take time to rest and truly enjoy the training ahead. After a few more words, they started to walk away. But Abel paused, giving Giama a long, intense stare before leaving with a frustrated huff. Kama didn't give it a second thought, chuckling to himself. He remembered from the game's plot that she was about to get a boyfriend soon anyway. As he watched her go, he completely missed Rio sneaking up on him, a devilish glint in her eyes. At least that was her plan until Gamma spun around and delivered a punishing flick right to her forehead. She cried out and stumbled back, completely caught off guard by the sudden powerful attack. All she wanted was to wish him luck for the training, but now she was too furious to even look at him. Gamma just couldn't figure Rio out. He was barely sleeping these days because she was constantly shadowing him. And if he ignored her, she'd only get more restless, pacing around like a caged animal. He had no clue why she was so fixated on him. But Rio was still technically a heroine. Getting any closer to a main character was the last thing he wanted. The spatial gate to Avalon Island shimmered into existence. The students were ordered to pass through carefully and begin their test. Gamma stepped towards the portal, his resolve hardening. This time he would find what he was looking for, and he would do it quietly. The vortex pulled him through, and in an instant he arrived in the sacred land of Avalon. He stood before the tree of beginnings Yggdrasil, but there was no time for sightseeing. A survival test was underway, and everyone was fighting with their all. He couldn't afford to slack off. Thankfully, he had a secret advantage. He'd taken a photo of the island's map back at the library. Using his knowledge from the game, he had already marked the location of a hidden prize, the Blessing of Regeneration. The map looked familiar, leading Gamma to assume the blessing was hidden near the lake at the island's center. This meant his first objective was to get as close as possible to the World Tree's lakeside. From there, he'd have to cross a rocky wasteland and a dense forest. With only 3 days, this was no simple field trip. The Academy gave the cadets a mission: locate the orbs hidden throughout the island. It was basically a high-stakes treasure hunt, the kind you'd find on a school trip from hell. And the more orbs a student found, the higher their grade would be at the end of the test. Apparently, the orb could also be used as enhancement materials, which made Gamma far more interested in collecting a few for himself. Following a tip from a survival book, he pulled out the secret weapon he'd brought just for this occasion. It was a medium-sized machete he'd found in the hiking section of a supermarket. It was meant for clearing weeds, but more importantly, it was just short enough to not trigger the blessing of the sword god. He bought this blade specifically to save the 50 seconds of his painlessness blessing for a much bigger threat. As he was testing its weight, a small rabbit peeked its head out from a bush, staring at him with curious eyes. Gamma's first thought was that this was a perfect chance to hunt for some food. But that idea shattered when the rabbit stepped out of the bush, revealing itself to be a creature that towered over him. It was a menacing beast for sure, but Gamma had already taken down a cow king. A giant rabbit should be easy. He wouldn't even need to activate the blessing of the sword god to deal with this monster. Elsewhere, Abel also stumbled upon a rabbit, thankfully one that was normal-sized and much cuter. Abel's first thought was to help it, but the tiny creature chomped down hard on her hand before sprinting away. All kindness vanished. Abel drew her sword, now determined to turn that cute rabbit into dinner. This was a perfect opportunity for her to test the results of her special training. The rabbit ran surprisingly fast, even turning to smirk at her as if it were looking down on her. It reminded her of Gamma always hiding his true power. She sped up to catch it, but the terrain suddenly shifted, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into a lake. The rabbit stared down at her from the water's edge with a look of pure disappointment. And once again, her thoughts turned to Kang Giama. The very boy occupying her mind was having his own troubles with the monster-sized rabbit. He had trained his body to its peak, but even now, without the sword god's blessing, he was barely keeping up. Giama fell to his knees, admitting defeat. It was better to starve than to waste more energy for nothing. He was about to let the creature leave, but just before it vanished, it gave him a mocking smile. That was the last straw. Giama instantly activated his blessing and annihilated the rabbit. In another part of the forest, Rachel was desperately rushing through the trees, eager to find Giama before anyone else. She'd been going around in circles, but she couldn't get discouraged. She started this whole game after all, and had been talking big the entire time. She changed her course and ran in a random direction, hoping to move faster by simply not thinking. Rio's shout echoes across the island. Her voice, a beacon of determination, cuts through the dense forest. Her one and only target, the elusive Giama. She refuses to lose this ridiculous game. After landing on Avalon's shores, she quickly adapted her strategy for this deadly paradise. There's only one constant landmark on this shifting island: the World Tree. And knowing Gama's lone wolf nature, she deduces he's headed for the island's heart. The search will be a nightmare, but letting another girl find him first unthinkable. Meanwhile, Chloe is on her own frantic hunt for Giama. Monsters and beasts lunge from the shadows, but she plows through them, her eyes fixed on a single prize. As the top scout among the first years, she's certain her skills will lead her to him before anyone else. And once she does, he'll be hers alone. A figure appears in the distance. Hope surges and she pours on the speed. It has to be him. At the same time, Giama is completely oblivious, casually roasting a monster rabbit over a crackling fire. He'd spent the day skillfully preparing the beast's hide. Food supplies already secured. Suddenly, a sound rustles the trees. His senses sharpen instantly. That's not an animal. Is someone hunting him? In a place like this, he can't afford a single moment of weakness. Not when enemies from the Academy want his head. Good thing he's kept his blessing saved just in case. Chloe bursts through the foliage ready to claim her prize. But it's not Giama, it's Rachel. Sparks fly instantly as the two rivals clash, furious that fate keeps throwing them together. Back at the camp, Gamma's blade halts just inches away from slicing Abel clean in two as she stumbles out of the darkness. Time freezes. They lock eyes in stunned silence until a loud growl from Abel's stomach shatters the tension. Despite wanting no part of the game, she somehow found the grand prize first. Her eyes scan his surprisingly well-made campsite. Giama isn't just surviving, he's thriving. A warm fur cloak hangs nearby with strips of jerky already prepared. Even out here in a test of pure survival, she's completely outclassed by him. It's infuriating. The humiliation is almost as bad as the bone-deep chill from her earlier swim. Silently, Giama drapes the warm fur cloak over her shoulders. She only found him by following the irresistible scent of his cooking. But the warmth of the cloak is enough to soothe her shivering soul. He then notices her twisted ankle and injury from her own failed rabbit hunt. Without a word, Giama springs into action, expertly bandaging the injury to prevent infection. Once her wound is treated, he finally asks why she's wandering the wilderness by herself. The Find Giama game flashes in her mind, but she can't possibly tell him the real reason. Instead, she claims she just prefers being alone, realizing as she says it how similar that makes her sound to him. She recalls her defiant words to the other girls, swearing she wouldn't participate in their childish contest. But now with victory in her grasp, the temptation is too strong. She whips out her phone and snaps a quick picture as proof she found Giama first. With a single tap, she sends it to the group chat, a silent declaration of her total victory. The message is clear. Giama is off limits. Across the island, Rio and Rachel explode with rage, but it's too late. The game is over. Abel stares at her screen, a hollow victory, as Giama hands her a piece of roasted meat. An awkward silence hangs between them until she finally speaks. She asks him the question on everyone's mind. How did you get so overwhelmingly strong? His battles are famously short, often ending in a single decisive blow. Yet the power he displays has shaken the academy to its core. He finally answers, attributing it all to his master. Abel understands. She spent 17 long years under her grandfather's tutelage mastering the sword. She once believed she knew everything about swordplay. But meeting Giama shattered that confidence, revealing a world of skill she never knew existed. Curious, she asks about the school his swordsmanship hails from, but he simply dodges the question. Instead, he offers a piece of his philosophy. He learned long ago that sheer power isn't what guarantees victory. True victory belongs to those who refuse to give up. The ones who endure, who persevere through it all, they are the ones who survive. That in Gama's eyes is true strength. Abel stares at him for a moment, then bursts out laughing. His words are so cliché, he sounds like a wise old man. It reminds her so much of her own grandfather. It brings back memories of their first talk on that bench. Since that day, this is the first time they've truly spoken. He offers her another piece of meat, and Abel accepts it with a quiet word of thanks. She grows so comfortable that she drifts into a deep sleep only to awaken with the morning sun. By then, Giama was long gone, leaving all his food and supplies behind without a trace. Her leg was also completely healed, a testament to his care the night before. Abel can't stop the tears from flowing, realizing this is the first time someone has ever shown her such genuine kindness. No matter what storms she faced in life, she had always weathered them in solitude. Even when faced with impossible odds, she always found a way through, but it was a path she always walked alone. That was the heavy burden of carrying the Nibelung family name. But now, Kang Giama had done all of this for her, expecting absolutely nothing in return. All her life, she had watched people who gave kindness freely burning with envy and jealousy. And now he had shown that same kindness to her. A newfound strength surges through her as she picks up her sword ready to depart. Sitting here and crying will change nothing. She has to keep moving forward. Wearing the coat Giama gave her like a badge of honor, she sets off to resume her survival training. Meanwhile, Giama makes his way through the forest, his thoughts drifting back to Abel. He had to admit she was incredibly pretty, but he got the distinct feeling that she didn't like him very much. He wasn't too bothered by it. He knew her type well. She was a proud and aloof young lady through and through. Their random encounter was the only reason he stepped in to help. It wasn't because he had some kind of special feelings for her. She just looked so hopelessly pitiful that he couldn't bring himself to be cold. The main storyline might have shifted slightly because of his interference, but the grand scheme of things should remain intact. Today was also the pivotal day that Abel and Lion were meant to develop feelings for each other. He just hoped she wouldn't give that fur blanket to Lion. Regardless, after several hours of trekking, he finally emerges from the dense forest. His focus is now locked on a single objective, finding the blessing before sunset. The one he seeks is the blessing of regeneration, a guardian-class blessing, ranked just below the blessing of transference. Its purpose is to dramatically amplify the body's natural healing abilities. But there's a catch: it can only ever be used on the one who possesses the blessing. In essence, the blessing is nothing more than a form of magical doping. However, since he holds the blessing of transference, that pesky restriction is completely meaningless to him. With this, he should also be able to restore his damaged sashimi knives. At first glance, the blessing seems like an ultimate cheat, but it can't regenerate entire lost limbs. It's simply a power that rapidly accelerates wound recovery. In the game, it was treated as a hidden bonus, so it doesn't directly impact Lion's growth. since Lion is destined to grow exponentially stronger and gain countless buffs later on. Giama has to secure this blessing for himself, no matter the cost. After walking a bit further, he finally spots his prize, the Blessing of Regeneration. It's resting right beside one of the gigantic orbs from the test. Placed so openly, it's practically a freebie from the system. He came for the blessing, but gets an orb as well as stroke of unexpected luck. He moves to grab the orb for a closer look, but a figure suddenly steps into his path, blocking him. It's Leon, and his sharp gaze makes it clear he knows Giama isn't here for a scenic tour of the world tree. Lion stares him down, his eyes piercing as if he can see the hidden intentions in Giama's heart. Giama plays dumb, claiming he just saw the orb from afar and came to check it out. Lion's response is to draw his sword. "If you want it," he declares, "you'll have to take it from me." They say that on the day Lion was born, half the world smiled with him. At least that's the story he's been fed his entire life. And here he believed he had found proof that he was a true hero. The sword in Leon's hand radiates a brilliant light as he glares at Giama. But this entire scene is wrong. Lion is supposed to be with Abel right now. Today should have been a major turning point in their story. It seems Giama's interference completely stole their scripted event, and nothing happened between them. Still, even knowing that fighting over this seemed utterly pointless. With a swift motion, Lion slashes the wall behind him, and the stone crumbles as if it were sand. He is dead serious about this fight. Nothing will change his mind. Giama finally sees the sword clearly. It's Balmong, the hero's sword that Lion was destined to find. But its condition is strange. Balmong is known as the world's most sinister demon sword, and the blue gem embedded in its hilt acts as a catalyst. That gem infuses the demonic blade with holy power, neutralizing its dark magic. But since the sword itself is built upon magic, even with the gem's neutralizing effect, its nature is heavily influenced by the user's character. That's why in the game, depending on the player's choices, Balmong could either become a legendary holy sword or a devastating demon sword. "Calm down," Lion said, a chilling smile on his face. "Just think of this as a light spar." But he had to be insane. He couldn't even use his mental realm yet. There was absolutely no way he could defeat Giama in his current state. Yet Lion took a defiant step forward. It seemed he planned to use Giama as a stepping stone, to grow even stronger after obtaining Balmong. RMMC could almost grasp Lion's thinking, but it was just a hunch. One thing was certain, however. The orb was merely an excuse for this battle. Done with the pleasantries, Lion exploded forward, launching himself at Giama to begin the onslaught. Elsewhere, a weary Rio scratched her neck wandering through the dense forest. She'd run into Weapon, and now they searched for Giama together. Weapon never intended to cross her path, but now found himself reluctantly tagging along. He correctly guessed she was looking for Giama, a fact she didn't bother to deny. To Weapon, it was painfully obvious. Rio was completely smitten with Giama. Just a month ago, all she ever did was nap at the archery range. But now, the moment Giama's name was mentioned, she became alert, almost a different person. He also noticed she'd started taking initiative, doing things she was never asked to do, even though she'd always despised anything complicated. Rio suddenly stopped, turning to him with a deep blush. "Is it that obvious?" she stammered, asking about her feelings for Giama. As they spoke, a deafening boom echoed from the distance, sending terrified birds scattering from the trees. It felt like an earthquake, but Rio knew instantly. This kind of chaos could only be caused by Giama, who was currently facing his own crisis. Lion was far more powerful than Giama had ever imagined. The machete he kept as a trump card was already shattered in two. Lion scoffed. He didn't even see Giama trying to fight back. He took this as the ultimate sign of disrespect from our main character. But the truth was, Giama simply couldn't react in time. He never thought Lion would actually swing Balmong with killing intent. He didn't want to get dragged into a life-or-death battle without knowing why. His hesitation was born from fear. If he unleashed his blessing, he might accidentally cleave Lion in two. But if he did nothing, Lion's next swing would surely take his head. This was the protagonist of Blessing of Miracle M. He could not be taken lightly, be taken. As the golden-haired hero advanced, our main character had no other choice. He drew his sashimi knife. He was about to face a true monster. To do so without his blessing would be pure suicide. He had to discard the naive hope that he could survive this by holding back. Blessing of the Sword God, activated. He met Lion's charge head-on as their blades clashed. Steel screamed against steel, but in a flash, Lion shattered the first sashimi knife with contemptuous ease. Giama instantly reached into his bag, pulling out a spare and hurling it at his foe. The blonde hero effortlessly sliced through every knife that flew his way. He then surged forward again, his attack so powerful it carved through several stone pillars behind Giama, who barely dodged the fatal blow and scrambled to create some distance. Lion was on a completely different plane of existence compared to the midterms, but even a protagonist's power has its limits. Another world-shattering slash from Balmong tore the landscape asunder. Lion had poured nearly all of his energy into that final assault, and through the dust and devastation, Giama walked forward, completely untouched. "Why?" Giama asked calmly. "Why are you taking it this far?" Lion froze, his gaze falling to his own legendary sword. Gamma's sword was said to be the one that would bring happiness to all. But ever since Gamma appeared, everything Lion had worked for, everything he had built, felt like it was turning to ash. This battle was meant to put Gamma in his place, to show him who the true hero was. Lion's aura blazed once more, charging an attack even more devastating than the last, and brought it crashing down on Gamma. Our main character didn't back down. He rushed into the cataclysmic strike, and for a heart-stopping moment, their powers collided. As the blinding energy from Balmong finally faded, a small piece of the legendary blade chipped off and fell to the ground. Lion stood paralyzed, staring in disbelief at his damaged sword. The destiny he was meant to have now felt impossibly far away. From where he stood, it was Gamma who looked like the one chosen by fate. As Gamma sheathed his knife, the wind howled. And when the dust settled, Lion was gone. That was a duel Gamma never expected. It seemed Lion wanted to use their clash to force his own growth, to strengthen his resolve as a hero. But Gamma had no intention of losing to anyone, regardless of their reasons. Lion hadn't held back in the slightest, leaving no room for an easy victory, and costing Gamma several of his prized sashimi knives. If Gamma had been careless, if he'd made a single misstep, he would have died. He did his best to avoid seriously injuring Lion, but that forced him to dodge desperately instead of fighting back. Even so, Lion's growth was terrifying, truly befitting of a protagonist. And despite it all, Gamma had managed to leave a permanent scar on the legendary blade Balmong. But as long as he repairs it and gathers more components, reaching its ultimate form is only a matter of time. At least he avoided cutting down Lion himself. That would have unleashed a whole new world of problems. With no more ambushes in sight, Gamma claims the orb for the survival trial and prepares to receive his new blessing. He accepts the power, and a system window flashes before his eyes, confirming the new ability has been etched into his very being. It's a passive skill. To test its limits, Gamma carves into his own flesh with a sharp stone. Instantly, the wound vanishes without a trace. This is the power Gamma has been craving. Still, the price to obtain it was steep. He retreats deep into the forest, resting by a flickering campfire to sort through the chaos in his mind. He can't shake the bizarre duel with Lion. The only possible cause, he must have interrupted Lion's private moment with Abel. But Lion's words echoed with certainty that their battle was always destined to happen. The tension was so thick, Gamma couldn't even ask why. But now he burns to know what the blonde protagonist truly meant. He's certain that Leon is a native of this world, an integral piece of its story. But that doesn't explain his true nature. And beyond that looms an even greater enigma, the entity that summoned Giama here. He's powerless to find those answers. For now, all he can do is follow his instincts. Even in his past life, a fire burned within him. He's been suppressing it lately, but he could never turn a blind eye to injustice. He clashed with the arrogant customers constantly, but never once did he back down, no matter how powerful they seemed. Perhaps this is Giama's own twisted sense of justice. At first, his goal was to avoid meddling with the main storyline. But somewhere along the way, survival became his absolute priority. His actions were just to gain a blessing. They shouldn't have changed the plot. And yet today, he crossed swords with Lion. And now assassins lurk in the shadows, aiming for his head. His very existence is on the line. If he continues down this path, he might have to kill a real person, not just a monster. The thought weighs on him, a grim possibility becoming a terrifying certainty. As he's lost in these dark thoughts, Rio's voice materializes behind him, mockingly telling him to stop brooding and just be himself. He whips around, but she's already gone. Just a figment of his imagination. But he knows if Rio were truly here, that's exactly what she would have said. He wonders what the others are doing now. And in that fleeting moment, he realizes he's thinking of them as his friends. The word feels foreign, almost cheesy, but right now it brings him a strange comfort. As the night deepens, Giama finally drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, a faint crunch of leaves breaks the silence. Shadowy figures move toward him, armed with gleaming blades. Their leader, Rei Shin, gives a silent nod. It's the signal to begin the hunt. 2 assassins launch a volley of shuriken. His instincts scream danger, and he rolls away, escaping with only shallow cuts on his arms. Gamma faces his ambushers, the Undertaker Syndicate, and immediately recognizes their infamous leader, Rei Shin. In the original story, she becomes the first half-demon that Leon is forced to confront. Once the daughter of a noble house, she was betrayed and cast out by her own family, forcing her to become a killer for hire. Her hatred festered over time, twisting her into a villain, fated to be struck down by Lion. In short, she's a character doomed to a tragic end. But as sad as her story is, Gamma feels no sympathy for a killer who abandoned her own humanity. The assassins close in, but Gamma cautiously maintains his distance. They can sense it immediately. This target is different. Even cornered and outnumbered by skilled killers, Giama wears a look that promises nothing but destruction for them all. Rei Shin speaks first, her voice like ice. What organization sent you? Gamma says nothing. How could he possibly answer that? Why would a guild of hitmen ask him such a question? Perhaps his skill is so great they can't believe he's a mere cadet. The other men murmur amongst themselves. This is the first time Rei Shin has ever shown interest in a target. They knew he was the mark, but they never expected him to be anything more than easy prey. Giama remains silent under their provocations, his eyes simply observing calculating. Then it clicks. "Since you came for me," he says, "your client must be an elder at the academy." His words hit them like a thunderclap, their shock is palpable. He knows their true nature. The Undertaker Syndicate are nothing more than butchers who kill for coin, and every word he speaks only fuels their rage. Giama closes the distance, invading Ray's space, looking down at her with pure, unadulterated mockery. One of the goons, puffed up with arrogance, finally has enough and lunges at Giama. But in a flash, our main character awakens the blessing of the sword god, ending the fool's life in an instant. The man mocks Giama for just dodging, as his head silently slides from his shoulders. Severed by a cut so clean, so perfect, he dies without even realizing he'd been struck. With that, Giama has taken a human life for the first time outside the Academy's safe confines. As the assassins panic, Giama's assimilation rate explodes, rocketing from 12% to a staggering 88%. In another dimension, Chef Kim glances at his phone. It's past midnight. He needs to find what he's looking for and get out. He's searching for his humanity, but it seems to have vanished without a trace. Rummaging through this fridge, he finds juice boxes spelling out a familiar phrase, "Blessing of the Sword God." As he stares at this strange message, his form shifts back to Kang Giama, but the object of his search remains lost. More juice boxes catch his eye, forming a new command. A chilling directive: cut it all down, no matter what it is. The moment he finishes reading, a blinding crimson light erupts from the fridge, swallowing him whole and dragging him back to the real world. His left eye turns pitch black, a maniacal glare twisting his features. It's clear the old Giama is gone. What stands there now is ready to destroy anyone and anything in its path. The remaining fools don't grasp the situation. They still think numbers will save them as they charge forward. But Giama meets their pathetic rush, felling 3 of them with a single flawless arc of his blade. 2 more assassins approach, swords raised, and our main character vaults over their strike, twisting in midair to slice clean through their backs, ending their lives with contemptuous ease. The men scream at each other, trying to build courage to face this one brat together. Meanwhile, Rui Shin, their leader, can only watch in horror as a gruesome storm of steel and flesh erupts before her. Seeing her forces so mercilessly butchered, she has to wonder, is their target truly a cadet? This boy, he's on an entirely different plane of existence from them. At this rate, total annihilation is inevitable. The goon nearest her screams for his captain, begging for orders. But before Rushin can even think, Giama materializes beside him, and with one fluid motion extinguishes his life. This kid was supposed to be easy money, a simple assassination they'd forget by next week. But now, all her men are dead, and she knows with chilling certainty that she's next. It all makes sense now. Why the old man offered such an insane bounty for what should have been a simple job. That lunatic didn't send them after a cadet. He sent them to fight a monster, a half-demon disguised in a school uniform. Yama's burning gaze finally lands on her. Before Rushin can even think to retreat, she's slammed against a tree. Giama is on top of her, pinning her down completely, a cold blade pressed against her throat. He finished the entire squad with a whole 9 seconds still left on his blessing of painlessness. The day's entire allotment was burned because of Lion and this pack of assassins. It was self-defense, but Giama hopes he never has to do it again. Fighting humans, it feels profoundly different from slaying demonoids. And while he takes no pleasure in it, his opponents were nothing more than human butchers who came for his head. They deserved no mercy, and he has no regrets. Now only Ruishin is left, her will to fight completely shattered. He binds her hands tightly to a tree, ensuring she can't escape. Then the interrogation begins. He demands to know who sent her. But even now, Rushin is a professional. She won't break from mere intimidation. But Giama has no intention of giving up that easily. This is his one chance to finally uncover the conspiracy against him. He just needs to find the right way to make her talk. Giama leans in close, his voice dripping with condescension. "Are you stupid? All of your followers have become fertilizer for this forest," he whispers. "And you'll join them if you keep wasting my time." Ruishin grits her teeth, her anger boiling over. He truly is a demon. But she finally understands why the elder wanted him dead. She'd tried to research Giama before the mission, but his personal records were completely wiped. Everything was gone. Even records of his relatives. And his parents. That gives Giama pause, and her continued raving becomes background noise. What does she mean his family records were erased? He tries to picture his family, his parents' faces, and a cold dread washes over him as he realizes he can't remember them at all. With his sashimi knife unsheathed, he desperately demands an explanation. The plan had been simple: find out who hired her mercenary group. Then he would have let her go without a scratch. But now she's revealed something that changes everything. It looks like he has no choice but to get serious. He spells it out for her. If she refuses to cooperate, she'll lose an arm, a leg, or any other limb he desires. As long as her mouth still works at the end, he couldn't care less how mangled her body becomes. Suddenly, an immense magical pressure crashes down, forcing both Giama and Rui to their knees. Giama spins around, horrified. The blood of the corpses is rising into the air, flowing directly towards Rui. In an instant, the stoic look on Rui's face shatters into raw terror as she sees the blood gathering around her. Elsewhere, Siegfried takes this break as a chance to go fishing with his brand new rod. He hasn't gotten a single bite, but it's a rare moment of peace and quiet. A sudden disturbance in the water makes him think he's finally about to get a catch. But instead, fish are violently thrown into the air as if a terrible tremor is shaking the very foundations of the island. He knows immediately that something is terribly wrong. A terrifying wave of magic power fills the air, comparable to a demon commander. As the blood completely engulfs Rui, she groans in agony, desperately begging Giama to save her. Her skin turns a deathly purple, her eyes breaking with despair as she pleads with him not to let her die. Then a colossal explosion obliterates the spot where Rui was lying. The massive blast is bright enough to illuminate the entire island. The smoke finally clears, and standing in the wreckage is Rui. Except this is clearly not Rui. Patches of this new being's skin are burning with flames crawling all over her body. The first thing she does is stretch, casually commenting that she hasn't been in the human world for 700 years. This level of magic power makes the mermaid that nearly killed him look like a guppy. That and the unholy flame covering her body tells Giama exactly who he's facing. This is the Demon King's Army 5th Legion commander. The succubus demon known as the Bewitching Flame, Agor. It seems just after starting his own slow transformation, Giama is about to face off against a full-fledged demon commander. The demon laughs with glee as birds fall from the sky cooked by the immense heat of her arrival. She coyly asks Giama if this isn't the proper human greeting. After all, it has been 700 years since she last set foot outside the demon realm. She admits she's no longer used to human customs. But regardless, she introduces herself again, even saying it's nice to meet him before asking for his name. Giama is still stunned into silence, her questions barely registering in his mind. Right now, he's desperately clawing through his memories, hoping even the smallest fragment can serve as a mirror into the future. The greatest advantage Giama has, the secret that has kept him alive in this world, are his memories from playing Blessing of Miracles M in his past life. From what he can recall, the succubus Agori is a fire-type demon and a legion commander. While her physical strength is average, she is a master of mental magic. Those are the basic details he remembers from the game's wiki right before he quit playing. But he has no idea why Igor would descend to the human world after 700 years. Worse, she used possession using Lishan as a host. But there's no more time to think. Agor speaks again, asking if he's the one who slaughtered all the mercenaries scattered on the ground. From the moment she descended, she knew Giama was no ordinary human. The very fact that he's still standing with his mind intact is proof of his outstanding power. Still looking at his physical form, she can tell he's just a whelp, though one with incredible future potential. If that's the case, she has a proposal for him. A contract. As she speaks, she activates her powers of mind control, her gaze completely bewitching him. He tries to demand what she's doing, but she cuts him off before he can even form the words. Giama should feel honored. After all, a Legion commander is giving him the special chance to become her slave. She knows that humans, for all their talk of nobility, only create pecking orders and judge one another. They chase their own selfish desires and inflict pain on others. Instead of that world, Agore is offering him a dream of glory by her side. The mind control begins to take root as her poisonous words sink deep into his consciousness. Model, the bitter truth gnaws at him. She might actually be right. After all, humanity is a race shackled by its own judgment. If survival is the goal, then accepting the demon's offer is the only logical path. Besides, siding with the Demon King's Legion would make everything so much easier. But his opponent is no mere demon. He faces the succubus Queen Agor. He must fight her insidious influence and forge his own path. With sheer force of will, his mind shatters her enchantment. Agor's eyes widen. He just broke her high-level magic? A horrifying thought occurs to her. Did he break free because she's constrained by this mortal vessel? She only made this contract because of Lean's pathetic whining. But now a flicker of regret sparks within her. As the queen complains about her human shell, Giama starts to laugh. He finds her royal tantrum utterly amusing. A stunned silence hangs in the air as Agor processes his sheer audacity. Then he unsheaths his sashimi knife. His answer to her offer of slavery. A single swift slice through the air. A clear message to get lost. Agora just smirks at his insolence as infernal flames begin to swirl around them. Gama's blade cleaves through the fire she casually hurls his way, while she lets out a bored yawn as he dodges her deadly assault. But our hero is just getting warmed up. He moves like lightning, his blade aimed to kill, forcing the queen to leap back with a manic laugh. With every clash of steel and fire, her fascination with him deepens. Her offer of slavery may have been a joke at first, but now she's serious. She decides to test the true depths of his power, unleashing a torrent of fireballs. But Gama's blade is a whirlwind of destruction carving through every single one. He charges straight through the inferno, closing the distance. His breathtaking skill only serves to ignite her interest further. As he closes in, she's forced to retreat, beginning an endless chase. Gama has clearly shattered the chains of human limitation. The queen, however, is adapting to her vessel far too slowly. Precious minutes have passed, and she is still not at full power. Our hero closes the gap in an instant, twisting to bury his blade in her back. For the first time, Agor feels a genuine chill. How can a mere human possess such impossible speed? Their powers collide in a cataclysmic blast, tearing the very earth asunder. When the dust finally settles, Agor stands above Giama, her fingers effortlessly stopping the blade just an inch from her heart. "In such a hurry are we?" she purrs, mocking his impatience. "Don't worry, I have all the time in the world for you." But Giama knows the truth. He is in a hurry. There is absolutely no time to waste. With a ferocious roar, he shatters her hold. His hand is free and he presses the attack once more. A brilliant aura erupts from his body as he pushes past his limits to end this now. The clock is ticking down. Soon, his blessing of painlessness will vanish, leaving him utterly defenseless. Agor watches in disbelief. He's getting even faster, despite already transcending what should be humanly possible. Their duel intensifies into a raging tempest of steel and fire, sending incandescent sparks across the ruined landscape. As the final seconds tick away, the battle reaches a brilliant crescendo, until finally his blessing shatters. Giama is left completely spent, gasping for air and barely able to stand as she towers over him. Agor, meanwhile, has little to show for the brutal fight, besides a mangled hand already wreathed in healing flames. If not for the pact signed between humans and demons 700 years ago, this battle would have ended very differently. Staring at her own red blood is a strange sight for a demon queen. For a moment, it feels as if she has become human. But just like that, the flames consume the wounds, leaving her arm perfectly restored. She approaches the broken Giama, who can barely stand. "What a waste," she whispers, "to let such talent remain merely human." He has a burning determination that captivates her very soul. He may be rude, but Agor adores his fiery, untamed passion. At his age, he might hold more potential than even the prophesied vessel of the ancient hero. Agor lets out a delighted laugh as Giama continues to glare at her with defiant eyes. As her power finally settles into this new body, she sees him in a new light. Could this mortal be the one to fulfill the great wish of all demonkind? To find out for sure, Agor decides to give him one last devastating test. Infernal power gathers as she rises into the sky. "Survive this," she declares, "and you pass." The roaring flames condense into a terrifying sphere of destruction in the Legion commander's hand. It burns brighter and hotter than anything before it. As she charges the attack, the light begins to fade from Giama's eyes. It's clear his energy is completely spent, but Agor simply tells him to endure as she launches the miniature sun right at him. But in that very moment, a figure streaks in from the side, leaping in front of the blast to shield Giama from the inferno. It's Siegfried, arriving just in time to save his young student from an inescapable fate. As he pours all of his strength into deflecting the torrent of fire, he roars at our main character to get a grip and awaken from his stupor. Agor is irritated by the old master's sudden appearance, warning Siegfried not to interfere in their business. But the old man will not allow a talent as vast as Giama's to be extinguished. Since the swordmaster has chosen to stake his life on the boy, Agor is more than happy to test his resolve and see if he can truly protect his student. Meanwhile, Giama's consciousness drifts within an endless void as he struggles to find himself. His first thought is to wonder if he's dead, until a cough echoes through the darkness before him. He barely manages to regain his senses, seeing a figure standing guard. The first thing he notices is a searing stump where an arm should be. And as his vision sharpens, he sees the Sword Emperor himself standing before him with a missing arm. Despite his grievous wound, the Sword Emperor's will is absolute. He will not allow a peerless talent like Kang Giama to perish in a meaningless battle. With every ounce of his power, he used his single remaining hand to block an attack from a Legion commander. And even after losing an entire arm, he stands firm, an unbreakable shield protecting his student. He does all this because he knows the boy he's protecting will one day become the bridge between humans and demons. The very hope that will shatter the chains of destiny. He notices our main character has finally regained his wits and tells him to rest until his body has recovered. Siegfried can see the situation is dire. He must hold the line while his disciple heals. Giama points out that Siegfried has lost an arm, but the old master tells him not to worry about such a trifle. After all, who needs two hands to properly wield a sword? For now, Giama's only task is to focus on pulling himself back together. Agor is done with their sentimental reunion and calls out to Siegfried. She can't comprehend how someone so far past their prime can withstand her magic. He's just a mere human. He should barely be able to think straight in her presence, let alone hold his ground against her like this. Siegfried gives no answer, instead gauging the battlefield he just dived into. He is now facing Agori, one of the fearsome Legion commanders. For a being of such rank to descend a sacrifice of flesh is required to weaken the barrier between the demon and human realms. From there, they possess a human body which serves as a catalyst. But because of the backlash from this process, demons cannot unleash their full power in a host body. Still, that doesn't change the fact they are unstoppable disasters wherever they appear. Fortunately for them, it seems Agor and her current vessel are not a perfect match. It's one thing for her to struggle against a monster like Giama, but being pushed back by a dying old man is another matter entirely. She has no idea what tricks Siegfried used to withstand her power for so long. But she vows her next attack won't just take an arm, it will take his life. With that, she charges forward with a demonic roar, and Siegfried meets her head on. He rushes toward her, his sword held firm in his one good arm. As they cross, the old master severs her arm as perfect payback. Agor screams in a mix of pain and fury as her flaming arm falls uselessly to the ground. She stares at it in utter shock as Siegfried asks if she's finally afraid. After all, the playing field is now even. His words only fuel Agor's rage, and she unleashes a storm of massive flames that consumes the entire area. Siegfried calmly holds his sword its aura building as he prepares a devastating counterattack. He might not know why she invaded the human world, but he sees the truth in her eyes. They are filled with fear. The flames lash out towards him like a molten whip. The old master cuts through it with ease and dodges the attack. Then he vanishes from his spot, moving faster than Agor's eyes can possibly track. But the succubus still doesn't see him as a true threat. She's so absorbed in mocking him that she nearly fails to notice her head is about to be cut clean off. In a flash, Siegfried appears beside her, his blade swiping at her neck in a blow she barely manages to evade. The aura surrounding Siegfried is so immense that she can no longer even sense his movements. It is then she takes a hard look at his face and realizes with dawning horror. Siegfried is a descendant of Orin, one of the legendary heroes of old. Agor forces down the rising panic. After all, Siegfried is just an old man, a mere human, whose body has long since seen its peak. There was no reason to feel threatened by a relic like him. She rockets into the sky, creating distance, and conjures a storm of molten spears above her head. Descendant of Orin, or not, that frail, withered body could never evade this next assault. The heavens themselves ignite. The heat is so intense it burns away the very clouds. A crazed laugh escapes her lips as both Giama and Siegfried know this attack is inescapable. She gives them no time to react, unleashing a blazing meteor shower upon the earth. But the old man is no slouch. He moves like a phantom, weaving through the deluge of fire. All Giama can do is scream his master's name in despair. He wants to help desperately, but it's taking every ounce of his will just to remain conscious. If he releases his sashimi blade now, he knows he'll never wield its power again. To abandon his blessing would be a death sentence. Siegfried dances between the explosions as molten spears tear the battlefield asunder. With his one remaining arm, his blade becomes a silver streak against the flames. He perfectly bisects every projectile that dares come close. Even Agor is impressed by the old man's incredible skill. In her mind, he's promoted from a meddling bug to a scurrying rat, but the fiery rain is endless, a relentless onslaught. But Siegfried wasn't just dodging. With every move, he closed the distance. And now he's within range. As he prepares to leap, he concedes. Her point, demons are without a doubt overwhelmingly powerful. In fact, in his youth, he despised the world for this very injustice. He knew hard work alone could never bridge that gap. But in his old age, he's learned a crucial truth. Agor scoffs at his lecture. Yet she can't deny the sheer mastery in his swordplay, the aura of a true veteran. The Sword Emperor is now just moments away from striking, and she still can't find an opening. Then, just as he gets closer, she sees it. His left side, where an arm used to be, is completely defenseless. A wicked smirk spreads across her face as she urges him to continue his pointless speech. The old warrior launches himself into the air. His sword is raised for the killing blow as he roars her name. Humans can grow stronger, even in the depths of despair, he yells. And that is what you demons fear above all else. He declares that this fear is the real reason they invade the human realm. With his final declaration, he's in range blade held high for the ultimate strike. But as he closes in, Agor just laughs. With a flick of her wrist, a spear of fire erupts from below, impaling him straight through the foot. His heroic charge is cut short, leaving him suspended in midair, a perfect target. Agor doesn't hesitate for an instant. She's upon him in a flash, her hand resting on his chest. She's had enough of his speeches. It's time to silence him for good. And with that, she unleashes a devastating blast of hellfire, tearing a hole right through the Sword Emperor's abdomen. The blast erupts outwards, consuming the old master in a brilliant, blinding inferno. Agor turns away, her expression one of utter boredom. Siegfried coughs up blood, collapsing to his knees in agony. His body is smoldering. One arm is gone, and a gaping, cauterized wound sits in his stomach. To say he's had better days is an understatement. Now utterly defeated, Agor grinds her fiery boot onto his head, forcing him down. With his strength completely gone, the legendary Sword Emperor has nothing left to say. Agor smirks. She knows humans all too well. Whether 700 years ago or now, these so-called heroes are always so predictable. The mighty warrior can't even form a rebuttal, as her venomous words tear him apart. Giama screams his teacher's name once more, completely powerless to intervene. Agor had almost forgotten about the boy. His cry for help brings her attention snapping back to him. For the first time, she calls him by his name and strolls towards him, ready to resume their little talk. Now that the interruption has been dealt with, it's time to reveal the results of her test. The Sword Emperor tries to scream to warn his student to run, but it's far too late. Giama passed, and for his prize, he'll receive her special gift. His weakened mind crumbles instantly as the Legion commander's fiery hands embrace him. In her eyes, Giama is the perfect vessel to carry the future of all demonkind. And with a twisted smile, she whispers that she'll be seeing him again. In hell. Don't you dare turn your back on me, Siegfried roared, desperate to save the young cadet. But Igor just laughed, amused by his futile efforts as she prepared a dark seal upon her tongue. Why waste time on a broken old man like Siegfried? Her entire focus was now locked onto Giama. She leaned in close, her tongue pressing a demonic sigil onto his forehead. A devil's mark, the ultimate seal of approval for passing her twisted test. In that instant, Giama's body went limp and crashed to the earth, seemingly consumed by the demoness's wicked magic. The demonic brand took root in his mind, its vile tendrils spreading like a plague across his body, smothering him in her power. Warning, the system screamed, detecting the unauthorized external intrusion. Emergency self-defense protocols, automatically activated. But just like with the Sword God's blessing, the program failed. Execution impossible. The user's level and the world line are critically insufficient. So, the system initiated an override using Yggdrasil itself as a catalyst to forcibly elevate Giama's level. It then unleashed its restraining authority to recalibrate and synchronize the very fabric of the world line. If you're wondering what that means, dear viewer, it means our main character is about to get a legendary power-up, and Igor is absolutely finished. Giama's synchronization rate skyrocketed from 12.7% to 99%, and finally, 100%. At last, the conditions were met. A mysterious locked power was about to be unleashed. Giama is about to awaken. Meanwhile, Siegfried wages a desperate war against the overconfident demon, but in his battered state, he is no longer a threat. His movements had grown sluggish. Still, Igor couldn't help but be impressed that he was still moving. It made sense, though. Even insects keep twitching after you crush their heads. Siegfried pushed onward, but Igor simply danced around his clumsy attacks, toying with him. Even if it cost him his very life, he swore he would drag this demon down to hell with him. His blade blazed with aura, and Igor's eyes narrowed at its color. It was the same light the Sword Saint had wielded 700 years ago during the Great War. His aura erupted, a final desperate gambit fueled by his dying breath. Igor knew she had to extinguish this old flame for good before he became a real problem. She lunged forward for the final clash, and Siegfried raised his sword ready to meet his fate head-on. But they were both interrupted as a cataclysmic blast of magic descended from the heavens, slamming into Igor and shaking her to her very core. She whirled around, a vicious snarl on her face as she searched for the attacker, and then her eyes widened in pure shock. At first, she thought she was looking at Giama. But no, this overwhelming presence could never belong to that boy. An ancient, terrifying chill crept down her spine as the glowing figure approached. A presence she hadn't felt in 700 years. The system forcibly manifested and amplified all of Giama's blessings, including the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration. It then activated this blessing of transference, using the other two to halt all pain and damage in the world. A low growl escaped Igor's lips as she stared at the one who dared to interfere with her plans. Then she uttered a name from the past, her eyes fixed on the figure in the air. Joaquin. And with that, Giama descended from the sky. The blessing of the sword. God was temporarily disabled. Instead, the system announced for all the gods to bear witness, as he now wielded the blessing of pseudo-invocation. Elsewhere on the island, Abel walked through the dense forest, her sword resting calmly on her back. Today was the last day of the training exercise, but as she walked on, a deep sense of unease began to settle over her. Something was terribly wrong. It was almost 7 in the morning, but Rio stared at her phone, her expression laced with disbelief. Joaquin woke up behind her, asking why she was walking around when it wasn't even dawn yet. But she told him that dawn had passed long ago. The sun should have risen, yet the sky remained pitch black as if it were still the dead of night. Regardless of what was happening, it was time for the cadets to head back to the academy. They were all supposed to meet up there, even Chloe and Rachel, who were fast asleep dreaming of their dear Giama. Other cadets were also waking up, realizing it was time to gather at the return point. Rio gripped the strap of her bag, a knot of certainty tightening in her stomach. This was a very bad sign. Back at the battlefront, the smoke swirled but refused to clear as Jemima calmly floated down. Igor's mind was reeling. She couldn't believe that Joaquin of all people would suddenly appear. For the very first time, the flicker of fear Siegfried saw in her eyes had now consumed her entire expression. But as our main character's feet touched the ground crackling with raw power, Igor got her first good look at him. This wasn't the Joaquin she had feared for 700 years. Instead, it was Giama, the boy she was toying with just 5 minutes ago. Now that she had a clear look at him, she realized how foolish it was to think this could be Joaquin. No matter how strong he was 7 centuries ago, he was still human. There was no way he could still be alive. But that didn't stop the cold wave of dread that washed over her as Giamamish approached. A pressure so immense, her tactical mind, once sharp and clear, now felt clouded and slow. And where was Siegfried during all of this chaos? He could only gaze upward breathless, as if standing before a new god. The moment Giama drew near his legs, gave way, forcing him to his knees in reverence. Giama's gaze lingered for a moment before he simply raised his hands. In an instant, Siegfried's wounds weaved themselves shut as if they never existed. With his ally restored, Giama closed his eyes, his focus turning inward. Then they snapped open, and a tempest of raw power erupted from his very being. Crackling energy surged outwards, engulfing the entire area in a storm. In a flash, he vanished. Before Aegor could even process it, he reappeared behind her, his footsteps closing the distance. The Legion commander stood frozen, her mind failing to comprehend the impossible scene before her. His form was indistinct, like a glitch in reality. It felt as if his very existence was now a concept beyond her perception. She wondered if it was this weak vessel she inhabited, but no. She knew this was something far greater. This is impossible! The thought echoed in her mind. This entire situation defies logic. But one terrifying truth was certain. The being standing before her was no longer human. And if that was the case, she would have to retract her earlier words. She offered a twisted apology to Giama, even as she reached down, drawing pure magma from the planet's core for one final cataclysmic attack. What a waste to unleash her full strength now. His body would have made for such a magnificent vessel. But if she didn't erase him here, he would undoubtedly become a great calamity, blocking the destined path of all Deankind. Giama watched with an unnerving calm as she gathered her devastating power. Molten earth answered her call, breaking through the ground to take shape. Then she condensed it all, forging a miniature sun of pure destruction that blazed above her head. Siegfried's eyes widened, his jaw clenched at the sheer, terrifying display of absolute power. Giama, however, faced the roaring inferno without a single flicker of emotion on his face. She launched the sphere of annihilation right at him, screaming a final farewell with a promise to meet again in hell. The colossal ball of fire tore a burning trench in the earth as it hurtled toward Giama and Siegfried. Siegfried could only stare in horror, completely powerless before its might. But Giama simply strode forward, walking calmly to meet the inferno. For the first time since his ascension, he spoke. And within his soul, the system began to calculate at light speed. The world line is unstable. This new form can only be maintained for 60 seconds. But for what he was about to achieve, 60 seconds was an eternity. The world itself seemed to hold its breath as he approached the blazing catastrophe. His one and only goal, to cut it with absolute perfection. Countless lines of potential severance appeared on the blazing sphere, but his eyes locked onto the one true path. He activated a new authority. Thousands soared. In a single fluid motion, his will became a blade lashing out to slice not only through the fireball, but far, far beyond it, striking Aegor where she stood. The fireball detonated in a blinding, silent flash, wiping the world out in a wave of pure white. As vision returned, Aegor's body collapsed, bisected by a flawless line. She hit the ground, her energy gone, her blood pooling like cooling lava. Her mana source, the very core of her being, had been severed. As she lay dying, her eyes drifted toward the sky. All across the island, the other cadets pointed upwards in utter shock. The oppressive darkness that had smothered the sky was split open by a clean, perfect cut, allowing the morning sun to finally pierce through. They had no idea what had happened. They just figured the sunrise on this island was incredibly bizarre. Back on the battlefield, Giama's transformation began to fade. The immense power receded from his body, and he collapsed, his consciousness fading to black. Seeing her chance, the Legion commander began to crawl toward the boy. She refused to accept such a pathetic, meaningless death. More importantly, she now knew Giama would become a disaster for all of Deankind. Using the last embers of her life, she began one final spell, but it was cut short. A blade of cold steel erupted from her mouth, having been plunged straight through the back of her skull. Siegfried stood over her, his face a grim mask. "I warned you," he said. "Never turn your back on the enemy." He poured his aura into the blade, and her defiant screams were extinguished forever, as her body decayed into nothingness. As her last embers faded into the wind, Siegfried declared his true name to the silent battlefield. "My name is not Aaron's descendant. It is Siegfried von Belong." He then turned to the unconscious Giama, immediately checking his condition. His breathing was steady. There were no fatal wounds. His life was not in danger. But as he looked down at the boy, Siegfried had to wonder, what is he? What? He remembered how his own body had moved on its own. How an ancient instinct had forced him to kneel in a show of profound courtesy. It was an unconscious response, a primal impulse buried deep within the soul of a swordsman. Since ancient times, mankind has believed that an incomprehensible will resides within all of creation. In storms, comets, and lightning from a cloudless sky, these supernatural, superhuman forces have always been objects of great fear, but also of worship. Through the ages, humanity gave them names. They were called calamities, or sometimes even gods. And with that epic reveal, we close this chapter of the story. Honestly, trying to score this manhwa feels impossible. Giama's journey was an absolute legend, a storm of struggle and triumph, and that ending was nothing short of divine. But that's enough from me. Now I want to hear from you. What was your take on this epic? Drop your rating from 0 to 10 in the comments, and tell me which scene truly blew you away. Thanks for diving in with me, and I'll see you in the next one.